Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Came Back After 3 Years? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku stood with his back against the wall, his foot flat against it as music flooded through his earbuds. The song filled his mind with endless thoughts of a blonde-haired, fiery-eyed boy back home. Katsuki Bakugo had been on his mind a lot lately, not that he ever truly left his thoughts. Katsuki held permanent residence in Izuku's heart, but lately, Izuku found it difficult to bury his feelings for the blonde. There was no doubt that Izuku missed Katsuki. He had missed him ever since the day he left for America after his mother's sudden passing. Grief can do terrible things to a person, and Izuku fell into a deep pit of despair after losing his mom. He had no idea how to deal with the pain. He shut himself down, pushed everyone away, and locked up his heart. The days and months following her death were dark. He didn't eat or sleep, refusing calls and visits from his friends. Even Katsuki couldn't break through the wall that Izuku had put up, despite his efforts. Katsuki practically begged Izuku to talk to him, to let him in, but Izuku couldn't see past his own grief to realize that Katsuki was hurting too. Finally, Aizawa stepped in. He and Inko, Izuku's mother, had been close. Inko loved horses, and Aizawa was a world-class riding instructor at one of the country's largest stables. Inko shared her love for horses and riding with Izuku from a young age, often taking him to the stables where she would train. That was where they both met Aizawa. He was rough around the edges but had a soft spot for Inko and the green-eyed boy. After her death, he stepped in as Izuku's guardian, pulling him from the dark pit he was in to move to America and start a new life. Aizawa took a job as a riding instructor for an endurance riding team at another prestigious stable. Izuku was too lost in his grief to argue about leaving. He was void of almost every emotion except for loss and sorrow, and he had no fight left in him. He blindly agreed to leave, leaving his friends and the budding relationship with Katsuki behind. That was 3 years ago. Now, at 21 years old, Izuku was a championship equestrian, one of the top endurance riders in the country. He trained hard daily, galloping over the vast countryside, moving in perfect sync with his horse. They jumped over obstacles, streams, and through woods on a seemingly endless course at full speed, trying to finish ahead of the other riders. He had been successful, becoming hard to catch and even harder to beat. Izuku had been running hard on the back of a horse, trying to escape the pain of loss and the memories of crimson eyes and ash-blonde hair. But lately, something from the other side of the ocean had been pulling him back. He was slowing down, all that running becoming more of a jog as his heart yearned to stop running altogether, or perhaps to run towards something else, or back to someone else. He sighed, pulling himself off the wall, earbuds still tucked into his ears, and walked slowly down the long row of stalls in the spacious stable. He reached the last stall on the right and smiled at the gold nameplate of his prized possession. King Explosion, the glossy tag read. Izuku smiled as he reached through the bars to pet the sleek, muscle-bound, fiery red horse standing proudly in his stall, staring curiously at his owner. The green-eyed boy slipped into the stall with a brush in hand, grooming the beautiful creature in front of him. King was in perfect condition, tall and muscular, his tail and mane shining, his coat gleaming in the light, brushed to a high gloss by Izuku daily. Izuku smiled proudly at his horse, his teammate, and his only friend these days. A soft sigh escaped his lips, and King nudged him as if asking what was wrong. Izuku chuckled softly, I know, I've been lost in thought and mumbling more than usual lately, huh boy? He frowned, slowing the brush in his hands as he got lost in thought again. Maybe I should call one of them? It's been 3 years, I should see how they are, right? He sighed again. King, I'm a horrible person. What kind of friend leaves everyone behind and doesn't contact them for 3 years? 3 years. The horse moved his head slightly at Izuku's sudden outburst, making him smile. Sorry for ranting, boy. Petting the horse's strong neck, he slipped back out of the stall, put the grooming tools away, and patted King goodbye. As he walked back down the row of stalls, his mind was still swirling when he suddenly decided he was going to make a phone call. Later that day, his fingers danced over the name in his contact list. Come on, Izuku, stop hesitating and just do it. I mean, yeah, he hasn't heard from you in 3 years, but he was one of your best friends. Just do it. Thoughts clouded Izuku's mind, self-doubt swirling around. Maybe his friend didn't want to hear from him, maybe he changed his number, maybe he hated him after the way he left. Then suddenly he thought, forget it. Pressing the call button, he waited nervously, biting his fingernails and gnawing at his bottom lip. 1 ring passed. This is stupid, I should just hang up. 2 rings followed. Yeah, no, this is a bad idea. 3 rings. Holy crap. I forgot the time difference, he's probably asleep. I'm hanging up. Hello. Izuku froze. Hey Kiri. Midoriya. At first glance, he thought about ignoring the call, but looking at the time and realizing it was around 3 a.m., he figured it was best to answer in case it was an emergency. Hitting the answer button and bringing the phone to his ear, the sleepy redhead said hello. Hi Kiri, came the voice on the other end. It took a few moments for the voice to register in Izuku's mind. It was so familiar yet deeper, sweet and comforting. It sounded just like Midobro. The shocked, groggy voice of Kiri broke through the silence of Izuku's room. Izuku chuckled nervously, taking a deep breath. Yeah Kiri, it's me. Kirishima jumped straight up in bed, shocked out of his sleepiness because on the other end of the phone was none other than his long-lost green-eyed friend, Izuku Midoriya. Emotion immediately gripped Kirishima's heart as he heard the soft voice of the boy on the other end of the line. It had been so long. Excitement began to take hold of him, and a hurried string of questions fell from the redhead's mouth. Mido! What? How? Oh my god, Mido, it's so good to hear your voice, man. Seriously, like, Mido, what the heck, how are you? Are you still in America? Are you okay? Dude, what's been up? Izuku smiled on the other end of the line, tears making their way to his eyes at the sound of his buddy on the phone. He really did miss the energetic, smiling redhead. Hey, slow down Kiri, Izuku laughed lightly. Yeah, I'm still in America. Yes, I'm okay and well, lots has been up, I guess, he smiled. Yeah, I've seen that Mr. Big Shot Horse dude. We follow your rides and tournaments, you know, the redhead proudly proclaimed, making Izuku's heart squeeze. So they did follow him, huh? All of them. The question danced in his mind. Midobro. The nickname pulled Izuku from his thoughts. Yeah, Kiri, I'm here, don't worry. Phew, man, I will worry. It's been 3 years, bro, I'm not letting you go that easy, dude. Izuku laughed, the sound making Kiri grin. Wow, he missed his laugh. It was one of the things the whole friend group often missed, the absence of that contagious laugh Izuku always possessed. They all missed it, but one in particular missed it the most. So, Izuku broke through. How is everyone? Now Kirishima heard the word, everyone, but he knew there was one fire-eyed boy Izuku most meant. Oh, you know, we're all good, mostly the same, bro. Not much changes in this town, you know? And by everyone, do you really mean how's Baku, bro? Hearing the silly nickname for Katsuki made Izuku's heart ache. Yes, he very much meant the fiery blonde, even though he wanted an update on everyone. Izuku was silent for a moment. In a small voice filled with emotion, he finally spoke. How is Kaken? Kirishima's eyes softened as he leaned back against the headboard, hearing Izuku's longtime nickname for Bakugo roll off his tongue. He thought for a minute before responding. The truth was, Katsuki had not been well after Midoriya had left. He had been severely depressed, sulking more than usual, and was way more aggressive and angry. He had gone through a stage where he drank a lot. He had fallen apart after Midoriya had left. He was truly heartbroken. And even though he was better now than he was 3 years ago, Katsuki had never stopped missing, longing for, and loving the green-eyed boy on the phone. Mido was still a sore spot for Katsuki, often yelling at the friend group for bringing up his very name, even though they knew Katsuki followed everything Izuku did in America with the horses. His face always twisted with emotion when he would read the articles written about him. Sighing, Kirishima decided to be honest with one of his best buds on the line. It's been rough, Mito, not gonna lie. Bakugo pretty much fell apart when you left. It broke his heart, man. It broke all our hearts. Don't get me wrong, bro. I know how bad you were hurting. You were lost, man, I get that. I just wish you had let us in, Mito, especially Bakugo. Demon dude, we would have done anything for you, you know? Kiri was choking on his words, realizing how Midoriya leaving had affected them all so deeply. Izuku was now crying, hearing the words and emotions in Kirishima's voice. Through a broken sob he spoke. God, I'm an awful person. How could I just abandon you guys? Especially Kat, holy crap, Kiri, I'm so sorry. My own pain made me selfish. You don't know how many times over the past 3 years that I wanted to call, and I let my fear stop me. I should have let you guys in. It would have helped me heal faster. I just couldn't see that through my cloak of grief. You guys should hate me, especially Kaken. Oh, Kiri, please forgive me. Izuku was full-on sobbing now, and to be honest, so was the redhead. No, Mito, no, man, stop. There's no way we could hate you. We love you, man. That never changed. We were just hurt you left, hurt for Bakugo. But Mito, listen when I say there ain't no way in hell we could hate you, bro. You're our favorite green bean, man, Kiri sobbed out. Izuku couldn't help a small giggle when he heard Kiri choke out the word, green bean. While wiping his eyes, he softly said, but Kaken, does he hate me? Be honest, Kiri, I can handle it. The truth was, he didn't know if he could handle it or not. He didn't know if he could handle it if the boy he still deeply loved hated him, not that he would blame him. Katsuki had every right to after the way Midoriya had shut him out and left. Kirishima cleared his throat and spoke softly. No, Mito, Bakugo doesn't hate you. He's still hurting though. Izuku sighed. He was hurting too. He hadn't even realized how much until he finally talked to his old friend. Kirishima's voice broke him from his thoughts. Hey, Mido bro. Izuku paused, contemplating the suggestion. He had thought about visiting home countless times but hesitated, unsure if he could handle seeing the fiery blonde again. Yet, he also struggled with the idea of not seeing him at all. With his contract with the riding team nearing its end, the thought of returning home had been lingering in his mind. Perhaps a visit wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. I'll think about it, Kiri. I promise, he replied. The two friends spent the next 2 hours discussing everything and nothing at all. They laughed and reminisced, catching up on each other's lives. For the first time in a long while, Izuku genuinely smiled, and Kirishima felt as if a missing piece of everyone's puzzle was slowly falling back into place. Now, he just needed to convince Midoriya to come home for good and help Bakugo forgive him so they could rebuild their relationship. Convincing Bakugo would be the real challenge, but Kirishima never backed down from a challenge because that simply wasn't his style. As the sun remained hidden, Katsuki lay awake in his bed, glancing at the clock on his nightstand. It was 4:45 a.m. He sighed and threw his arm over his eyes, lost in thought. Images of a green-haired, freckled boy danced through his mind, causing his heart to race. He often woke up before dawn, his thoughts consumed by Izuku. 3 long years had passed since Izuku left, and Katsuki wondered if he would ever be able to move on. The thought of how easily Izuku had left him behind gnawed at his heart. How could it have been so simple for Izuku to walk away from someone who had been such an integral part of his life? Katsuki and Izuku had been friends for as long as he could remember. Their mothers had been best friends, and they had grown up side by side. From grade school through high school, Izuku had always been there, following closely behind. They shared countless memories, sleepovers, school dances, and after-school hangouts, always playfully bantering and pushing each other's limits. Katsuki had always loved motorcycles, just as Izuku had a passion for horses. He recalled the countless times he visited the stables with Izuku, watching him ride and listening to him chatter excitedly about everything under the sun. When Katsuki got his motorcycle at 16, Izuku would sit in the garage, watching him work on it with admiration, always impressed by Katsuki's skills. Katsuki's feelings for Izuku began to shift when they turned 18. One summer night, With Izuku on the back of his bike, arms wrapped tightly around him, Katsuki felt his heart race as they rode through the city. The sound of Izuku's laughter over the roar of the engine made him realize he could no longer see Izuku as just a best friend. Deep down, Katsuki had known for a long time that he had feelings for Midoriya, and he sensed that the feeling was mutual. Their lingering glances and frequent hugs spoke volumes, not just to them but to their friends, who often teased them. The first kiss happened after one of their late-night rides. They were parked outside Izuku's house, giggling quietly to avoid waking the neighbors. Katsuki turned to look at Izuku, his heart pounding, and before he knew it, their lips met. Izuku froze for a moment before wrapping his arms around Katsuki's neck, pulling him closer. When they finally broke apart, both flushed with embarrassment, Katsuki confessed, "Deku, I like you. I mean, it's obvious. I've always liked you, nerd, but I think I love you, Kaken." Izuku interrupted, beaming and giggling. Katsuki smirked, "You couldn't let me finish, huh, nerd?" Izuku laughed as Katsuki held him close, tickling him until he gasped for breath. Okay. You win," he managed between giggles. Right," Katsuki replied, leaning down to kiss him softly again. That marked the beginning of their official relationship. However, a year later, tragedy struck when Inko, Izuku's mother, died in a car accident. The Izuku Katsuki knew and loved fell into a deep depression, shutting everyone out, including Katsuki. The pain of losing Izuku's presence was unbearable. Katsuki longed to comfort him, to hold him and wipe away his tears, but Izuku remained distant, leaving Katsuki feeling helpless and lost. Just when he thought things couldn't get worse, he learned from Kirishima that Izuku had left for America with Aizawa. He couldn't believe it. He remembered thinking it was some sick joke. Yes, Deku had been distant, silent, but there was no way he would just up and leave Katsuki and Japan altogether, right? Katsuki rushed to Deku's house as fast as his bike would take him, his heart thundering with ache in his chest. He practically tripped up the front porch steps of Izuku's house, slamming his fist on the front door and shouting, "Deku, let me in right now. This isn't funny. I swear to God, I'm going to beat your butt if you don't let me in." Panic shot through Katsuki as he realized there was no movement inside the house. Without thinking, he busted through the wooden front door. Panic, heartache, and adrenaline surged through him as he shot immediately up the stairs and into Izuku's room, slamming the door open. What he saw made his heart feel like it was made of sand, slipping fast and furious from his chest with no way to stop it. The room was empty, posters, pictures, clothes all gone. Izuku's bed and desk were the only things left in the room. Katsuki sank onto the floor, tears spilling from his eyes, his body shaking. Deku, his Deku, was gone without a word, like he never existed, like he had been some ghost that just whispered through Katsuki's life. He sat leaned back against the wall in his room for hours. The sun was long gone, and he was absent-mindedly switching the desk lamp that sat beside him off and on. He knew he probably looked like a mess at that moment, but he didn't care. His eyes were red and swollen from crying, his hair completely disheveled from the constant pulling and tugging at the blonde locks. His throat was dry and raw from crying and shouting. He felt like he was dying, and he figured if Deku wasn't coming back, then death might as well come and take him because he was dead without him anyway. Suddenly, something on Deku's bed caught his attention. Getting up and crawling on hands and knees slowly to the bed, he picked up a small piece of folded orange notebook paper. He opened it and read the words, "I'm sorry, Kaken. I don't know what else to do. I love you so much." Still lying in bed at 5:45 a.m., Katsuki wiped tears from his eyes. "Deku, why did you leave me behind with the extras?" he whispered, the words caught in his throat as he dragged himself out of bed and into the bathroom. Studying himself in the mirror, he saw the dark circles under his eyes from another sleepless night and another tear-filled morning. "Get your act together, Katsuki. You have things to do, you own a business." Slipping into the shower, he let the heat from the water soothe his aching muscles. If only it would do the same for his heart. 2 cups of coffee and a lot of cursing later, Katsuki was on his black and orange Ninja H2, the small outline of a green bunny on the gas tank, on his way to his bike shop, dynamiting. Parking out front of his shop, he removed his helmet, shoved his keys in his pocket, and walked into work. He was immediately met with two friends rambling excitedly about something in the back of the shop. Kirishima and Shiro were having an animated conversation about something. Katsuki knew it must be something big judging by the huge grin on Kirishima's face and the way Shiro looked shocked, but they seemed to be whispering. Katsuki felt annoyance bubbling up inside him. "But what are you two whispering about so early in the morning?" he demanded. Shitty Hair gave Shiro a look and then walked across the shop, throwing his arm around Katsuki's shoulders. "Bakubro! Good morning, dude." Katsuki could feel his eye twitch at the nickname. "I told you not to call me that. Now what were you two gossiping about when I walked in?" Kirishima smiled nervously. Nothing, man. Just talking about some girl Shiro tried to hit on last night but failed miserably. You should have seen it, bro. Second-hand embarrassment for days." Katsuki was suspicious. He had known Kirishima long enough to tell when he was lying. Deciding he was too tired to deal with it, he turned his head and clicked his tongue. "Well, to get to work. I don't pay you two to gossip all day." Walking to his office in the back of the shop, he sat down at his desk and sighed, feeling fatigue already gnawing at him. He opened his desk drawer to pull out some files for the day's jobs and saw a picture tucked away in the corner of the drawer. He knew what it was before he even touched it. His heart started to ache as he pulled it out and ran his fingers over the figure in the photo like he had 100 times before. It was a picture of him and Deku shortly after they had become an official couple. Katsuki was leaning back on his bike while Deku was in front of him, leaning back against Katsuki with Katsuki's arms tightly around his waist, flipping off Kirishima, who was taking the picture while kissing Deku's cheek, a wide smile dancing across the brunette's face. Katsuki pinched the bridge of his nose, leaning back in his chair. "It's going to be a long day." Sitting at their usual table at the pub where they all normally met after work to hang out was the Baku squad, minus Katsuki, who hadn't made it there yet. Kirishima leaned across the table, his face full of a toothy smile, barely able to contain himself. Shiro smiled widely next to him, knowing what he was about to share. "Okay, spill it," Mina yelled, leaning in, waiting in anticipation for whatever news Kirishima was about to reveal. "Yeah man, what's up? You said you had big news?" Denki raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Guys, oh my god, you will never believe who called me last night." Kiri exclaimed excitedly. The pink-haired girl and the yellow-eyed boy across from him shouted in unison, "Who?" "Midobro. It's Midobro." Kiri replied happily. The two stared at Kirishima in shock, their mouths agape. Finally, Mina broke the silence, tears welling in her eyes. "Seriously? How is he? Is he coming home? What did he say? How does he sound? Do you have his number? Give it to me right now." Denki finally gathered his thoughts and began firing off questions. "Holy cow! Did he send a picture? How does he look? Is he doing better? Did he ask about me? Oh man, what did Bakugo say?" That last question snapped Mina back to reality. "Oh my goodness, yeah. What did Baku babe say?" Kiri glanced around, ensuring that Bakugo hadn't entered the bar yet. "He doesn't know yet." "What? You didn't tell him?" they yelled, drawing the attention of others in the bar. Kirishima hushed them before continuing, "No, not yet. I'm trying really hard to get Mito to come home, even if it's just for a visit. I'm hoping we can surprise him and get the two to work things out. Midoriya is just as heartbroken as Bakubro and is really upset about how he left us behind." He broke down on the phone. It was both horrible and wonderful to hear him. Mina's eyes filled with tears again. She had missed the green bean terribly over the years, and seeing Bakugo so heartbroken was tough. The thought of Midoriya possibly returning to their lives made her ecstatic. Denki grinned widely. "So what do we need to do to get him back here? And come on, don't be stingy. Pass his number here." Kiri smiled as he pulled out his phone to find the green boy's contact info. "Okay, it's..." As Kirishima finished speaking the last two numbers, the others excitedly tapped away at their phones. Suddenly, a familiar deep voice thundered at their table, making Denki drop his phone in surprise. "Oi, what the heck are you guys so jumpy about? And whose number was everyone adding? Katsuki yelled. Denki scrambled for his phone, which had fallen onto the seat next to him, while trying to answer the fired-up blonde. Oh well, you know me, Bakugo. I'm always jumpy, and the number was for a new pizza joint that Kiri said is really good. You know I'm always starving, so I was thrilled to add a new pizza place to my contacts. Shut it, dunce face. I don't need every detail, Katsuki interrupted, shoving Shiro over and sitting down. Kirishima let out a breath, glancing across the table. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. What the heck is going on with you extras tonight? Kiri laughed nervously. Nothing, man. Long workday and dude, I need food. What are you getting, Baku bro? Katsuki couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something with his friends. He eyed them carefully after ordering his beer and burger. Mina had her phone under the table, tapping away as fast as she could. She had waited 3 years to talk to the small green bean, and she wasn't going to wait a second longer. Green bean baby. Aizu. You better know who this is. I'm your favorite after all, green baby. And OMG, I miss you, she sent, hitting send and waiting eagerly for a response. Meanwhile, as Kiri, Bakugo, and Shiro discussed work-related matters, Denki was having his own texting session under the table. Mido. Midoriya. It's Denki, bro. You gotta answer me. We miss your lame self. Please come home. Denki hit send and tried to pick up on the conversation happening at the table. A rush of notifications rang through Izuku's room as he lay in bed, half asleep. Groaning, he picked up his phone to see who it was. 2 unknown contacts had texted him, and he frowned, wondering who they were. He opened them, instantly smiling through sleepy jade eyes. He recognized the first message was from Mina without her even saying so. A smirk appeared on his lips as he responded. Hey beautiful. Of course, I knew it was you. How could I ever forget? You are my favorite, don't tell Kaken though. I miss you too, bunches. He hit send before moving on to Denki's message. Hey, how's one of my all-time best bros? I miss you too, Dix. Seriously, I miss all of you, painfully so. I'm thinking about a visit. Oh, Kiri already texted me about 20 times today to remind me that I should come home for a bit. He hit send and smiled. Mina's phone dinged and she squealed, looking at the notification. Katsuki eyed her. What are you so excited about over there, Pinky? Mina looked up, her eyes wide, glancing nervously at Kiri and a scowling Katsuki. Oh, Jair texted me about a record I've been looking for forever. You know I love the sound of records. She opened the text, tears brimming in her eyes as her green bean finally spoke to her after 3 long years. She could hardly contain her emotions. Meanwhile, as Denki read his text from Midoriya, he had a similar reaction, tears spilling from his eyes as he felt his heart ache at his long-lost little brother's words. Katsuki sat across the table, trying to have a conversation about work, but his attention was drawn to the 2 crying friends. Kirishima noticed and tried to steer the conversation back to him before Bakugo started asking questions. But much to Kirishima's dismay, Bakugo wanted answers. Okay, what the actual heck is happening here tonight? Why are you 2 crying over there? And no excuses. The 2 across the table looked like startled deer caught in headlights. They froze, unsure of what to say to the ticking time bomb across from them. Shiro felt the panic radiating from his 3 friends and decided to take action. My bike, he suddenly yelled, making Katsuki jump in surprise. I mean, Katsuki, I need you to come out and look at my bike because it was making a weird noise on the way over. Kirishima thought to himself, good save, bro. So manly. The hell, Shiro? You're a bike mechanic. You work for me. Katsuki yelled. Kirishima thought, oof, maybe not. Well, yeah, I know, but it just started on the way here, and you have more experience with certain things than I do. Shiro smoothly recovered. Katsuki huffed. Fine, but why do we have to look at it now? I'm about to eat, and what the hell is going on over there? He said, pointing across the table. We need to look at it now before I forget. And then drive it home like that. Shiro insisted, pushing Katsuki out of the booth hurriedly so the other 2 could gather themselves. Don't shove me, idiot. Katsuki scoffed as they walked out the door to check Siro's bike. What the hell, you guys? Kirishima scolded. I know you must be talking about Midoriya. You can't give that away just yet. I know, Denki whined. I didn't think I'd cry, but it's been so long, and it was so good to hear from him. I didn't think I'd ever get to talk to him again. I know, me too. Mina wailed. It's my baby Bean. Oh my god, Kirishima, he sounds the same just by the way he talks. I know, Kirishima smiled softly, thinking about how emotional he got when he first heard Midoriya's voice after so long. But we have to keep it under wraps for now. I think they will have a better chance of working things out face-to-face rather than over the phone, so we have to try and hold off on Bakugo knowing until we can get Midoriya home. The two across the table dried their eyes and nodded. Katsuki and Siro walked back into the bar and took their seats. You must be going deaf because there is nothing wrong with that bike, Katsuki said, rolling his eyes, annoyed that Siro disrupted his dinner. Sorry man, I was sure I heard something, Siro said nervously, scratching the back of his neck. Katsuki eyed the two idiots across from him once more. Done with your little drama over there? He asked them. Yeah, Baku babe, all good. Just, that time of the month for me. Girl stuff, hormones, she explained. Denki now realized he had to come up with something, anything, as he felt fierce red eyes on him. Oh yeah, and you know how I am, I felt her secondhand pain, man. Sympathy emotions, Denki stumbled out. Katsuki looked dumbfounded at the blonde across from him. Was it possible that Denki had even fewer brain cells than he thought? Considering he believed he only had half of one left, he really didn't think it was possible. The hell, dunce face. You know what, forget it. I don't even want to know, Katsuki scoffed, tipping his beer bottle back to drink the last of it. I'm going home, guys. I'm beat. I'll see you two tomorrow, Katsuki said, narrowing his eyes at Kirishima and Siro. Okay, boss. Night, bro, Kirishima said with a shark-like smile on his face. Katsuki made his way out of the bar, hands in his pockets, as he walked over to his bike. He wasn't sure what those two were up to or what they were doing, but one thing he did know was that they were hiding something from him, and Katsuki Bakugo did not like secrets. Izuku took a long, deep breath, steadying himself on the back of his horse, King. King impatiently pranced underneath him. He reached down and patted his neck, speaking softly, Steady boy. We'll take the course next. His eyes scanned the course in front of him, concentrating hard on the task at hand. He didn't hear the man who was like a father to him step beside him and clear his throat. A firm hand patted Deku's calf, breaking him from his thoughts. Looking down at the black-haired man, Izuku smiled. Hey, Aizawa. Hey, kid. Looking up at his son, Aizawa couldn't help the small smile that came to his lips. Izuku had come so far from the broken boy he was 3 years ago when Aizawa stepped in and took him to America with him. Izuku had become mentally and emotionally stronger, and dare Aizawa say, maybe a little bolder. That made him smile, thinking back to the shy, timid boy Izuku once was. He still had his moments, of course, but he had definitely become more confident in himself. He was physically stronger too, a bit taller and broader in the shoulders than he used to be, with perfect posture and toned legs and arms from years of riding and training. Those green eyes sparkled with intensity, but they also showed something deeper behind them, a longing, a sadness that had more to do with just the loss of his mother. Izuku missed a part of himself that was none other than the fiery, brash, and bold Katsuki Bakugo. Aizawa knew how close they had always been. He had watched the two together for years, never seeing one without the other. He and Inko had known that the two would eventually get together as a couple. It was obvious to literally almost anyone who came across them. Katsuki and Izuku had always balanced each other out. Izuku was soft and sweet, mild and calm. He always knew how to settle the fiery blonde down with a look, a soft word, or a simple touch. Only Izuku seemed to have the power to do it. Katsuki was bold, fierce, and protective. He knew exactly how to push Izuku's buttons to make him strive harder and open up parts of himself that were hidden from everyone else. When Aizawa made the decision to take Izuku with him to America, it was not an easy choice. He understood that separating Izuku from Katsuki would be devastating for both of them, but he had no other option. He had already accepted the job offer before the accident and couldn't back out. Leaving Izuku behind was not an option either, he couldn't do that. So, he took Izuku under his wing and set off for America. However, guilt occasionally seeped into Aizawa's heart. He had heard about Katsuki back home, struggling after Izuku's departure, and the many nights filled with tearful nightmares when Izuku would scream for Katsuki, pleading for his kaken. It broke Aizawa's heart more than once. Deep down, Aizawa always knew that eventually, Izuku would find his way back to the fiery blonde. Their bond was too strong to keep them apart. With Izuku's writing contract coming to an end soon, Aizawa had no doubt that it would lead the green-eyed boy right back to those fierce crimson eyes. He sighed, looking back at Izuku with a smile, encouraging him to get out there on the course and do his best. Izuku flashed a smile, leaned forward, gripping the reins with a devilish glint in his eyes, and lunged his horse forward. Leaning over King's neck as the fiery, sleek red horse barreled across the long open area of the course, Izuku lost himself in the sound of the thundering hooves on the ground beneath them. The wind whipped against his face, and he was flooded with memories of riding on the back of Katsuki's motorcycle, the wind dancing around them, the city lights flashing through the night, and the warmth of Katsuki holding him tight. Both of their hearts raced as the engine roared. That familiar feeling returned, and his heart thundered at the thought of ash-blonde locks and crimson eyes. King and Izuku finished the course in record time, with King taking every obstacle with ease, horse and rider in perfect sync. Today was just training. Izuku didn't have an actual event for 3 weeks, which would be his last one since his contract was ending. As he cooled King down, walking alongside him slowly on the long drive of the stables, he mumbled to himself. Suddenly, a ding from his pocket indicated a notification on his phone. Pulling out the device, he smirked at seeing Kirishima's name. "Mido bro. What's up, man? How's it going? Please tell me you're thinking about coming home. Bro, please. I'll beg, dude, I'm serious. I'm not above it. I'll cry if you don't, like seriously ugly cry, man, I'm not playing." Izuku giggled at his friend's pleas. Kirishima and the rest of the gang had been texting him several times a day, begging him to come visit. However, he noticed that Katsuki had not been one of them, and his brows furrowed. Did Katsuki not want anything to do with him? Did he not know that Kirishima and the others had been talking to him for the past week? Pulling his phone back out, Izuku decided to find out. "Hey Kiri. Dude, I promise I'm thinking about coming home for a while. If I do, can I stay with you? I mean, I'm not really sure how Katsuki is going to react to me since we haven't talked, so staying with him might be off the table." Speaking of Katsuki. I haven't seen any texts from him. Have you guys told him I got back in touch? Kirishima was sitting on the workbench in Katsuki's shop on his lunch break, his spiked red locks pushed up with a black bandana tied around his forehead as he munched on his sandwich. Reading Izuku's message, he frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before responding. He hadn't considered where Izuku would stay. He would gladly take him in, any of them would in a heartbeat. The issue was that he wasn't sure how Katsuki would react at first to Izuku being home. He knew the blonde missed him and still loved him, but Katsuki was still reeling from the way Izuku had left so suddenly without a proper goodbye. The fact that Izuku hadn't reached out in 3 years left Katsuki confused and hurt, and he was bitter about it. Kirishima smiled as he thought about all the times Katsuki would make someone move so he could sit next to Izuku or snatch him away if he felt someone was hugging him a little too long. He chuckled at the memory of Katsuki yelling, "What the hell are you looking at?" if someone caught Izuku's eye, only to be calmed down instantly by Izuku's gentle reassurance that he was only Kaken's. That signature smile would melt Katsuki instantly, and he would pull Izuku closer, clicking his tongue in fake annoyance. Brought back to reality, Kirishima answered his friend. "No sweat, Mido. You can stay with me if you need to. Hell, I'll even give you a key, bro. But we'll worry about all that once you get here. Just get here, dude." And no, they hadn't said anything to Baku bro. They kind of wanted to surprise him with Izuku once he got back. Izuku read the text and bit his lip, gnawing on it until the taste of copper hit his tongue from biting on the sensitive flesh so much. He was worried that Katsuki would be so upset with him that he wouldn't want to see him at all, that he would explode at Midoriya and tell him he didn't want to see him. The thought twisted in Izuku's gut, making his heart hurt. Katsuki had the right to be angry, but Izuku desperately wanted a chance to set things right, even if Katsuki didn't love him anymore. That brought a new and sudden thought spinning in Izuku's head. Had Katsuki moved on? Could he possibly be seeing anyone? He didn't think that was something Kirishima would tell him because of how much he wanted Midoriya to come home. Bile worked its way to the back of Izuku's throat as he thought about Katsuki being with someone else. Tears sprang into his eyes, and he felt the air leave his lungs. It was something he had never even thought about before because, to him, there could be no way that Katsuki could possibly be anything but his and vice versa. But now, suddenly, the thought was all too real, and Izuku's head was spinning. Panic worked its way into his mind and limbs as he felt cold and tingly all of a sudden. Izuku steadied himself against his horse's side so that he wouldn't topple over. He took a shaky breath, pulled out his phone, and hit the call button. Midoriya's name flashed suddenly on Kirishima's phone as an incoming call. Kirishima froze. He wanted to answer the call right away, but he wasn't sure where Katsuki was, and he didn't want him to know just yet who was on the other end of the line. Kirishima cursed under his breath as he grabbed his phone and scurried out of the garage into the cool night air. They had been working late because of a few big jobs they had to get done. It was already after 9, and they were still there. A whispered breathy hello broke through on Midoriya's end as Kirishima finally answered. "Hey Kiri, I know it's kind of late, but I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes," Izuku said. Kirishima heard the shakiness in Izuku's voice right away and frowned. He knew something was wrong. "Hey Mido bro, you okay?" Kiri's voice was filled with worry. Yeah, Kiri, I'm okay. I just wanted to hear my best bud, you know." Izuku cursed himself for sounding like an idiot. He knew Kirishima could tell something was up. He just couldn't bring himself to spit out the words spinning in his. Kirishima's mind was turning. He could hear the stress in Midoriya's voice and could tell he wasn't saying what was on his mind, so on a whim, he decided to turn the call into a video chat to see the stressed-out green bean on the other end and get an idea of the situation. A ding on Midoriya's phone made him pull it from his face, and he saw the request to turn the call into a video call. Izuku took a deep breath, held the phone camera up towards himself, and hit accept. Izuku's face popped up on Kirishima's screen, and he felt his heart squeeze as a huge grin took hold of his features. There on the other end was his green-haired, green-eyed friend, standing next to a very big fire-red horse. He hadn't laid eyes on him in 3 years. Midoriya had definitely changed a bit. He was broader across the shoulders, his once baby face was more defined, and his jawline was more pronounced. His hair was no longer a mop of green but an undercut with soft wavy curls still on top. Freckles still littered his cheeks, and his eyes were still bright and green as ever, though Kirishima could see the tears threatening to fall in them. He flashed that bright signature smile and let out a small laugh that Kiri always missed. Kirishima couldn't help but smile through his own tears now threatening to fall. It had been so long. "Wow Mido, look at you man, all grown up and looking all hot and manly bro," he laughed. Izuku smiled and rolled his eyes. Yeah whatever, look at you Kiri. Man, I missed you. Your bandana looks great, so manly," he grinned. Kirishima laughed. "I know right? Don't be jealous Mido. You just wish you could pull off this look like I do." Midoriya laughed lightly, but his voice trailed off as he spoke, alerting Kirishima that something was indeed wrong. "Mido, look up at me man. What's wrong?" Izuku did as he was told, looking up into the camera. Wind moved through his green locks as he spoke in a broken whisper, and Kirishima had to strain to hear. "I was just thinking about Kakin, and I guess I was wondering if he was seeing anyone," he finally stuttered out. Kirishima finally understood what had been wrong. His eyes softened at the boy on the screen. "Mido, hey, look here at me again," he said, seeing Midoriya look up as he spoke. "The answer to that is no, Mido. No way, like not even close, man. There's no way anyone could take your place. He hasn't even laid eyes on anyone. Dude, there could only ever be you for him." Izuku broke at his words, letting tears fall freely down his face as he let out a huge breath he had been holding. He looked to the side, wiping his tears away as Kirishima spoke up again. Still a crybaby, I see, Kirishima said, even though he himself was now in tears. Look who's talking. Midoriya broke through in laughter and tears. Yeah, but I'm manly about it, bro, he chuckled. But suddenly, a voice not too far behind Kirishima broke the friendly banter and made his heart drop in panic. Oi, shitty hair, what are you doing out here when we have so much to do? Your break was over 10 minutes ago, Katsuki yelled while coming closer. Izuku's head snapped up at the voice. Oh god, that voice. The voice that could drop him to his knees, the voice that could both calm his thundering heart and make it race at an unhealthy pace. It was a voice he hadn't heard in 3 long years, the voice that belonged to the love of his life, fierce, fiery Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki stepped out of his office after a phone call with a customer, expecting to see his friend with the red hair and black bandana sitting in the usual spot, stuffing his face while whining to Siro about how tired he was. Instead, he found an empty bench with a half-eaten sandwich and no sign of his friend. Sighing with annoyance, Katsuki felt exhausted. He wanted to finish his work and go home. Now, he was on a side mission to track down this annoying friend and get him back to work. As he trudged out of the garage, he thought he could hear hushed talking and laughter, but he wasn't sure where it was coming from. Rounding the corner, a quiet laugh reached his ears, and Katsuki stopped dead in his tracks. His heart skipped a beat as he strained to hear the sound again. For a brief moment, he could have sworn he heard Izuku's laugh. He would recognize that sound anywhere. If 100 people were laughing in a room, he could still pick out Izuku's in a heartbeat. A mix of emotions slammed into Katsuki's chest all at once: fear, hope, disbelief, pain, happiness, shock. He wasn't even sure what he was feeling at the sound. Then reality set in, and he thought there was no way it could be Izuku. He must be hearing things, or perhaps what he desperately wanted to hear. He had been thinking about Izuku so much lately that it almost made him feel crazy. Shaking it off, he picked up his pace to find out exactly what he was hearing and where his friend was. As he rounded the building, he saw a faint image in the darkness of his friend holding his phone up, seemingly on a video call with someone. Katsuki's breath caught in his throat. Was it possible that Kirishima was talking to Izuku? No way. Kirishima would have told him for sure. He couldn't keep a secret to save his life. Why would it be a secret anyway, unless it was Izuku and he didn't want anything to do with Katsuki? That thought caused a sharp pain in his chest. Without thinking, Katsuki yelled for Kirishima. Oi, what are you doing out here when we have so much to do inside? Your lunch break was over 10 minutes ago. As the words left his mouth, he cursed himself. He had wanted to approach quietly and see exactly who Kirishima was talking to. Quickly, Kirishima shoved his phone into his pocket, scolding himself under his breath for not being more discreet. Great job, Kirishima, that didn't look suspicious at all, he thought, rolling his eyes as Katsuki stormed up to him. Who are you talking to? And why are you outside? Katsuki raised an eyebrow, arms crossed over his built chest, eyes glued on the nervous redhead in front of him. To say Kirishima was nervous would be an understatement. He was relieved it was dark so Katsuki couldn't see the sweat forming on his face. His mind raced, and he blurted out the first thing he could think of. It was my mom. Katsuki raised a skeptical eyebrow. Your mom? Yeah, I wanted to talk to her about some personal stuff, feelings and all that. You aren't good with that stuff, and Siro was busy. I figured my mom was my best option because feelings are complicated. Did you ever feel like you're just not enough? Like, why are we even here? What's our purpose? Kirishima yelled dramatically, wiping away a fake tear as he laid it on thick. Katsuki stared at Kirishima, unsure of what he had just walked into. Anyway, we should get back to work, Bakubro. We have things to do. We're so busy, this isn't manly at all, Kirishima mused as he hurried Katsuki along back into the building. Katsuki was confused. Wait, what? You were the one outside. Oh, you know what, forget it. Let's go, he scoffed at his friend. Before walking back inside, Katsuki's footsteps slowed, and words slipped out before he even registered what he was saying. Kiri, were you talking to Izuku? The words came out in almost a broken whisper that surprised even him. Kirishima's heart dropped, and he felt a pang in his chest at his friend's broken words. He hated having to lie to Katsuki. He was his best friend, like a brother. But he had to for now. He turned to face Katsuki's intense red eyes and lied through his shark-like teeth. "No, I would have told you." Katsuki sighed and looked off to the side. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder and saw Kirishima's eyes on him. "Hey, I miss him too, Baku bro. I miss him too." 3 years, Kiri. "It's been 3 years, and he still hasn't tried to reach me," Katsuki said, his voice laced with hurt and bitterness. Kirishima bit the inside of his cheek, thinking to himself, "Just a little longer, bro. Just a little longer. Come on, Izuku, get your butt back here, eh?" Izuku was currently lying across his bed, video chatting with an overly enthusiastic redhead. It was late, but Izuku couldn't sleep. Red hair and shark-like teeth danced across his screen as Kirishima spoke. He whined into the phone, "Come on, Mito, you gotta come home, dude. No more playing around, man." Izuku smiled as he watched his friend rummage through his kitchen cabinets for food, snickering to himself when Kirishima grimaced at some long-forgotten leftovers in the back of his fridge. "Kiri, just order in," he laughed sleepily, feeling fatigued but too anxious to actually sleep. Kirishima looked up, shutting the fridge and the cabinets that were now open in his apartment kitchen. "Yeah, I guess you might be right. I haven't had time to shop for food lately. Work's been crazy busy. Baku bro has us working non-stop," he groaned. Midoriya chuckled softly, his eyes softening as he thought about crimson eyes and ash-blonde spikes, working on motorcycles, muscles rippling as he did. His mind drifted back to the other night when he and Kirishima had been video chatting, and he heard Katsuki's voice for the first time in years. The thought sent a shiver down Midoriya's spine, and a very soft groan embarrassingly slipped past his lips. If he had actually caught a glimpse of Katsuki that night, his knees would have probably buckled right out from under him. Katsuki had always had that effect on him. His mind might have wandered to darker places had it not been for the sound of Kirishima calling his name. "Mito! Midoriya!" Izuku's eyes snapped back to the screen, and he cleared his throat, trying to hide the dark red that dusted his cheeks. "Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm here, Kiri," he managed to say. Kirishima leaned back on the kitchen counter, a smirk on his face. "Yeah, sure, lover boy. Eyes up here. I actually feel dirty now. I think I need to shower. I'm pretty sure I know where that mind was wandering," he teased through the phone. Izuku flushed bright red, bringing his blanket up to cover his face so that only his green eyes and wavy green locks could be seen. "Shut up. I can't help it," he whined. Kirishima snickered at his friend's childish action. He really hadn't changed much. He was still easily embarrassed, and anything related to Katsuki was still enough to fluster him completely. Kiri walked out of the kitchen and flopped over the back of the couch, still looking into the phone. "Come on, man, you can see the real thing in person if you would just bring your green bean self back home, bro. I mean seriously, dude, what do I gotta do? Go over there and kidnap?" He probably would have kept rattling on had he not heard something that made him almost drop his phone. "How about Friday?" Kirishima's eyes shot up, staring at the boy on the screen, his eyes scanning the figure on the other side to make sure his best bud wasn't toying with him. "Mido bro. Are you serious? Like, don't mess with me, man. Like, seriously, Friday? Like this coming Friday? You'll be here?" Kirishima practically shrieked. It was currently Wednesday, which meant Izuku Midoriya, the long-lost green bean, was going to be home in 2 days. Izuku pulled the blanket off his face and sat up, leaning against the headboard and ruffling his curls as he did. He chuckled as he spoke, looking at his red-headed friend, who was now pacing the living room. "Yeah, I'm serious, dude. I can send you the ticket confirmation if you don't believe me," he grinned. "I booked the ticket today, not long before you called. I was anxious to tell you. I have 3 weeks off before my next endurance event, so I figured it would be a good time to come back for a bit. I mean, I still gotta train while I'm home, so I'm ready for the ride, which means King will be shipped home also. So yeah, Friday. I mean, if you aren't too busy to come get me at the airport. Sounds like you might have a rough time slipping past Kat since work is busy. I could always get an Uber or some." He was rambling now, and Kirishima was quick to cut him off. "Bro, don't even, man. Ain't no way I'm not going to pick you up. I'll deal with Baku bro, don't you even worry about that. So yeah, Friday man. This is gonna be lit. Midoriya laughed. Yeah it is. I'm excited but nervous, he said softly, and Kirishima knew why. Hey, Mido, it'll be okay man. He misses you. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Katsuki was taking a well-deserved break from work as he rode his motorcycle down winding country roads. Old memories started to creep into his mind. He used to take Izuku on long rides down these roads when anxiety worked its way into the younger boy. The ride calmed Izuku, and he loved the peaceful scenery. He would wrap his arms around Katsuki, humming softly and contently. He would pester Katsuki to stop along the side of the road to look at or pet the horses in the fields on the farms that dotted the countryside, and Katsuki, though he would complain, always stopped because, in the end, it was anything for Deku. At that thought, Katsuki found himself standing next to a long white fence that stretched across several acres of lush green fields. He climbed up and perched himself on the top of the fence, just like he and Izuku used to do. Red, fiery eyes scanned the field, watching the beautiful animals graze happily. A sigh slipped from his chest as a curious black horse made its way over to Katsuki. He reached his hand out and slowly petted the tall black horse in front of him. Shitty horse, stupid Deku, Katsuki mumbled under his breath. He absent-mindedly spoke to the curious animal in front of him, who was happily accepting the firm pats Katsuki was giving its neck. Katsuki's mind wandered to the articles he had read over the last few years about Izuku's riding career. It was clear that Izuku had thrown himself wholeheartedly into the world of horses and had worked extremely hard to get where he was. He had won several trophies, ribbons, cash prizes, and world titles in the sport. Katsuki wasn't surprised. Deku had always been competitive, and he had pushed that competitive nature when they were younger. In fact, he felt a sense of pride swell in his chest. A small smile spread across his lips as he sighed, "Good job, nerd." Without warning, his thoughts shifted. He hadn't actually seen Deku's face since he left. Even in the articles written about him, it was usually a picture of his horse or taken from a distance, with his riding helmet covering his face. Katsuki figured Izuku had filled out even more since his late teens. Years of riding had undoubtedly toned him significantly. At that moment, he thought the idea of being Izuku's horse wasn't a bad one. Was it possible to be jealous of a horse? At that second, he was fairly sure it was. Suddenly, Katsuki felt very warm in his leather jacket, and with those thoughts dancing in his head, he was almost too warm. Then another thought sprang to life. Could that nerd possibly be in a relationship with someone after 3 years? The thought made everything in Katsuki rage like a caged animal in his chest. It was a possibility. Izuku had always been so appealing with his soft green curls, his infectious laugh, his love-filled green eyes, and that smile that always beamed at Katsuki, making him feel blinded. Not to mention his softness and understanding, his friendliness. He wore his heart on his sleeve. Katsuki often wondered why Izuku had loved him. He was rough around the edges, struggled to express his feelings, and was hot-headed and short-fused. Yet, Izuku never seemed to care. He loved Katsuki in spite of it all and saw the things Katsuki couldn't. He thought Izuku had loved him, but these days he wondered if he ever really had, considering how easily he seemed to leave him behind. That left a bitter taste in Katsuki's mouth. His gut twisted with bitter thoughts, and the idea of Deku being with someone else felt like a million daggers to his heart. It just didn't seem possible. It took everything in his power not to book a ticket to America, track Deku down, and confront anyone who might be with his green-eyed cutie. Deku would always be his, even if he didn't know it. The horse nudged him from his tormented thoughts, and Katsuki was grateful for the distraction. With one last sigh and a pat on the horse's neck, he jumped down from the fence and made his way back to his bike. He slowly rode home, thoughts of green eyes and freckles still dancing through his head. Shitty Deku. Izuku couldn't believe that in just a few hours he would be back home in Japan, back to his friends, back to his old town, and back to Kaken. The last part made nervous butterflies come alive in his stomach. He stood in the airport, clutching his bags tightly, with a thoughtful Aizawa beside him. Aizawa wasn't surprised when Izuku had strode into his office at the stable and firmly informed him that he was headed back to Japan for a 3-week visit. Over the past few weeks, ever since Izuku had reconnected with Kirishima, he had been restless and antsy. Aizawa knew the boy was itching to get back to Katsuki. Aizawa would be lying if he said he wasn't concerned about the two boys' first meeting after 3 years apart. He was aware that Katsuki had been devastated when Izuku left. He worried that the hothead wouldn't calm down long enough to let Izuku explain himself. If anything, he would rather Katsuki blame him for insisting that Izuku come with him to America. He wasn't sure how his adopted son would handle it if Katsuki rejected him. He was scared Izuku would come back heartbroken. It was a conversation he and Izuku had had the night before, and just as he expected, his kid informed him that he knew the risks but that he had already stayed away too long. He wasn't going to wait a day longer, even if it meant he might get his heart broken. Aizawa let out a sigh and put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. "It's going to be okay, kid. Just let that hothead know how you feel. Deep down, I know it's the same. You're stronger than you used to be. You got this." Izuku looked into Aizawa's raven-black eyes and smiled at his father figure. He truly was a dad to him. He wrapped Aizawa in a tight hug and spoke into his shoulder. "All right, I'm out of here, old man. Try not to miss me too much." Aizawa scoffed, ruffling Izuku's wavy green curls as he did. "Watch who you're calling old man, kid. I can still kick your butt. Now get out of here and for the love of God, stay out of trouble, problem child," Aizawa said with a smirk. Izuku flashed a devilish grin, wiggling his eyebrows as he walked backward toward his gate to board his flight, shouting, "No promises, old man." Aizawa shook his head and smiled as he watched Izuku walk away, throwing him a peace sign before disappearing from sight. "Be careful, kid," he whispered, turning to head out of the airport. Back in Japan, a cheerful, red-headed man with a toothy grin was practically bouncing around the garage. Kirishima was at work, but he was too busy texting the Baku squad about their friend's arrival that day. Greenheart Green Bean Boys Fan Club Greenheart. Kirishima flexed biceps. "Dudes. Today, in like 2 hours, I get to go get him. Mina growing heart. I'm so excited. Green Bean Baby is finally back home to me. Denki high voltage. To you." "Oh heck nah, you aren't hogging him, Mina. Everyone knows I'm clearly his favorite. Zero Blackheart. Actually, we all know who his favorite is and he's not even in this chat, but he is currently stomping this way. Heads up, Kiri." Kirishima's heart raced. "Ah shit, here we go again. Oi, shitty hair. You wanna, I dunno, maybe actually do your job? You know, the one I pay you for? Or do you just want to stand around all day and play with your phone?" Katsuki yelled across the garage. Kirishima quickly put his phone away and took a deep breath. He still had to tell the hothead that he would be leaving work for a while. He knew that wouldn't go over well considering how busy they were. 2 hours later, Kiri stood from the bike he had been working on, nervously glancing at the clock. He seriously had to go but didn't know how to say it. Taking a deep breath, he bit the bullet and walked up to a very busy Bakugo. "Hey Bakubra, I gotta make a quick stop and then I'll be back, okay?" "Great. See ya." He spilled the words quickly and started to make his way to the door when, "Oi, the F you think you're going?" Katsuki stood up from the bike he was working on, grease across his cheek, sweat down his forehead, hands holding a wrench. For a moment, Kirishima thought he might actually get that wrench thrown at him. He almost smiled at the thought. "Dude, it's fine. I'll be back. I, have to go pick something up for, the shop. Yeah, for you." "Seriously, dude, it won't take long." Kirishima stumbled over his words. Katsuki raised a skeptical eyebrow. "The F? You mean it's for me?" Before he could question any further, Kiri was out the door and in his car. Katsuki stood there, almost dumbfounded, looking over at Zero for some kind of confirmation of what just happened. Zero just nervously smiled and shrugged. "The F is he up to?" Kirishima was now standing in the airport, anxiously waiting for Midoriya to come through the gate. His soft, rose-red eyes scanned the passengers as they started to file through. He was practically bouncing with excitement. Then he saw it. Walking with a black and orange backpack over his shoulder, earbuds still in his ears, a white baseball cap on his head backward, and white Converse sneakers almost bouncing along to the beat of whatever he was listening to, Kirishima couldn't wait any longer. He took off at a full run, and just as Midoriya looked up, red spikes held by a black bandana were upon him, and he was tackled into a bone-crushing hug. Izuku stumbled backward, almost losing his footing completely, but quickly recovered, a huge smile across his face as he returned the hug with equal intensity. "Midobro! Oh my gosh, you're finally home. Holy cow!" Kirishima exclaimed into Midoriya's shoulder. Pulling away slightly to look at Kirishima, Izuku was practically in tears, as were Kirishima's rose-red eyes. "Kiri! Oh man, it's so good to see you again." "Dude, too long, bro, too long," Kirishima said as he pulled away and threw his arm around Midoriya's neck as they walked to get his bags. A few minutes later, bags in hand, they walked out of the airport side by side, laughing and talking as if no time had passed at all. Kirishima popped the trunk on his red 2021 Mustang and tossed Midoriya's bags in. Midoriya stood by the passenger door, stepping back to admire his friend's car. He whistled through his teeth, saying, "Wow man, sweet ride, so manly," grinning. I know, right? You're not the only one who likes to play with ponies, Mido. Mine are just the steel version," Kirishima beamed proudly. Midoriya threw his head back and laughed, and Kirishima couldn't help but light up at the sound. It was finally happening. He was finally back, the missing piece to his other best bro. Seated comfortably in the car, the two were off to Kirishima's place to drop off Midoriya's bags since they weren't sure how Bakugo would react at first. Kirishima figured he could just pick them up later if things worked out the way he hoped. Even if they didn't at first, he had no doubt eventually Midoriya's bags would find their way to Katsuki's place, along with Midoriya. He just wasn't sure how long that might take, so for now, he was going to enjoy his time with the green bean. Not too long later, they were in Kirishima's apartment. Izuku dropped his bags on the guest bed and sat down on the comfortable mattress for a moment. He took a deep breath, falling back onto the bed. He was tired from such a long trip but far too excited to actually sleep. He looked up at the ceiling, feeling his anxiety start to creep in. He wasn't nervous about being home. He was ecstatic to be back with Kirishima, but he was so nervous about seeing Katsuki. He lay there, gnawing at his lip when he heard Kirishima step into the room and thump down right next to him on his back. "Mido, it's going to be okay, man. It'll work out," Kirishima reassured him, already knowing why his friend looked so stressed. Izuku turned his head to meet his friend's concerned eyes, feeling the lump in his throat as he spoke. "But what if it doesn't? What if I can't fix things with Kaken? I hurt him so much," he said, his voice cracking. Kirishima sighed and sat up, pulling Midoriya with him and hugging the greenette. "It may take a little time, Mido, but I know he still loves you. He's hurt, so yeah, it might take some time, but it'll work out, bro. You guys were meant for each other, dude. That's some soulmate stuff right there," he stated with a smile, making Midoriya giggle softly. "Now get yourself changed and we'll go surprise him at the garage." "Dude, put on something he won't forget," Kirishima smirked, wiggling his eyebrows. Izuku smiled and rolled his eyes while he dug through his bags to find something unforgettable. Half an hour later, Midoriya had a black motorcycle helmet on as he sat on the back of Kirishima's bike, making their way to Katsuki's garage. Nerves twisted inside Izuku, and he actually thought he might vomit. Before he could commit to the act, they arrived at their destination. Izuku climbed off Kiri's bike slowly, taking in the shop from the outside. It was large, with a sign stretched across the top of the building that read, "Dynamite Incorporated," in red, black, and orange. Several nice bikes were parked outside, some belonging to customers, some to Katsuki, Siro, and Kirishima. Izuku smiled, a swell of pride in his chest. Katsuki had always wanted his own shop. He talked about it all the time when they were teenagers. The greenette was proud that Katsuki achieved his dream, knowing he could do anything. Taking a deep, shaky breath, he followed closely behind Kirishima, sheepishly. Kirishima took a deep breath too, removing his helmet and bracing for impact as he led a very nervous green-eyed boy through the door. The sound of someone entering the shop made Katsuki turn around from the work table where he was working on a bike's gas tank. As his head came up, he saw Kirishima and immediately started to yell at him. "Holy crap, hair for brains. You said almost 3 hours ago you'd be right back. What were you doing? And what could you possibly have for me?" he spat out at the redhead, but as he did, he noticed that Kirishima wasn't alone. There was another figure directly behind him, almost like his shadow. The figure still had a helmet on until Kirishima stepped out of the way, pointed to the person and said, This is what I had to go pick up for you," mumbling the last part while smiling nervously. And there, right in the middle of his own shop, the figure stepped up next to Kirishima and took off his helmet. Katsuki's world came to a screeching halt as fiery crimson eyes met shimmering jade-green orbs, and the words he never thought he would ever hear again reached his ears. "Hi, Kaken," Deku said almost in a whisper, but Katsuki definitely heard it. 2 words, 9 letters, almost dropped Katsuki to his knees because there, standing just a few feet away from him, was the one and only Izuku Midoriya, Deku, his Deku. Katsuki was frozen, absolutely frozen. He wasn't even sure he was alive at this point. His fiery eyes raked over Deku's form. He was slightly taller than when he left but still shorter than Katsuki. His shoulders were broader, his legs toned, and Katsuki could see it even through his jeans. His hair wasn't that messy mop but an undercut with wavy curls at the top. His jaw wasn't as sharp as Katsuki's, but it was definitely defined. Freckles, those star-like freckles, still littered his cheeks. He was sun-kissed tan, probably from riding horses outside all the time. His arms were toned, and Katsuki couldn't help but wonder what else was hiding under that white-fitted t-shirt and black-ripped skinny jeans that fit him so well. He wore black boots with green and black laces, a few bracelets attached to his wrist, one thin black leather with silver details, another black and orange braided loosely tied around his wrist. Around his neck was a thin gold chain looped around twice, with a small crescent moon hanging from it. In his ear were 2 earring studs, one green and one orange. Katsuki noticed a small tattoo on the inside of his forearm. It looked to be an explosion, black, orange, and yellow. Katsuki stopped as he stared at his lips, still pink and full as ever. The bottom one was pulled in between Izuku's teeth as he nervously chewed on it like he always had. The blonde took one subconscious step forward to study the green hair and eyes more closely. The smell of fresh-cut green apples and rain hit his senses, and again he thought his knees might give way. Deku had always smelled like apples and rain. Katsuki wasn't sure if it was his shampoo or what, but he could never get enough of that scent, and nothing had ever compared. 3 years he waited, 3 miserable years, and now he was shocked into silence, not knowing what to say as a million different emotions hit him like a train. Everything in him wanted to lunge forward and grab hold of the boy in front of him, kiss his face, and never let him go. But he couldn't. His heart screamed at him too, but his mind was flooded with pain, anger, and bitterness. It kept him planted right where he was. Tears began to sting the corners of Izuku's eyes as he stood there, trembling inside. When he finally pulled his nervous, tear-filled gaze from the floor to look into Katsuki's fiery crimson eyes, he felt a familiar crash of thunder in his chest. The only thing he could manage to whisper was a broken, "Deku." Izuku stood only feet away from Katsuki, a lump in his throat, tears threatening to spill at any moment. He forced himself to look into Katsuki's intense gaze, which was a mixture of pain, shock, anger, longing, love, and desperation. Unsure of what to do, Izuku felt almost as shocked as Katsuki appeared. With the helmet still in his hand, he tightened his grip as anxiety gnawed at his insides. He shifted his feet, feeling Katsuki's crimson eyes bore into him. He chewed the inside of his mouth, tasting copper, and the feeling of wanting to vomit returned. He wanted to cry, to turn around and run, but he also yearned to take a few steps forward, wrap Katsuki in a bone-crushing hug, and cry into his broad chest, telling him how much he had missed him. Yet all he could do at that moment was stand there and stare. For the first time in 3 years, he took in Katsuki's appearance. His broad chest and well-built arms were adorned with tattoos, mostly black tribal designs. Izuku couldn't help but think about running his fingers and mouth over every one. Katsuki's jawline remained sharp, and he stood about 6 feet 2 inches, his dark blue jeans fitting his well-built legs perfectly. His hands seemed even larger now, reminding Izuku of how they felt when they held his smaller ones. The black-fitted tank top hugged Katsuki's form perfectly, and Izuku ached to be the fabric wrapped around his perfect body. It was painfully obvious that Katsuki still worked out. A chain hung around his neck, resembling a military dog tag chain, but it was tucked into his shirt, leaving Izuku unsure of what was attached to it. Katsuki's ash-blonde hair formed soft spikes, and his lips were a dark pink. Those crimson eyes, which always drew Izuku like a moth to a flame, burned with intensity, making Izuku feel as if the temperature in the room had shot up. A smudge of grease marked Katsuki's cheek, and sweat glistened on his forehead. The fingers gripping the wrench he held were covered in oil from whatever he had been working on, and Izuku thought it somehow made Katsuki even more attractive. Izuku swallowed hard. The silence in the shop was so profound he was almost certain it was audible. He fidgeted with the helmet still locked in his grip, preparing to say something as the silence became unbearable. Suddenly, Katsuki's crimson eyes were directly in front of him, staring deep into his soul. "Deku?" Katsuki's voice questioned, though he already knew the answer. Yes, this was indeed the nerd himself, finally standing right in front of him. Izuku looked up, his teary jade-green eyes meeting Katsuki's, and whispered, "Yeah, hi Kat," managing a smile despite the tears. Katsuki took a few steps back, raking a hand through his hair as he began to pace. Finally, he turned around and spoke, "Hi Kat." 3 years, Deku, and you waltz in here with that same smile and say, "Hi Kat," like you didn't just take off on me out of the blue without a word. Katsuki's pain bubbled to the surface, and he couldn't control the words spilling out. Izuku broke into full tears as he tried to respond to the explosive blonde in front of him. "Kaken, I," he stuttered, but Katsuki cut him off. "You what, Deku? You couldn't say goodbye to me properly 3 years ago? You couldn't tell me to my face that you were leaving? You couldn't pick up a phone in 3 years and put me out of my misery? I had no clue where you were or if you were okay. Do you have any idea how that felt? No, you don't, because I didn't run away from you." His words came out like razors, cutting into the trembling green-eyed boy before him. Something in Katsuki's mind screamed at him to stop, to shut up, to end the pain he knew he was causing, but he couldn't. 3 years of pain, worry, abandonment, and heartache surged to the surface after being bottled up for so long, like a freight train. Kirishima and Siro stood silently, watching the heartbreaking scene unfold before them. Each wanted to say something, anything that might help, but they didn't know what to say. Kirishima felt his heart ache. He knew Bakugo was upset and had a lot to get off his chest, but he hated seeing the pain it caused his anxious green-eyed best friend. He wanted desperately for Katsuki to calm down and at least let Midoriya speak, but he knew that wouldn't be the case until Katsuki had finished ranting. Even then, he wasn't sure Katsuki would let Midoriya have his say. Not right now, anyway. His emotions were too raw. Suddenly, the shop door opened, and a customer was trying to make his way inside. However, Katsuki stormed over, putting his hand up and declaring that they were closed. The man attempted to reason with the blonde. "But the shop hours say you're open until 6, it's only 3, he said. "Yeah, well, it's my shop and I make the rules, and I said we're closed." Katsuki growled, shoving the man out the door before locking it and turning over the closed sign. Kirishima quietly whispered that it wasn't very manly, but Katsuki caught it and glared at him. The redhead threw his hands up in a sign of surrender, not wanting to make the situation worse. Katsuki ran his hand through his hair and down his face, turning away from Midoriya to try to calm his ragged breathing. "Kaken, I am sorry. I mean, part of the reason I never called or said goodbye was that I was scared of this kind of reaction. And no, it wasn't right on my end, and I know that. That's why I came." Midoriya began, but he was cut off as Katsuki spun around to look at him, closing the space between them and looking down at him, pain and anger evident in his eyes. "You were scared of this reaction? Scared of this? Deku, this reaction is because you never said goodbye or even called after. Deku!" Katsuki exclaimed, throwing the wrench he had been holding across the garage. It crashed into the tools hanging on the wall, making a loud clatter that echoed off the garage floor. Kirishima quickly stepped in, placing himself between the hot-headed blonde and Midoriya, causing Katsuki to recoil slightly. He stood eye to eye with Katsuki, feeling a shaky hand cling to the back of his shirt as Midoriya tried to calm himself. The hell, shitty hair? You know damn well I'm not going to hurt him. Is that what you think of me? You really think I'd lay hands on him that way? Katsuki shouted. Kirishima took a breath and stared right back at him. No, bro, I don't think you would put your hands on him, but you are hurting him and scaring him. Just take a breath, man. Try to calm down. This isn't going to get you anywhere. Don't tell me what to do, Kiri. Katsuki sneered. Kirishima sighed and turned to look at Izuku. Katsuki walked over to a work table, leaning back against it as he kept his eyes glued on the two. Kirishima took Izuku's hand and squeezed it reassuringly, trying to calm him down. He didn't miss the daggers Katsuki shot him when he did. Kirishima almost wanted to smirk, knowing Bakugo was still jealous over anyone getting close to Midoriya. Too close to Izuku, Katsuki figured he could use that to his advantage if he had to get the two back on track. But for now, he had to take care of the mess in front of him, and he thought the best way to do that at this moment was to get Midoriya away from the situation. Leaning in, he spoke softly to the still crying boy, suggesting they go home. It had been a long day for Izuku with all the travel, and he needed some food and rest. Izuku kept his head down but nodded, looking up briefly at Katsuki, who appeared just as hurt. Kirishima wrapped his arm around Izuku's neck and walked him outside, with Siro following behind. Once outside, Siro stepped up and pulled Izuku into a hug, expressing how good it was to see him. Despite the current situation, he was genuinely happy to have Izuku back and reassured him that the raging emotions inside would calm down soon. Midoriya's eyes softened as he hugged Siro tightly, realizing how much he had missed them all. Katsuki watched from the window as his friends embraced Deku. He wanted nothing more than to do the same. He had been so close to gripping the nerd and squeezing him tightly, but his emotions got the better of him. He hated himself for the way he had yelled at Deku and for scaring him when he threw the wrench. He observed as Deku said goodbye to Siro, put on his helmet, and climbed onto the back of Kirishima's bike. His heart ached at the thought of Izuku being on the back of someone else's bike, even if it was just Kiri. As the redhead's bike drove out of view with his green-eyed boy on the back, a wave of emotions hit him like a ton of bricks. Tears spilled from his eyes, and his body shook with pain and anger. Finally, Katsuki lost control. He walked over to the work table and, with one swift movement, slid his arms down its length, causing everything on it to crash to the floor. He tore tools off the wall and threw them across the garage. Then he stormed into his office, shoving papers, files, pens, pencils, a stapler, his coffee cup, and anything else off the desk. He backed up until he hit the wall, tears streaming down his face as he slid down to the floor, pulled his knees up, and sobbed fully. Siro had been leaning against the door frame of the garage, watching the scene unfold. He didn't try to stop it. He knew Bakugo needed to release his pent-up emotions somehow. After hearing nothing but sobs, he quietly walked into the office and took a seat on the floor next to the emotionally wrecked blonde. He placed a hand on Katsuki's shoulder and spoke reassuringly, telling him to calm down and suggesting that they could talk in a day or so after things settled. Katsuki's tired eyes met Siro's, and in a rare moment of vulnerability, he admitted how he felt. He scoffed, his voice hoarse from the earlier yelling and crying, expressing regret over how he had handled the situation. He lamented that Izuku had finally been there, and he had lost control instead of speaking to him like a normal person. Siro took a moment to think before responding, suggesting that while Katsuki had indeed lost his temper, it wasn't a complete disaster. He pointed out that Katsuki had been holding in his feelings for so long, and when Izuku finally returned, it had all overflowed. Siro encouraged him to consider that he could still try to fix things once emotions calmed down. Katsuki nodded, closing his eyes and leaning back against the wall, the image of tear-filled jade eyes haunting him. Siro broke the silence, suggesting that Katsuki go home while he cleaned up the mess. Katsuki looked down, apologizing for his outburst and the chaos he had caused. Siro smiled gently, assuring him it was all right and encouraging him to head home. With that, Katsuki left the garage, getting on his bike and heading home, the memory of those tear-filled eyes still lingering in his mind. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Izuku were back at Kirishima's apartment, sitting at the kitchen counter. Midoriya picked at the pizza in front of him, and Kirishima urged him to eat something, knowing it had been a tough day. Midoriya stared at his plate, his voice shaky as he reflected on the earlier encounter at the garage. He acknowledged that Katsuki had every right to be angry but felt lost about what he had expected from the situation. Hurt jade eyes met soft rose-red ones as Midoriya expressed his disappointment at not even being able to hug Katsuki, whispering how much he had wanted to. Kirishima sighed, crumpling up a napkin after wiping his mouth, understanding the pain they were both feeling. He reassured Midoriya that Katsuki was hurting too, just struggling to express it without exploding. Kirishima encouraged him not to give up, reminding him that they had just begun to navigate this situation. Midoriya affirmed that he wasn't giving up but wished he could have explained more. Kirishima, with his usual enthusiasm, urged Midoriya to take a shower and get some rest, reminding him that tomorrow was a new day and everyone was eager to see him. He playfully warned Midoriya about Mina's excitement, which brought a chuckle from him as he headed to the bathroom to wash away the remnants of the day. Back at home, Katsuki sat in his living room, the television on but his mind elsewhere. He stared at the ceiling, replaying the events from the garage. Frustrated with himself, he scolded himself for missing his chance with Izuku. He felt emotionally drained, wishing he could have held Izuku and never let go, but his anger had held him back. Alone in the dark, he suddenly felt a twinge of panic as he wondered where Izuku was staying. Would he leave right away after their confrontation? How long was he in town? The thought of Izuku possibly returning to America made Katsuki's heart race. He assumed Izuku was likely staying with one of his friends, probably Kirishima. The thought of Izuku being with Kirishima made him smirk, but then he frowned at the idea of his other friends smothering Izuku with affection. Annoyed, Katsuki rolled his eyes and pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts until he found Kirishima's number. He quickly typed out a message. Kirishima's phone chimed as he was cleaning up after dinner. He picked it up and saw a message from Katsuki. "Oi, shitty hair, is Deku staying with you?" "Yeah bro, he's here with me." "Why man?" Kirishima replied, curious about the sudden inquiry. Katsuki considered the question for a moment. He wanted to hop on his bike and speed down the highway to see him, but he decided against it for the night. He just wanted to know where he was. Kirishima sensed the urgency in his friend's tone. "I mean, I can tell you how long he's here for, but why don't you ask him yourself? Do you want his number?" Katsuki felt a flicker of annoyance at that reply. He just wanted a straight answer. "Just tell me how long he's here for." Kirishima smirked. "He's here for 3 weeks. I mean, as far as I know, unless something changes and he decides to leave early." Katsuki's mind raced at that last part. He didn't want him to leave yet or ever. There was a pause in their conversation until Katsuki sent another message. "Oi, give me his number." Izuku woke up from a restless night's sleep. He had tossed and turned, thinking about everything that had occurred with Katsuki at the garage. A pang of pain shot through his heart as he recalled how upset Katsuki had been with him. Now, he lay in bed, wondering if he would ever be able to fix things with the fiery blonde. With a sigh, he got up and stretched. Checking the time on his phone, he saw it was 7:30 a.m. He made his way into the kitchen, where he found Kirishima standing at the stove making breakfast. "Morning, Kiri," Izuku mumbled, heading straight for the coffee pot. "Morning soon, bro. How'd you sleep?" Kirishima replied, full of energy. "Like crap. How are you so energetic so early?" Izuku groaned, making Kirishima smile. He had forgotten how much Midoriya disliked mornings. Kirishima chuckled while handing Izuku a plate of French toast and bacon. "Aren't you like an athlete, Mr. Horse Dude? Don't you have to get up early to train?" "Well, yeah, but I never said I was happy about it. You know I hate mornings," Izuku said, taking a long drink of his coffee. Kirishima studied his friend sitting next to him at the kitchen counter. Midoriya looked tired. Dark circles under his eyes were a dead giveaway. He seemed not only physically drained but emotionally as well. Kirishima knew yesterday had taken a toll on both him and Katsuki, even though he hadn't seen the blonde yet. A frown tugged at Kirishima's lips as he noticed Izuku picking at his food without actually eating. He had made French toast because he knew it was one of Midoriya's favorites, recalling all the times in their teens when Bakugo would make it for him. Izuku hadn't eaten much the night before either, only poking at his pizza before going to bed, which made Kirishima concerned. Bro, you have to eat something please? You didn't eat yesterday either. I know you have a lot going on, but you need to eat, Kirishima said, worry evident in his voice. Izuku rubbed his temples with his eyes closed as Kirishima spoke. He felt a headache creeping in, no doubt from lack of sleep and stress. He was sure not eating wasn't helping, but he just didn't have an appetite with everything happening. Tired green eyes met rose-red ones, and he smiled at his friend. I'll be fine, Kiri. I'm just not hungry right now. It looks great though. You remember my favorite. Kirishima couldn't help but smile back. Yeah, man, of course I remember. It might not be as good as Bakubro's, but it isn't half bad either. Izuku chuckled. I have no doubt, man. I'll eat it later. Speaking of Bakubro, I have to go into work for a couple of hours. It's Saturday, and we usually have off, but work's been so busy lately. It's just 3 hours and I'll be back. I don't suppose you want to come with me? He whispered the last part, knowing Midoriya might not want to after what had happened. Izuku looked down and shook his head. I don't think that's a good idea right now. I don't think Kaken wants to see me again, at least not yet. I'm not so sure that's true, Mido, but maybe we should give him some space. I won't be long, 3-4 hours tops. Tonight, the gang wants to see you, so we'll meet up with them later at the pub. It'll be great. Until then, maybe you could go back to sleep for a bit and eat something, please? Kirishima said, grabbing his keys and heading for the door. Yeah, I look forward to seeing everyone later, and I'll try to sleep a bit, Izuku replied with a tired smile. Katsuki turned tired, red eyes to the door when he heard Kirishima walk in. He was crouched next to the bike he was working on. Kirishima entered, fist-bumping Zero and flashing Bakugo a smile as he said good morning. Katsuki only grunted in reply. Kirishima wasted no time getting to work, knowing Midoriya didn't want to be home alone for long. He sensed that anxiety was probably eating away at him. He heard footsteps behind him and turned to see Bakugo take a seat on the workbench next to his station. Wiping grease off his hands, Katsuki spoke without looking directly at Kirishima. How is he? The question was simple yet complicated. Katsuki's voice was laced with tiredness and concern. Kirishima's eyes softened at the question. He's probably the same as you, tired, hurt, confused, anxious. He looked at Katsuki, noting how he seemed beat that morning. He's not eating anything, so there's. Kirishima was cut off as Katsuki lifted his gaze from his hands to Kirishima's face. What do you mean he's not eating? When's the last time he ate? Katsuki asked, his voice sharp with concern. Katsuki was always worried about Izuku not taking care of himself. Even growing up, he made sure the younger boy was eating right and sleeping enough, constantly reminding him to drink water throughout the day. So when Kirishima mentioned that Izuku wasn't eating, it struck a nerve. Katsuki, he didn't eat anything last night. He didn't take a single bite of his pizza, and this morning, I made him French toast and bacon. He just poked at it with his fork and said he wasn't hungry. You know how he gets when he's anxious, Kirishima informed him. Of course I know how he gets. And your French toast probably isn't as good as mine. No wonder he didn't eat it, Katsuki replied smugly. Hey, that's not fair. You're so mean. It was good. And you weren't there to make it, were you? Kirishima poked back. Katsuki glared at him. No, I wasn't, but if I had been, the nerd would have eaten, he said through gritted teeth. Kirishima continued to work with a slight smirk as Katsuki walked away, pulling out his phone. Midoriya's phone pinged as he lay across Kirishima's couch, his arm over his eyes, trying to ease his headache. He looked at the screen, seeing a number he didn't recognize, but as soon as he opened the text, he knew exactly who it was from. Hey nerd, you better eat something and I mean it. I know Shitty Hair's French toast is trash compared to mine, but you still better eat it, Deku. And drink some water, not just coffee. Izuku smiled as tears welled up in his eyes. He really was a crybaby, but Katsuki's text, however rough it may have been, let him know he was worried about him, and that made him happy. He quickly saved the contact and responded. Good morning to you too, Kaken. I will eat. I'm just not hungry. And coffee is mostly water. Katsuki read the text and rolled his eyes. Then it, Deku, just do it. A spark of courage hit Izuku as he lay there, one that he wouldn't have had if he had been face to face with the hothead. He smirked and replied, make him eat. Katsuki read the response and choked on the coffee he was drinking. He felt his face heat up, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. This nerd, getting all sassy first thing in the morning, Katsuki thought, not realizing a small smile was pulling at the corner of his mouth. When did you get all sassy? Like I said, just do it or I will make you. Izuku was now sitting up, a smile on his face, quite enjoying the current back and forth with the blonde. Whoa. Did you just use an emoji? Katsuki Bakugo using emojis. Other than the middle finger one. I think I'd better eat something. I'm clearly hallucinating. But then again, maybe not. You keep throwing those threats around that you will make me. I want to see what you've got. Come at me. Katsuki was now flaming red, feeling too hot in his tank top. What was this nerd doing to him? Was he flirting with him now? Katsuki was falling right into it, a mix of emotions swirling around him. He was almost giddy at the current exchange with this nerd, but he was still reeling inside from everything else, unable to deny Izuku's ability to fluster him. Especially after seeing him yesterday, his nerd had definitely grown into a heartthrob. He took a deep breath and decided to back off for now. He still had to sort through his emotions, and this wasn't helping even if he enjoyed it. Just eat, Deku. Izuku frowned at the last message. Katsuki's mood had shifted, and he felt it. He sighed and laid back down, knowing it wouldn't be that easy. Kirishima was getting ready to leave work when he walked up to Bakugo to say goodbye and tell him about the pub. Hey, Baku bro, I'm headed out, but tonight we're getting together at the pub so the others can see Midoriya. You should join us, man. Just come hang out, have a drink. I'm sure that would make Midoriya happy. Katsuki stared at him for a minute, then shrugged. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm just going to go home and crash. Better than being around a bunch of extras anyway, he said, causing Kirishima to scrunch his face. Midoriya isn't an extra, and you know it. You have to talk to him at some point. How else are you going to sort this out if you don't? Don't push me, Kiri. I'll do it when I'm ready, he said with annoyance. Kirishima sighed at his stubborn friend. Okay man, whatever you say. An idea hit the redhead as he walked to the door, a mischievous glint in his eye. Man, I hope Denki challenges Midoriya to a drinking contest tonight. Midoriya is so competitive, I know he won't let Denki win. I wonder how Midoriya is when he's wasted. This will be awesome to watch. I bet Mina will want to play Drunk Truth or Dare with him to see what she can get him to do. Kirishima didn't need to turn around to know Katsuki was glaring at him. He could practically hear him growling from where he was. Katsuki would be worried about what might happen if he wasn't there to keep an eye on Izuku. Not that Kirishima would let anything happen, but Katsuki trusted no one with Midoriya's safety except himself, and the redhead knew that. He was already grinning on his bike, pulling off when he heard Katsuki yell something. Kirishima thought to himself, let's see you tonight, bro. Later that evening, Kirishima and Izuku made their way into the pub where two very excited members of the Baku squad were impatiently waiting. Just when Mina thought she couldn't wait any longer, she heard a familiar voice behind her. Hey beautiful, is this seat taken? Midoriya whispered down at her, winking with a smile when she turned around. Mina sprang from her seat, jumping into Midoriya's arms and crying into his shoulder as he lifted her off the ground and hugged her tightly. She stayed like that for a minute, her feet lifted off the ground as she held on tightly to her green-haired friend. When she finally slid down to her feet, she kept her arms locked around his waist, looking up at him through teary eyes. She still wasn't able to speak, which was saying a lot for the bubbly girl. Midoriya looked down at her and smiled softly. He kissed the top of her head and whispered, I missed you too. Mida babe, she finally choked out. Oh my god, I missed you so much. She stood at his side now in a side hug, still not wanting to let go, afraid he'd disappear again. And Lord have mercy, look at you. You went from a cute guy to complete hotness. She backed up so she could fully look at him, fanning herself for effect. I love Baku babe, but if you ever change your mind, I'm right here, she emphasized. He threw his head back and laughed. Looking back at her, he winked, flashing his smile and said, Phew, I dunno, Mina, you've always been too beautiful for me to handle. She beamed at him and kissed his cheek, telling him again how happy she was that he was home until Denki made his way back from the bathroom and caught sight of the green-eyed beauty at the table. He took off in a run, pushing everyone out of his way, and threw himself into Midoriya's arms. It took Izuku a minute to even process who it was before he heard the familiar sound of Denki whining into his neck. Mido! Oh my god, Mido! I missed you! Don't you ever leave us again, man. My poor little heart cannot take it. Midoriya laughed into his shoulder, patting the dramatic blonde's back. Don't worry, Denks, I'm here to stay for a while, and you have my contact info now, so it's all good. Man, I'm here, he soothed. Denki, let the baby go and take a good look at him, Mina gushed. Denki reluctantly let go of his friend and then stepped back, taking Izuku in. He wolf whistled. Din Mido, look at you. Phew. Is it hot in here? To which Mina responded, yes it is. Midoriya's cheeks tinted pink. He scratched the back of his neck and rolled his eyes. Come on guys, stop. I don't look that different, he sheepishly said. Kirishima threw an arm around his shoulder, handing him a beer. The hell you don't, man. You were always cute, but now you're all hot and stuff. Did you see Bakugo when he saw you? You almost dropped him to his knees. Ha! Kirishima cheered. Suddenly, there was a voice behind the group. Oi, extras, let him breathe for goodness sake. And hair for brains, nothing drops me to my knees. They turned to see Katsuki's fiery glare. Crimson eyes met jade ones, and Izuku and Katsuki both felt their hearts skip. That last remark about nothing dropping him to his knees was a bold-faced lie. Izuku and only Izuku had the power to make Katsuki's knees buckle, but he would be dead if he was going to admit it. Kirishima smirked to himself. He knew Bakugo would show up. Hey, when did you get here, Baku babe? Mina asked. Katsuki tore his eyes from Midoriya and responded, just now. That was a lie too. He had been standing at the back of the bar ever since Kirishima and the nerd got there. He had walked right in behind them but kept his distance, watching the scene unfold. He saw the way they clung to him and complimented his good looks. It stirred something in Katsuki's heart. He was happy to see them all reunited, even if he wasn't crazy about them literally drooling all over him. He left them there and walked over to the bar, ordering a beer. He turned around, facing them, and leaned against the bar counter, watching again from a distance. He watched Izuku stand there, sipping his beer as he laughed and joked with them. Shiro had now joined them, coming in late. He took in Izuku's outfit. He had on dark blue jeans and a black long-sleeved button-down shirt, the top 3 buttons undone, his collarbone and that crescent moon necklace wrapped around his neck clearly visible. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, the front of his shirt was tucked in, but he left the back undone. He wore black and orange high-top Converse on his feet. He had a leather bracelet on and a black band around his right middle finger. He had been wearing a black leather jacket when he first walked in but had since shed it since it was so warm inside. And good God, as Katsuki continued to rake over his body with his eyes, he couldn't help but agree that it was very warm inside. It was hot. As the night wore on, Katsuki still kept his distance, leaning in his spot at the bar. He kept his eyes pretty much glued on Izuku as the two would steal glances at each other, their eyes meeting until one or the other would look away. Katsuki was now coming to the conclusion that it was very hard to look away. Forget this nerd, he thought. Midoriya noticed Katsuki watching and couldn't help but play into it, wanting to keep the blonde's attention one way or another. So when Katsuki made eye contact with Izuku again, he winked at him and flashed him a smile. Katsuki's face immediately flushed. What the heck, this nerd just winked at me? His mind spun. When did he become such a flirt? Not that Katsuki minded, deep down he liked this new side of his nerd. A few minutes later, Izuku made his move again. While maintaining eye contact with Katsuki's crimson eyes, he took a very slow drink from his beer bottle. As he moved it away from his lips, he slowly liked the rim of the bottle, and Katsuki lost his mind. "What are you doing to me, Deku?" he mumbled to himself. Katsuki's jaw dropped, and he wanted to be that beer bottle so badly that he didn't know what to do. He felt flushed and hot, and his pants suddenly became uncomfortably tight. This nerd was making his mind go to very dangerous places. Katsuki was on his fourth beer when a voice reached his ears that made anger course through his veins. "Holy crap, Midoriya, is that you?" A wolf whistle followed. Katsuki turned around to see Shoto Todoroki standing there, hugging his Deku. To say that Katsuki hated this two-toned half-and-half BSTRD would be an understatement. Katsuki loathed Shoto Todoroki with everything in him. Todoroki had always had his eye on Izuku ever since high school. He would blatantly flirt with Izuku right in front of Katsuki, even after he found out they were a couple, and it always made Katsuki seethe. He was always jealous of Todoroki when he was near Midoriya. Maybe that was because deep down, Katsuki never felt good enough for Deku, that someone like Todoroki might be better. Not that he would ever admit it out loud, but no one other than Katsuki felt that way, especially not Izuku. Katsuki kept his eyes glued to the situation, feeling anger rise in his chest every time Todoroki got too close, leaning a little too far into Midoriya's space, resting his hand on Midoriya's shoulder for too long. It took everything in him not to storm over there and rip Izuku away from the candy cane. Kirishima was sitting at the table, keeping an eye on things too, but for a different reason. He was more so watching Katsuki's reaction to the bicolored-haired pain in the neck. Kirishima was getting annoyed that Katsuki had been keeping his distance from Midoriya most of the night. So, with liquid courage in his veins, he made his way toward his best friend with a plan. "Hey bro, what's up?" Kirishima asked while leaning back on the counter next to him. "Nothing, shitty hair," Katsuki scoffed, not taking his eyes off Midoriya. "Midoriya looks good tonight, right? He's easy to look at for sure." "I guess Todoroki thinks so too," Kirishima said, taking another drink from his beer. Katsuki's eyes snapped to his friend, and his fiery gaze turned molten. Kirishima knew this was a dangerous game. He could actually be signing his own death warrant here. "Oh well, go out manly bro," he thought to himself as he poked the bear next to him further. "What are you trying to say, shitty hair? You want to take a go at Deku?" Katsuki was fuming. "No man, not me. I mean he's seriously the perfect guy, but I know my place. But I mean he's fair game, right? Todoroki can hit him up, right?" Before Kirishima knew what happened, a fierce blonde shoved him against the wall, anger seething. In a voice that sounded more demonic than human, Katsuki sneered, "Watch your mouth, Kirishima." Every part of that sentence made Kirishima cringe, but the part that really scared him was that Katsuki used his actual name. Now he knew Katsuki was really mad. Katsuki's lava-filled eyes were enough for Kirishima to know he was walking a fine line between life and death at that moment. He put his hands up in defeat, still pressed against the wall. "Alright man, I get it. Sorry. Just saying someone is bound to snatch him up, bro, if you won't," Kirishima said, hoping to push the blonde in the right direction. Something twisted in Katsuki's gut when he heard Kirishima say those words. He let his harsh gaze leave the redhead and looked over at the laughing brunette, who didn't see the commotion on the other side of the bar. Katsuki knew it was true. Izuku really was perfect, not just in looks but in every other way. Izuku had always been perfect in Katsuki's mind, and now that he had grown and matured, his looks had come together even more. He really was the absolute perfect package. An audible groan escaped Katsuki's mouth as he let go of his friend. Pulling back from Kirishima, he glared at him slightly before saying, "I'm going outside. I need some air." With that, he turned on his heel and made his way out of the bar, catching Izuku's green jade eyes as he did. Izuku kept his gaze on Katsuki as he walked out. Izuku was about to follow him to see where he was going until he felt Kirishima's hand on his arm. "He'll be right back, Midoriya. He's just catching some air." The redhead smiled softly at Izuku. "Is he okay?" "He looked upset," Izuku asked, concern lacing his voice. Kirishima smiled. "Yeah man, he's good. He'll be back." Kirishima knew Katsuki needed a minute to get himself together. He didn't want Izuku to get pushed away again if the greenette tried to find out what was wrong. So, he bought Midoriya another drink, and the two of them stood by the table, teasing Denki about anything. Izuku was pretty buzzed at this point. It had been a while since he had drunk so much. He sat down at the table, with Todoroki still lurking near the green-eyed beauty. He crouched down next to Midoriya's chair, leaning in and looking up to talk to him. He rested his forearm on Midoriya's thigh as he flirtatiously spoke, asking how long Midoriya planned to stay. He whispered, not breaking eye contact. Izuku felt uncomfortable. He didn't like Todoroki being so close. He shifted in his seat, scanning the bar for a hot-headed blonde. Part of him wanted to be saved by Katsuki, while another part feared that Katsuki would walk in and misunderstand the situation, potentially leading to a fight. Things were already complicated between them, and he didn't want a misunderstanding to make it worse. Mina noticed the scene and sensed Midoriya's unease. She abruptly stood up, made her way over to him, and plopped herself down in his lap. Draping her arm around his shoulders, she looked down at him and cheerfully said, "Hi, babe. You looked lonely, so I thought I'd keep you company." Her grin was infectious. She then feigned surprise as she looked at Todoroki, saying, "Oh hey, Todoroki, I didn't see you down there." Mina's legs hung over the side of Midoriya's thighs, prompting Todoroki to remove his arm and stand up in annoyance. "It's fine," he mumbled with a forced smile. Mina began to chatter away to Izuku without taking a breath. Realizing he wouldn't get a word in, Todoroki excused himself from the table and walked toward the bar. As the two watched him leave, Izuku let out a breath of relief. He looked up at Mina with a big smile, squeezed her tightly and said, "Thanks, beautiful, you saved me." "Anytime, babe. I got you when your personal pitbull isn't around," she giggled. Outside, Katsuki leaned against the building, inhaling the warm night air. His head and heart spun with conflicting emotions. He wanted to fix things with Izuku before what Kirishima had said became a reality, before someone took away his Deku. But it wasn't easy. He had so many bottled-up feelings that every time he got near Izuku, they threatened to spill over. Part of him wanted to leave, to escape his confusion, but a larger part wanted to stay right where he was, unwilling to tear himself away from those green eyes. He knew if he left, he would be restless, knowing Izuku was there without him. Even if they weren't really talking, he felt better just being able to see him. He feared that if he didn't keep an eye on Izuku, he might disappear again, just like 3 years ago, and that thought left a pit in his stomach. "Forget feelings, this blows," he muttered to himself before pushing himself off the wall and heading back inside. As Katsuki entered the bar, he immediately scanned the area for the familiar jade-eyed cutie. When his crimson eyes landed on the dance floor toward the back, his breath hitched. There, in the dim lights of the bar, Izuku was dancing, more by himself than with anyone else. Katsuki silently thanked the universe for that. The song Heat Waves by Glass Animals played in the background. Izuku was moving to the beat perfectly, his button-down shirt having come untucked at some point, exposing glimpses of his well-toned stomach. Katsuki caught a glimpse of a tattoo lining the side of Izuku's V-line, and he suddenly became very curious about what it might say. His hand still held his beer, and his eyes were glued to Izuku's mesmerizing movements. Without realizing it, Katsuki made his way through the crowded bar, his eyes filled with desire, never blinking as he remained locked onto Izuku's alluring form. He reached Izuku, who was turned around, moving slowly to the beat. Katsuki stood right behind him, almost lost in a trance. Reluctantly, he reached out and placed his hands lightly on Izuku's hips, moving slowly to the rhythm. Izuku flinched at the touch at first, not knowing who it was. His eyes widened until he caught the familiar scent of sweet and smoky cologne. It was Katsuki. His heart raced and his face flushed, but he decided there was no way he would let this opportunity slip away. He leaned back into Katsuki, resting against his chest, both still moving. Lost in the sound, the world around them faded away, leaving only the music and the sensation of Katsuki's movements. He felt Katsuki's hand reach for the beer still in his hand. Turning around to face the blonde, he watched as Katsuki took a drink from his bottle, his hands still on Izuku's waist, eyes never leaving his green ones. Izuku became lost in Katsuki, and in his own trance, he slowly moved his arms up, resting his forearms on Katsuki's broad shoulders, never breaking their intense eye contact. Katsuki leaned back to set the bottle on a nearby table, pulling Izuku into his lean. The closeness made Izuku's breath hitch, and a flush crossed his face, prompting a smirk from Katsuki. Katsuki brought their bodies back up, both hands now on Izuku's waist, still lost in each other's gaze. He pulled Izuku dangerously close, hands tightly locked onto him, moving their bodies in perfect sync. He swayed them side to side, then turned Izuku around so he was pressed back against his chest again. Izuku brought one of his arms up, placing his hand on the back of Katsuki's neck as they rocked from side to side. Katsuki lowered his head close to the side of Izuku's face, his lips grazing Izuku's ear as he softly sang a line from the song, "Sometimes all I think about is you," late nights in the middle of June, making Izuku shiver at the breath on his skin and the sound of his voice. Suddenly, Katsuki spun Izuku back around and pulled him close. Instead of moving side to side, Katsuki began to roll his hips forward, causing Izuku to do the same, arms locked around Katsuki's neck, their eyes still locked as they moved seductively to the music. Completely lost in the moment, Katsuki felt as if he were drowning in Izuku's jade-green eyes. It was hard to breathe. His breath hitched at every movement, every look, and his skin felt like it was on fire. His fingers grazed over Izuku's exposed skin on his stomach, igniting a surge of heat through his blood. At that moment, Katsuki decided that Izuku Midoriya was the most captivating person he had ever seen. Izuku's face was flushed a gorgeous shade of red, his freckles standing out against his sun-kissed skin. His eyes sparkled like jade, and his mouth was slightly parted as he mouthed the words to the song, looking right into Katsuki's soul. Across the bar, four sets of eyes were glued to the pair. Kirishima whistled quietly as he watched the two, exclaiming how hot they were together. Mina squealed in agreement, while Denki lamented that it was unfair how perfect they looked as a couple. Shiro commented on the heat in the room, and the others nodded in agreement, bopping their heads to the music as they watched the couple that radiated charm across the bar. Kirishima joked that they might need to turn the hose on the two, while Denki playfully suggested that Katsuki might take things further right there. Mina expressed her love for the couple, her eyes shining with admiration. Little did the couple on the dance floor know that a sneaky redhead had asked the DJ to play the song twice in a row, not wanting to break the trance they seemed to be in. As the song continued, Katsuki brought his face close to Izuku's, his hand brushing against Izuku's cheek. He gently stroked Izuku's bottom lip, noticing where the sensitive skin had been chewed. Looking between Izuku's lips and his eyes, he whispered in a husky voice, "Stop chewing on this lip, Izuku." The sound of his name slipping from Katsuki's tongue made Izuku shiver. And Katsuki felt it. "Kaken," Izuku softly whispered as Katsuki leaned in closer, their breaths mingling. But just then the song stopped, breaking the spell. Katsuki realized what he was about to do and pulled back, leaving Izuku feeling disappointed. Katsuki abruptly let go of Izuku, raked a hand through his hair, and cleared his throat, saying simply, "I gotta go." With that, he was gone, leaving a confused and upset Izuku behind. Across the bar, four sets of eyes groaned loudly. Kirishima expressed his frustration, wondering what had just happened. Denki shook his head in disappointment, while Mina lamented over the abandoned green-eyed boy. Shiro, still shocked, remarked on Katsuki's actions, and Denki worriedly asked if it was possible they wouldn't get back together. Kirishima reassured them that Katsuki was just being stubborn and that they needed to help him listen to Izuku. Kirishima made his way to the still-shocked Izuku, putting his arm around him as tears rolled down Izuku's cheeks. "I don't know what I did to run him off this time, Kiri. We were so close tonight. I thought maybe finally, he choked out. Kirishima sighed, understanding his friend's pain. "I know, Mito. I thought so too. Let's go home, bro," he said with a soft smile. After saying goodbye to the rest of their friends, receiving tight hugs and even a kiss or two on the cheek from Mina and Denki, Izuku was back in Kirishima's car, headed to his apartment. Little did he know, Katsuki's crimson eyes watched as Kirishima's taillights faded from sight. Katsuki sat in the dark on his couch, a whiskey glass in hand. After returning from the bar, beer didn't seem to numb the pain and longing in his chest. With his eyes closed and a heavy buzz filling his head, his mind kept drifting back to those jade-green eyes on the dance floor. He hadn't touched Izuku in 3 long years until tonight, and it had felt electric. The moment he laid his hands on him, the scent of green apples and rain overwhelmed him. Every touch felt like lightning dancing across his skin, perfectly matching the thunder in his heart. Katsuki was certain that the song and the way Izuku looked and moved with him that night would be permanently etched into his mind and heart. He subconsciously moved his hand to his heart, closing his fingers around the fabric of his black t-shirt. And those eyes, those captivating jade eyes, remained vivid in his thoughts. Those eyes tonight, filled with desire, hurt, desperation, and love. Katsuki opened his eyes at the thought. Did Izuku love him? Had he ever? He wasn't sure why his mind constantly questioned that part. Maybe it was because he couldn't understand how Izuku could have left him the way he did if he really had loved him. His mind felt like tangled cobwebs. He wanted to forgive Izuku for leaving and move on so they could figure things out, but he was twisted with too many emotions to get past it. Frustrated, he groaned and leaned over, running both hands through his hair. He stood up, put on his shoes, and walked out into the night, hoping a walk might clear his head. Meanwhile, Izuku was curled up on his bed, knees drawn to his chest, sobbing quietly into them, trying not to wake Kirishima. The redhead had stayed up with him for quite some time, trying to soothe his friend, offering to stay until he fell asleep or all night if necessary. But Midoriya insisted that he go to bed. Izuku smiled through his tears. Kirishima really was an amazing friend. Letting out a heavy sigh, Izuku fell back onto the bed, an arm over his eyes, the other resting on his stomach. He let his fingers dance over his lower abdomen, recalling how Katsuki's fingers had grazed his skin, the memory making him shiver. They had been so close tonight. The feeling of being wrapped up in Katsuki while they danced was indescribable. Every sensation in his body had sprung to life as the blonde held onto him while they moved, fitting perfectly together. Izuku remembered every detail, from Katsuki's fitted black t-shirt and jeans to how the dark colors made his fiery eyes stand out even more, along with his ash-blonde locks. The sound of his voice in Izuku's ear as he sang to him, and the way he had lightly scolded him for chewing his lip, made Izuku pull his lip between his teeth once more. He rolled over and groaned. Katsuki had almost kissed him too. Izuku still couldn't figure out why he had turned on his heel and walked out, the memory making him tear up again. They were so close yet still worlds apart. It was heartbreaking and frustrating. Finally, Izuku let his eyes flutter closed, emotionally drained, sleep calming him. Katsuki stood in front of the familiar apartment complex, hand in his pocket, sliding his fingers over the silver key he held. He wasn't sure how long he had been standing there or when his feet had carried him there. It felt more like his heart had dragged him to Shitty Hair's building. He walked up the stairs and quietly slid the key into the lock, careful not to make any noise. He had had a key to Kirishima's apartment for years. They all had keys to each other's places, and Katsuki was grateful for that. Quick and quiet like a cat burglar, he entered the apartment and slipped off his shoes. He stood in the dark living room for a moment, wondering what he was actually doing. Too drunk to answer his own question, he stumbled forward and made his way to the guest room. He silently entered the room and closed the door behind him, looking over at the green-haired boy on the bed. The only light in the room came from the streetlight outside the window, enough to see Izuku's perfect face. Katsuki wasn't oblivious. He noticed the dried tears on Izuku's skin, which instantly made him feel guilty. He scolded himself under his breath for not getting his act together and for hurting him. Sitting in a chair next to Izuku's bed, he propped his feet up on the mattress, crossing them at the ankles, just watching the jade-eyed heartthrob sleep. The soft rise and fall of Izuku's chest was almost calming to Katsuki, who sat lost in a whirlwind of emotions and thoughts. Izuku stirred, and Katsuki sat perfectly still, watching as the green-haired boy sat up slightly, sensing someone watching him. Groggy from sleep, Izuku felt like he was in a dream state, his eyes not really focusing on anything in the room. Suddenly, through the dark, he heard Katsuki's voice whisper, 21, you have 21 freckles on your face. Did you know that? Izuku's eyes snapped fully open, his heart racing. He frantically searched for where the voice was coming from in the mostly dark room. As he regained his senses, he realized who the voice belonged to. Kaken, he thought. He sat perfectly still for a moment, eyes on the dark figure in the chair, unable to see him well due to the lack of light. What's he doing here? Is he okay? Izuku wondered. Clearing the sleep from his throat, he decided to answer Katsuki's question. No, I didn't know that, Kat, he spoke softly. You used to have 14 when we were kids, now you have 21, probably from riding those stupid horses outside all the time, Katsuki replied calmly. Izuku smiled. They aren't stupid, Kaken. Yeah, well, they kept you away from me, so I think they're stupid. There was a hint of pain in his voice that Izuku picked up immediately. Kat, are you drunk? Izuku asked again, catching a slight whiff of alcohol when Katsuki spoke. Yeah, Deku, I'm drunk, he replied simply. Izuku frowned. Why you didn't drive, did you? Katsuki's voice was filled with concern as he spoke. Katsuki sighed and said, No, I'm not stupid. I walked here, I don't live that far from Shitty Hair, and I have a key to answer your next question. Izuku let out a breath, fiddling with the blankets. He could feel Katsuki's eyes on him, even if he couldn't see them. And how did you know I had 21 freckles? He asked nervously, unsure of what to say but not wanting Katsuki to leave. Because I counted them while I sat here. I used to count them when we were kids too when I couldn't sleep. That's how I knew it used to be 14, Katsuki replied softly, his gaze never leaving Izuku, who was fidgeting with the blankets. The answer made Izuku's heart ache, and his eyes filled with tears. Don't cry, Deku. I always hated when you cried, Katsuki said in a voice so soft and filled with affection that Izuku wasn't sure it actually came from him. This only made Izuku cry harder. Katsuki didn't move from his spot, but his voice came through once again. Please, Deku, it's okay. Breathe, he soothed just like he did when they were kids. It was quiet for a moment as Izuku calmed himself with the sound of Katsuki's voice. Then he whispered, Kaken, are you okay? He heard Katsuki laugh slightly. Hell no, I'm not okay, De. Everything is a mess, and I don't want it to be, but I'm horrible with my feelings. You of all people know that, he said matter-of-factly. I'm sorry, Kaken, Izuku whispered again, chewing on his lip. This sight made Katsuki move from his spot. He slowly got up and crawled onto the bed, positioning himself over Izuku, trapping him beneath him. Both his knees were on either side of Izuku's hips, and his left forearm rested on the mattress next to Izuku's head. Izuku's breath hitched. He lay frozen underneath Katsuki, his eyes scanning his face, locking onto Katsuki's crimson eyes in the dim light of the room, unsure of what was happening. Katsuki lifted his right hand and pulled Izuku's lip from between his teeth with his thumb while he whispered, I told you to stop doing this, didn't I? His crimson gaze never left Izuku's jade eyes. Izuku's words caught in his throat, and all he could do was look up at him and nod. Katsuki pushed himself up on his hands and knees, still hovering over Izuku, looking down at him. The chain around his neck was outside of his black t-shirt and dangled in Izuku's face. Still looking up at Katsuki, Izuku absent-mindedly reached for the tag hanging from the end. He ran his fingers over it, trying to read what it said when he heard Katsuki softly say, It says Izuku. I never take it off, he added. Izuku's jade eyes snapped up to meet Katsuki's crimson ones, and they both stared, hearts racing in their chests. A million emotions rushed through Katsuki once again. He felt his resolve start to break, tears slowly filling his eyes. He leaned his forehead down and rested it against Izuku's as he spoke softly through tears. How could you leave me so easily, Deku? Didn't you love me the way I loved you? Did you ever really love me? Why was it so easy for you to walk away from me, huh? His voice was breaking just like his heart. Izuku was in full tears. Broken sobs escaped him as he wrapped his arms tightly around Katsuki's back. He tried to speak. Kaken, but he was cut off as Katsuki leaned down into his ear, remembering the chorus from a song that kept haunting him. He sang the words softly, Of all the lies I've heard, I love you was my favorite. Oh, goodbyes they hurt. I need to hear you say it one time before I go. Whisper it slow, of all the lies I heard, I love you was my favorite. He pulled his face away from Izuku's ear and brought his lips close to Izuku's, brushing them against his as he whispered, one time before I go, Deku, say it one more time for me. Izuku could feel the wetness of Katsuki's tears on his lips as he spoke, and he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He couldn't believe Katsuki actually thought he had never loved him. The words shattered his heart. His mind screamed for words. Frantic and scared, he was losing Katsuki to his own thoughts and misunderstandings. Kaken, I do love you. He was cut off again as Katsuki placed a finger on his lips, as if to stop him from saying more. With that, Katsuki got off the bed and walked into the living room. A shocked Izuku sat there for a moment, shaking and crying, trying to process what had just happened. Once he gathered his thoughts, he shot up from the bed, his feet tangling in the sheets as he stumbled to get his footing. He raced into the living room, only to find it empty. Katsuki had already left. Izuku panicked and threw the door open, racing outside, his eyes desperately scanning around him. He leapt down the stairs 2 at a time to the street, calling out for Katsuki. Kaken! Kaken! His heart raced and his mind screamed. He had to find him and talk to him. But Katsuki seemed to have vanished into thin air. Empty streets were all that remained. Izuku leaned over, hands on his knees, panting and crying at the same time, broken whispers still calling out for Katsuki. Kaken! Kirishima had woken from the commotion of the apartment door being thrown open. He rushed outside, worriedly seeing Izuku broken down on the sidewalk, on his knees sobbing. He had no idea what had just happened. He rushed to Izuku and dropped beside him, placing a hand on his back while he spoke. Mito, what the hell happened? What are you doing out here? Eyes wide with panic, Midoriya threw himself into Kirishima's arms, not caring that they were in the middle of an empty sidewalk. He sobbed into Kirishima's shoulder as his friend held him, unsure of what was happening. Finally, Midoriya choked out, Kaken, HW is here, and oh my god, Kirishima, he doesn't think I ever really loved him. He was screaming and sobbing at this point, and Kirishima feared he was about to have a full-blown emotional breakdown. Okay, Mito, okay. Come on, let's get you inside, yeah? You can tell me all about it and we'll figure it out. Come on, man, let's go. Kirishima soothed as he helped the greenette up and wrapped an arm around his waist, leading him back to the apartment. Meanwhile, Katsuki had broken into a full run down the street once he made it outside. The distant screams of Izuku calling for him shattered him with every step he took. He almost turned around and ran toward him, but his pride and the whirlwind of emotions inside him wouldn't let him do it. Instead, he ran faster and harder toward home, tears streaming down his face. Back at Kirishima's place, he was trying to calm a broken Midoriya down. Izuku explained exactly what had happened with Katsuki, and now Kirishima sat next to him on the bed, trying to help him stop crying. He wasn't surprised that Katsuki had come. He knew how hard it was for him to stay away from Deku. However, he was taken aback by what Katsuki had said. He hadn't realized Katsuki felt that Midoriya didn't love him. Anyone who looked at the two could see that wasn't the case, but Kirishima understood how Katsuki might think that after the way Deku had left, followed by 3 years of silence. Kirishima knew how much Izuku loved Katsuki. He wouldn't be putting himself through all this if he didn't. Kirishima felt frustrated with his blonde friend. He just wanted Katsuki to calm down and let Midoriya finally really talk so they could clear up Katsuki's fears. He furrowed his brows, determined to have a long talk with his friend tomorrow, but for now, he needed to help clean up the mess. He sighed and pulled the still crying Midoriya to him, hugging him and rubbing his back. Hey, Mito. I know this is tough, and I don't understand it all myself, but you know he loves you, right? That's why he can't stay away. He's letting his fears get the best of him right now, but it's going to work out. We're going to figure this out. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. Maybe I should just go back to America, Izuku mumbled into Kirishima's shoulder. This made Kirishima push him back so he could look at him, fear creeping in that Izuku would leave again. Hey, look at me, Mito. Midoriya did as he was told. Now you listen good, green bean. We just got you back. No way you can leave yet. You've only been here for 2 days. And yeah, it's been one hell of a crazy 2 days, but you cannot give up already. That's not the Midobro I know. Besides, it's not just Bakubro who missed you and needs you. Mido were your friends. We want you here. We missed you so much. Katsuki wasn't the only one heartbroken, dude, he said sternly, hoping Izuku would understand. Izuku blinked back his tears and rubbed his eyes. He hugged Kirishima tightly as he spoke. I'm sorry I hurt everyone. I wasn't in my right mind either. But you're right, I won't give up yet, and I love you guys too. I was seriously lost without all of you. Kirishima smiled. It's all good, you're here now. Now you need to try to sleep, Mido, please, for me? Midoriya sniffled and wiped his eyes, and Kirishima felt his heart squeeze at the sight. Yeah, I'm going to. Thanks for everything, Kiri. No problem, man. I got you, bro. We all do. Now I'll see you in the morning, yeah? Yup, I'll be here, he smiled softly. Dude, you better be, Kirishima joked, though he meant it. He shut the door and went to his own room, letting Midoriya rest. Izuku lay in silence for a while, unable to sleep. His heart ached, he felt broken. He reached for his phone and dialed. After 2 rings, a voice broke through. Problem, child? What's wrong? Aizawa's voice was laced with worry. Aizawa had picked up almost immediately when he saw the number. He knew Izuku wouldn't call if it wasn't serious. Izuku broke down again at the sound of his father's voice, quietly sobbing out, "Everything is a mess, Dad, and I don't know what to do." When Aizawa heard Izuku call him Dad, he felt a pang in his chest and wished he could hug his son and fix whatever was wrong, which he suspected had to do with a hot-headed blonde. "Tell me what's going on, kid. Let's see if we can figure it out," Aizawa assured him. Izuku recounted everything that had happened in the past 48 hours, and it was a lot. Aizawa sat back in his chair as he listened to his son explain everything, his heart breaking for him. "I don't know, maybe I should just go back to America," Izuku softly said. "No." Izuku was surprised to hear Aizawa say that. "What?" he asked again for confirmation. "I said no, problem child. You are not coming back. You are staying right there, and you are going to make that hard-headed hothead listen to you. You are stronger than you used to be, Izuku. Stand your ground and make him listen to you. If you don't, kid, you are going to regret it for the rest of your life, and so is the other problem child." Aizawa firmly told his son, determined not to let him back down. Izuku smiled, suddenly feeling a little better. His dad was right. He had to make Katsuki listen whatever it took. A small, tired laugh broke through, and then he said, "Thanks, old man." Aizawa smiled on the other end. There was his kid. Midoriya was up before Kirishima the next morning, sitting at the kitchen counter, drinking coffee to wake up. The redhead was surprised when he walked into the kitchen. "Whoa, bro, am I seeing this? Is Mido actually up before me and actually awake?" he teased, grinning at the greenette while getting his own coffee. Izuku laughed, shaking his head. "Nope, I never went to bed," he replied, looking over at Kirishima. Kirishima sighed, figuring it was probably hard for Izuku to sleep after what had happened. He himself hadn't gotten much rest. Taking a seat beside Izuku, he looked over at him. "Did you at least eat something? Please say yes, man. Even though things are messed up with you and Bakubro right now, you know he will actually kill me if you get sick, right? Like, you hold my life in your hands, Mido?" Izuku chuckled softly. "Yeah, Kiri, I had a bagel this morning." It was a lie. He hadn't had the stomach to eat anything with everything that was happening, but he didn't want Kirishima to worry. Kirishima raised an eyebrow. "A bagel? Seriously, man? You need more than that." "It's a start," the greenette responded, getting up from his seat and ruffling Kirishima's hair as he did. "Bro, not the hair, man." Kirishima whined dramatically as he got up and followed Midoriya to the couch. Izuku laughed, looking over at his friend. "I dunno, Kiri, I think it looks better," he said, winking with a grin as he pulled on his black riding boots. Kirishima sat with a feigned insulted look on his face. "Okay, first of all, mean man, not manly. Second, where are you going, man? Did I miss something?" he asked, almost nervously. Midoriya saw his expression and smiled. Don't worry, Kiri, I'm not leaving town, but I do have to go to the stable. My horse King got here today, I gotta check on him and train a bit. That's all, just a few hours and then I'll be back. You can come if you want, he offered. Kirishima had forgotten that Izuku's horse was being shipped over for 3 weeks so he could train for his event. He figured this would actually be a good time to have a heart-to-heart talk with his blonde bro about everything because Kirishima was currently getting a little tired of his attitude towards the greenette. No man, I got something to do. Maybe next time for sure. I want to see my Midobro in action, he beamed proudly. Midoriya smiled and nodded. As he continued to fix his boots, Kirishima put a hand on his shoulder and asked, You doing okay, Mido? I know last night was rough. Midoriya sighed and looked at the redhead. I just wish he'd let me talk to him. I just wish he would listen. I can't try and fix it if he refuses to hear my side. I hate that he thinks that I don't or never did love him. That part right there has me honestly shaken. I can't believe he would even consider that to be true, he said, looking away, tears threatening his eyes. Yeah, Mido, that's a rough one. But we'll figure out a way to break through, okay? Trust me? Kirishima softly asked. Yeah, of course I trust you. You're my best bro and the manliest dude I know, but don't tell Denki I said so. Midoriya smirked at the redhead. A big shark-toothed grin spread across Kirishima's face as he leaned over, wrapped his arm around Midoriya's neck, and ruffled his green locks. Both of them laughed. Kirishima stood up, grabbed his keys from the counter, and tossed them at Midoriya, who looked up confused. You gotta get to the stable, right? So you take my car. I got my bike, he explained. Wow, Kiri, thanks so much. Izuku smiled brightly. Anything for my bro. I'll see you later, yeah? With that, they both headed out but for different destinations. Kirishima sighed with determination as he got on his bike. Alright, let's get this together, Blondie. Katsuki was currently lying on his bathroom floor with a terrible hangover. His head was pounding and his insides heaved. With his arm over his eyes, he lay there on the cold tile and groaned. Thoughts of Deku's voice screaming for him still haunted his mind. Even the whiskey from last night wasn't enough to drown out the sound, and trust him, Katsuki had tried to drown it out. He was lying there contemplating whether he needed to heave his insides out again when he heard his apartment door open. He made no attempt to move until he felt a shadow looming over him. He moved his arm away from one eye to see who it was. He was met with an angry-looking redhead peering down at him. So, we're back to trying to drink him away instead of actually dealing with your feelings, huh? Kirishima asked, his voice laced with anger. He recalls when Katsuki would go on drinking binges after Izuku left. Katsuki asked, What are you doing here, shitty hair? Ignoring Kirishima's question. Kirishima bluntly replied that he came to try and talk some sense into him before it was too late. The words, before it's too late, made Katsuki pull his arm off his eyes and sit up against the wall. I don't need your help, Kiri, Katsuki spat, leaning back as his head pounded. Kirishima stood with his arms crossed over his chest, insisting that clearly, Katsuki did need help. He urged Katsuki to talk to Izuku, to actually let him speak, expressing his frustration that Katsuki had waited 3 years and now kept running away from him. Katsuki got to his feet, not in the mood to listen to Kirishima's lecture. Kirishima, however, followed him out of the bathroom into the kitchen, where Katsuki stood drinking water. I don't have to talk to you about this. It's none of your business, Kirishima. This is between Deku and me, he glared at the redhead. It is my business. You're 2 of my best friends, and I took care of your drunk self when Mido was first gone. Now I'm taking care of him because you keep breaking his heart over and over again because you're too stubborn to just listen to him. Kirishima shouted. Katsuki glared daggers at his friend and pushed past him as he exited the kitchen, walking into the living room with Kirishima right on his heels. Leave me alone, Kiri. At that, Kirishima's patience snapped. He crossed the living room in seconds, and his fist connected with Katsuki's jaw, making the blonde stumble back in shock. When Katsuki finally realized what had just happened, he retaliated with a strong punch of his own to Kirishima's face. What the heck, Kirishima? Are you crazy? He yelled. Kirishima was panting from his anger, not even feeling the punch to his own face. No, I'm just tired of your nonsense. You don't see what you're doing to him. I have to clean up the messes you make. I'm the one who has to see him sobbing over you. I'm the one who has to try and talk him into not leaving. I'm the one who has to calm his anxiety and constantly remind him that your stubborn self really does love him. With each statement, Kirishima pushed Katsuki's chest until he was against the wall. Katsuki was seething and shoved Kirishima back, taking another swing at him at the same time that Kirishima did. Both fists connected with each other's faces, and they stumbled back onto the ground. Kirishima crawled across the floor and grabbed Katsuki's collar, leaning into his face, his eye already starting to swell from the earlier punch. Panting, he looked into Katsuki's fiery eyes and said, "You're going to lose him again, Kat. Is that what you want? Because he's so close to leaving again because you won't listen. He came back for you, Katsuki. He came back for you to fix things. Isn't that what you always wanted? He's here with his heart on his sleeve, trying everything he can to talk to you, and you won't even listen. You cut him off before he can even speak. You're not the only one hurting, bro. He's dying inside too, and you two are the only ones who can fix each other. Stop messing with his heart, Kat, and let him have his say. Because I don't want to lose either one of you." Kirishima was yelling, panting, half in tears as he spilled his words. "He needs you, bro, just like you need him. You'll hate yourself if you don't fix this, and no one said it would be easy, but you have to listen to his side too." His words finally came out like a plea. Katsuki's head was spinning. Anger was turning into regret as he realized the pain he was causing Izuku. With his shirt collar still locked in Kirishima's grip, he put his head down and started to cry. He wanted to stop pushing away the boy he loved just as much as Kirishima did. Kirishima let go of his collar and pulled him into a hug. In a rare moment, Katsuki allowed his vulnerable side to show as he cried into Kirishima's shoulder. "It hurt so much. I messed up so badly," he said into the redhead's shoulder. Kirishima patted his back. "He's still here, bro. You still have time, but you have to calm down and let him talk." Katsuki sat back and leaned against the wall, and Kirishima moved to sit beside him. Both were tired and sore from their fight. "You know, my face hurts like hell," Katsuki said while wiping the blood from his lip with his thumb. Kirishima chuckled. "Yeah, bro, I don't feel much better, but I finally got you to listen," he said, a big grin spreading across his features. Katsuki scoffed, looking at him. "Yeah, I guess so, you pain in the butt." He grunted as he got to his feet and walked into the kitchen to get 2 cold wet rags to clean their faces. Kirishima got up and sat on the couch as Katsuki threw him a rag and an ice pack, taking a seat beside him. "I'm sorry I punched you," Kirishima said, holding the cold pack up to his eye. Katsuki scoffed. "I'm not sorry. I deserved it, but I'm not sorry for punching you back either." Kirishima chuckled. "Yeah, I didn't think you would be." They sat in silence for a few minutes with ice packs on their faces, trying to soothe the stinging pain from the blows they exchanged. Finally, Katsuki cleared his throat and spoke up. "Is Deku okay today? I know that's a stupid question after last night." Kirishima nodded. "I wouldn't say he's necessarily okay. He's coping. He went to that stable he used to ride at when we were growing up to check on his horse and train for a while." Katsuki removed his ice pack and looked over. "His horse? His horse is here?" Katsuki asked, surprised. "Yeah, man. He still has to train, you know. He's got a big ride coming up when he goes back in 3 weeks, so the horse was shipped over too," Kirishima replied honestly. Katsuki frowned at the thought of Izuku leaving in 3 weeks, but at least he was still here, and he still had time to sort through everything. "Train, huh? I wouldn't mind seeing that," he said, absent-mindedly thinking about Izuku. Kirishima snickered. "I bet you wouldn't, bro. You should have seen him this morning in those tight riding breeches he has to train in," he teased, whistling. Katsuki flushed instantly and elbowed his friend in the side. "Shut it, hair for brains," he lightly laughed. "And why the heck were you looking?" A slight glare took over his features. The redhead laughed. "Hard not to notice since he was standing in my living room. But no worries, man, we all know he's yours." "Diamond right," Katsuki mumbled, standing up. He walked to the kitchen to get some pain relievers for himself and Kirishima. His head was still pounding from his hangover, but he was going to push through it. He had somewhere to go. Izuku was currently making laps around the outside riding ring with King. He didn't want to push his horse too much, considering he had just arrived. As they galloped around the ring, a loud crack of thunder from an incoming storm sounded through the air and spooked King. The horse raised up on his hind legs, catching Midoriya off guard and knocking him to the ground. As King took off, his back hoof caught Izuku's side, making him hiss in pain. Slowly getting to his feet after having the wind knocked out of him, he tried to catch the frightened animal. King had escaped into the bigger pasture from the ring. Midoriya cursed under his breath, knowing he would have to go out and chase him down. As soon as he jogged in the horse's direction, the sky opened up and it started to pour. Clenching his sore ribcage, Izuku groaned, "Just what I needed," as he continued to walk through the rain. Katsuki pulled up to the familiar stable just as it started to rain. Memories of being there with Izuku played like an old movie in his head. A small smile made its way to his mouth as he thought of all the times he would sit there listening to Izuku rambling on about horses and riders. How Izuku had taught him how to brush a horse and be gentle with it. He remembered Izuku taking his hand and holding his palm out flat, teaching him how to feed the horse a sugar cube without getting bitten. So much of his life had been spent with the green-eyed boy, and he honestly wanted that to continue in the worst way. He opened the door and stepped out of his car, heading into the barn. He didn't see Izuku anywhere. He walked towards the back of the barn, looking outside from the huge open doors, and saw his friend trudging through the rain with his horse's reins in his hand. He was completely soaked and covered in mud, and the sight made Katsuki smirk. As the fiery blonde stood waiting, he caught a glimpse of himself in a small mirror hanging on the wall. He looked terrible bloodshot eyes, bags under his eyes from his hangover, a busted lip, and a large bruise forming on his jawline and cheek from his fight with Kirishima. Suddenly he panicked. He didn't want Izuku to see him like this. Swiftly, he turned on his heel and sprinted out of the barn. As Izuku was walking back, mumbling to his horse about what a jerk he was, he looked up towards the barn and saw someone standing there. As he focused, his breath hitched. He'd know that form anywhere. It was Katsuki. But as quickly as he noticed him, he saw Katsuki turn and start to run. "Wait, what the heck? Seriously?" he said mostly to himself. He took off running. The pain in his side ached, but he had to stop Katsuki. Enough was enough. He pulled his horse along, trotting beside him. He reached the barn and quickly led King to his stall, closing the door. Taking off running out of the barn, onto the gravel drive, rain pouring, he could see Katsuki just a little in front of him, almost to his car. Panic shot through Izuku. He needed to talk to him. "Kaken! Kaken, stop!" The sound made Katsuki's heart ache in his chest. Memories from last night and Izuku's painful cries for him flooded his mind, and he slowed down but wouldn't turn around. Izuku was now a few feet from the blonde. Seeing that he had finally stopped, he too stopped, panting, holding his side. Soaking wet, he spoke. "Kaken, why are you running? Stop running from me, Stop. Please just talk to me. Do you want me to beg you? Because I will." He was crying now. Katsuki stood stone cold still. He didn't move a muscle. Rain soaked through his white t-shirt, even though he had pulled a zip-up hooded sweatshirt over it. His spikes were falling flat. He was trembling, but not from the rain, from the sound of the pleading Greenette behind him. Izuku took a deep breath and spoke again, louder this time. "Katsuki Baku, turn around and look at me." His voice was laced with hurt and anger. He had stepped right behind Katsuki now, not even realizing it. The sound of Izuku using his full name made Katsuki spin around and glare at him. "When did you get so sassy, shitty Deku? And what did you call me?" They were face to face now, rain rolling off both of them. Katsuki thought it was like some romance movie. It was so cliché it was almost ridiculous. Izuku looked up into Katsuki's crimson eyes as Katsuki locked onto his jade ones. He moved another hair closer, bringing his hands up, and slowly clenched onto Katsuki's soaking wet t-shirt. With pleading eyes, he spoke, "Please don't leave, Kaken. Please talk to me." His eyes searched Katsuki's face with desperation. Katsuki was lost, so easily lost in those enchanting jade oceans. Slowly, Katsuki reached up and cupped Izuku's cheek, moving a wet curl off his forehead and using his thumb to push away some of the rain on his face. He whispered, "I'm not going anywhere, Deku." Izuku shakily took his hand and led him into the barn, out of the rain. Once inside, he walked into the tack room, pulling out 2 clean, dry towels used for when the horses get bathed. He returned to Katsuki, who was sitting on a trunk next to King's stall, and softly placed the towel around Katsuki's shoulders before sitting beside him. They sat in silence for a few minutes, listening to the soft sounds of rain and the horses quietly munching hay. Izuku finally looked over at Katsuki and noticed the darkening bruise on his jaw. He reached his hand under the blonde's chin, trying to pull his face in his direction. Katsuki protested, "Don't, Deku. I don't want you to see me like this." Izuku's face scrunched up with worry. He stood up and took Katsuki's chin again, saying in almost a whisper, "Look at me, Kaken." Katsuki slowly raised his head, revealing the bruises and busted lip. Izuku gasped as he lightly touched Katsuki's cheek, realizing he hadn't seen the damage when they were outside. Katsuki had a hood up, which hid most of the injuries, and the dark sky from the storm concealed the rest. "Kaken, what happened?" Izuku gasped, still examining Katsuki's injuries. "I ran into a wall called "He hair for brains," Katsuki scoffed, allowing Izuku to examine his face because at this point, the truth was out. Izuku furrowed his brows, not understanding at first, but then it hit him. "You got into a fist fight with Kirishima?" he yelled, unable to believe it. Katsuki stood up, looking down at Izuku. "He started it," he defended. Izuku stared at him in disbelief at the childish comeback. He pinched the bridge of his nose and calmly asked, "Can you please tell me what happened? Are you okay?" Katsuki shifted his feet and looked to the side, not wanting to get into the details. "He was trying to knock some sense into me. Obviously, it worked because I'm standing here with you. And yes, Deku, I'm okay, just sore." Izuku couldn't contain the smile creeping onto his face and brought his hand up to his mouth to suppress a giggle. Katsuki noticed and asked, "What are you laughing at, nerd?" Izuku threw his head back and laughed, shocking Katsuki. "I can't believe that's what it took. Kirishima kicking your butt?" Katsuki shot him a glare. "Yeah, well, you should see him. If you're just going to stand there and laugh, I'm going home." He started to walk away, but Izuku quickly grabbed his wrist. "Kat, don't you dare leave me now. I was only teasing," he said, his eyes full of worry that Katsuki would leave before they really talked. Katsuki turned his head to the side and clicked his tongue. He looked back down at Izuku, their eyes locking. They lost themselves in the moment until Katsuki finally cleared his throat and said, "Show me your horse." Izuku smiled. "Sure, and he's not stupid." Katsuki rolled his eyes and followed Izuku until they reached King's stall. Izuku slipped in, taking off King's forgotten saddle. Katsuki stood outside the stall, watching. He couldn't deny that King was an impressive-looking horse. He reached his hand in and slowly patted the horse's head, while Izuku smiled at him. "You can come in, Kat. He doesn't bite." "I mean, I might, but he won't," Izuku said with a playful grin, winking at Katsuki. Katsuki's cheeks flushed bright red. "Ain't it, nerd?" he whispered, looking away. Izuku laughed softly and reached out, taking Katsuki's hand. "Come on, Kat, pet him." The sound of Izuku's words made Katsuki think of all the times he had said that same thing to him while growing up in this very barn. Katsuki walked in, stood next to Izuku, and reached out to pat the sleek red horse. He was genuinely impressed that Izuku could control such a large animal with such ease. "He's not that stupid, I guess," Katsuki grunted, making Izuku smile. When they slipped out of the stall, Katsuki leaned back against the door after Izuku closed it and asked, "What's his name anyway?" Izuku's cheeks tinted pink, making Katsuki wonder why. "His name is King. King Explosion," he sheepishly answered. A wide smirk spread across Katsuki's face. "You named him after my old gamer tag?" he said, still smirking. "Well, I left off the murderer part at the end," Izuku smirked back. Katsuki laughed and put his hands in his still wet jeans pockets. He walked closer to Izuku, looking down at him. "What made you name him that?" he questioned, genuinely wanting to know. Izuku smiled up at Katsuki as he spoke. "He reminds me of you," he quietly said. Katsuki crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Izuku shifted his feet, fumbling with the black band around his finger as he sheepishly answered, "Well, he was hard-headed, stubborn, and full of unkempt fire. He was hard to control and hard to handle, and no one wanted to deal with him. No one really understood him, they all gave up on him, but not me." Katsuki felt his heart rate pick up at the comparison. He moved closer to Izuku, who was leaning back against a stall. Katsuki closed the gap, standing right in front of him. He put one hand on the stall by Izuku's head, and the other slowly reached for Izuku's waist. He looked down at him and whispered, "Why didn't you give up on him?" Loving jade eyes looked into Katsuki's burning crimson. He could see the desperation in Katsuki's eyes, knowing they weren't just talking about the horse anymore. "Simple," Izuku whispered. "Because he was worth it." That's all it took for Katsuki to finally pull Izuku to him and kiss him deeply, their lips connecting in a moment filled with unspoken feelings. Katsuki moved his hand up, placing it behind Izuku's head, pulling him impossibly close and deepening the kiss. His other hand tightened around his waist, holding Izuku close. Izuku's arms wrapped around Katsuki's broad back, his hands grasping onto his wet shirt, not wanting to ever let go. Fire shot through them both, their skin burning through their wet clothes, their bodies unable to get close enough. Katsuki's lips stung from his earlier fight, but he didn't care at the moment. He liked Izuku's bottom lip, and the greenette happily granted him access. Katsuki's mind raced. He had kissed Izuku so many times before as teenagers, but this was different, nothing compared to this. The blonde explored every inch of Izuku's mouth, grazing over his teeth, touching the sides of his cheeks, dancing across his tongue with his own. Izuku softly ummed into the kiss, sending shockwaves down Katsuki's spine. Everything was poured into that kiss. A million emotions danced through them, passing from one to the other. Years of being apart faded as they moved their mouths together in perfect sync. Katsuki reluctantly pulled away, needing to breathe. He rested his forehead against Izuku's, both of them panting. He closed his eyes and muttered a quiet expletive. Then he opened them, looking down at the flushed face of the green-eyed beauty who was still clutching the back of his shirt. Jade eyes full of desire looked up at him. Katsuki leaned in once more for a slow, sweet kiss. Cueing Izuku's cheek, he said, "Come home with me tonight, Deku, so we can figure all this out," running his thumb over the greenette's cheek. "But I have Kirishima's car. I should get it back to him, and then you can pick me up." Izuku offered. Katsuki thought for a minute. He didn't want Izuku away from him anymore, at least not right now. Not even for a few minutes. He felt the need to keep him close and not let go. Dare he say he felt a bit clingy? Forget his car. I'll text him. He can have Dunce Face pick him up and they can come get it. Denki doesn't live far, he said. He lowered his head and rested it on Izuku's forehead again. Please come home with me, Izuku." The words were soft and pleading, and Izuku thought he might actually faint at the sound. "Okay, Kaken, let's go," he smiled softly up at him, kissing his lips lightly. Katsuki straightened up and took Izuku's hand, lacing their fingers together. A shock of electricity ran up his arm at this small action. His heart thundered in his chest. He missed this nerd. He walked them to his car, opened the door for Izuku, waited for him to slide in, then bent down, kissed the greenette softly, and even buckled his seatbelt for him, making Izuku's heart squeeze at the care he was given. Katsuki slid behind the driver's seat, reaching into the back seat to pull out his leather jacket and handed it to Izuku. "Put it on, Vite. You're freezing, and before you say anything, I don't need it. Just put it on." Izuku smiled softly, leaning over to kiss Katsuki's cheek. "Okay, Kaken." Katsuki took one more look at him while he pulled onto the road. "Let's get home, nerd." Katsuki parked his 2021 black Charger in front of his apartment complex. He exited the car and took hold of Izuku's hand, immediately leading him up the stairs. Unlocking the door, he let them both inside. Taking their shoes off at the door, Izuku let his eyes scan over Katsuki's place. He inhaled lightly and smiled. Katsuki noticed. "What are you smiling for, nerd?" he asked with a bemused expression, wondering what Izuku was thinking. Izuku looked up at him with a smile. "It smells like you, sweet and smoky. That's your scent. I've always been drawn to it," he said, his face slightly tinted pink. Katsuki flushed a bit himself. "And I've always been drawn to yours," he said, looking away. Izuku looked up at him, slightly confused. "What? Mine?" Katsuki looked down at him, meeting his eyes finally. "Yeah, yours. You have always smelled like green apples and rain, always. I could never figure out why, but—" He paused. "But nothing has ever compared, not ever, not even close." Izuku stared at him in amazement. He had no idea Katsuki felt that way. He himself always felt that way about the blonde's scent. Nothing ever compared. Katsuki rolled his eyes and smiled. "Come on, nerd, let's get dried off. We're both still soaked." Izuku followed closely behind Katsuki, looking around. "Wow, Kaken, it's really nice." "It's so you," he said, taking in the colors of dark grays, blacks, and hints of orange and red in the areas around him. Katsuki smirked. "Thanks, nerd." The blonde threw his keys on the counter, walking into the kitchen to put some tea on to help Deku warm up. He'd always gotten cold fast, and Katsuki was sure by now he was freezing. Izuku looked over on the counter and noticed the empty whiskey bottle. He furrowed his brows, remembering the drunken visit last night and Kirishima telling him about how Katsuki had binge-drank after Izuku had moved. He picked up the bottle, staring at it, lost in his thoughts until he heard Katsuki's voice. Yeah, I guess you know that's from last night," he said with a hint of embarrassment. Izuku looked at him, then crossed the kitchen, standing in front of him with the bottle still in his hand. "Kat, don't do this again, not to this excess, please? Talk to me instead, Kaken, promise? I don't know what I'd do if something happened to you." His eyes were serious and laced with worry. "Nothing is going to happen to me, Deku." He was cut off by Izuku, who reached for his face and held his cheek. "Kaken, promise me," he said again sternly. Katsuki put his hand on Izuku's and pulled it from his face, lacing their fingers together. He turned his head and clicked his tongue. "Fine, I promise, Deku." "Happy?" he asked, looking down with a slight smirk. The greenette looked up with one of his big smiles and said, "Very," as he put his arms around Katsuki's torso and hugged him. God, he wanted to hug him forever. It felt so good to be able to touch the fiery blonde again. The blonde, always blinded by Izuku's smile, shook his head and rolled his eyes playfully before hugging Izuku back. However, as he did, Deku flinched hard in Katsuki's arms. Katsuki pulled back immediately, his crimson eyes snapping down to Izuku, searching for the problem. "What's wrong? Are you hurt? Did I just hurt you?" Katsuki questioned, concern evident in his fiery eyes. "It's nothing, Kaken. I fell off King today when he spooked at the storm. I'm just a little sore," Izuku explained sheepishly. "The hell, it's nothing. You practically recoiled when I hugged you. Where did you get hurt? Let me see," he demanded, standing back and waiting for Izuku to show him. "Kat, it's okay, seriously." Before he could finish, Katsuki cut him off. "Deku, show me or I'll do it myself," he insisted, his fiery eyes showing he was dead serious. Izuku sighed and reluctantly reached for the bottom of his shirt. As he pulled it up and turned to the side, Katsuki hissed at what he saw. Deku. The hell, it's nothing. What actually happened?" A huge dark bruise was painting Midoriya's ribcage, slightly swollen and covered in deep blacks and purples against his fair skin. Katsuki glared at the injury as if he were angry at it, as if it had the audacity to touch his perfect nerd. He reached out with his rough fingers and touched the injured skin as softly as he could, making Izuku shiver more from Katsuki's touch than the pain itself. "Sheet, Deku, is it broken? I should take you to get checked out. Why the hell didn't you tell me right away?" His voice was filled with slight panic at the thought that Izuku might have a broken rib. "Kaken, calm down. It's not broken, I promise. Trust me, I've broken them riding before. I know what it feels like. This is nothing compared to that." King's hoof caught my side when he took off. It's just a bad bruise, nothing serious, just really sore, he explained to the worried blonde. Katsuki contemplated the horse he had thought was harmless just an hour ago. His fingers still touched the flesh as Izuku's words finally registered. The hell do you mean you've broken them before? He demanded, the thought of Deku being hurt while he had been away causing a feeling within himself that he didn't like. Izuku rolled his eyes and smiled, dropping his shirt and taking Katsuki's hand. Kaken, I do get hurt sometimes, you know? It's a heavy-duty sport. Sometimes your horse goes one way and you go another. Sometimes the horse spooks, or I don't make it over a jump and lose my balance, or get knocked off. But I'm here in one piece, just a few scars, and I'm fine. Stop worrying, he explained, trying to calm the overprotective fireball. Katsuki blinked twice at Deku, not liking what he was hearing at all. He wanted to tell him he was never allowed near horses again since they seemed to want to hurt his nerd. Those horses could go away. Izuku waved his hand in front of Katsuki, trying to get his attention as he noticed Katsuki was lost in thought. Kaken, hello? Katsuki cleared his throat. Yeah, I'm here, Deku. What were you thinking about? Deku asked, curious. Nothing, nerd. I just don't like you getting hurt. It's always bothered me, you know that, Katsuki softly admitted. Izuku looked up at him with soft green eyes, and Katsuki's sweetness made him lunge forward into the blonde's arms, causing Katsuki to lose his footing for a moment. Whoa, Deku, not so hard. You're going to hurt your ribs. Katsuki scolded as he gently wrapped his arms around Izuku's waist. Izuku rolled his eyes into Katsuki's chest, looking up at him with a smirk. I'm not that fragile, Kaken. I can take it, he teased, drawing out the last word playfully, winking at Katsuki and biting his lips slightly, making the blonde start to flush and heat up. Deku, Katsuki said, looking away, trying to hide the heat rising on his face. He cleared his throat, pushing dangerous thoughts from his mind, and pushed Izuku back slightly, taking his hand as he did. You need to take a shower and warm up. We've been in these wet clothes too long. I don't want you getting sick, Katsuki said as he led Izuku to the bathroom and turned on the hot water. I'm going to find you something to wear. I'll be right back, he added before leaving the room. A few minutes later, Katsuki returned with black sweatpants and a red and black hoodie. Here, nerd, these will do for tonight, he said, laying the clothes on the sink. Izuku stepped closer to him. You're wet too, Kaken. You need to warm up as well. He stood on his toes and kissed Katsuki softly, letting it linger for a moment, his arms wrapped around his neck. The blonde pulled him in by the waist, careful of the bruise, and deepened the kiss. Izuku ached to feel Katsuki's warmth against his skin. Katsuki broke the kiss to catch his breath, feeling the desire radiating from Izuku, which mirrored his own. However, there were still unresolved issues that needed to be addressed before they could take their relationship to the next level. Katsuki planted a kiss on Izuku's forehead and looked down into his wanting jade eyes. Deku, as much as I want to shower with you and trust me, I really we need to talk about everything and get it sorted before we take this further. Izuku nodded, a hint of sadness in his expression. He knew Katsuki was right, but that didn't stop him from craving the blonde's presence. He reluctantly released Katsuki's neck, but before he could turn away, Katsuki grabbed him by the collar and walked him backward until he was against the wall. A smirk spread across Katsuki's face, one that made Izuku's heart race. With lustful crimson eyes locked onto shocked jade ones, Katsuki leaned in closer, not breaking eye contact as he spoke in a low, husky voice that made Izuku tremble. But listen here, Deku, once we get all this worked out, you and I are going to do some serious damage to this. Please. We'll see just how fragile you are or aren't, and if you can really handle it. You get what I'm saying, nerd? He ran his tongue over his canines, eyes still fixed on Izuku. Izuku's mind went blank, his knees feeling weak, and his face flushed a deep red. He struggled to find his voice. Katsuki smirked, looking down at Izuku's flustered state. You aren't the only one who knows how to flirt, you know, he said with a wink before leaving the bathroom, leaving Izuku blushing and flustered. Katsuki changed into black and white sweatpants and a fitted black t-shirt before heading to the kitchen to make katsudon, Izuku's longtime favorite. He was stirring the ingredients when he heard Izuku emerge from the bathroom, dressed in the oversized clothes. The sweatpants bunched at Izuku's ankles, and the hoodie hung loosely on him, making him look adorable. His hair was still damp, and the hot water had given his skin a lovely pink hue, accentuating his freckles. Katsuki couldn't help but admire him. He truly was perfect. When Izuku walked into the kitchen, the delicious smell caught his attention. His stomach growled, and he walked happily toward Katsuki. "Oh my god, Kaken, you're making katsudon for me? I haven't had it in forever, and yours was always the best," he exclaimed, peering over Katsuki's shoulder. Katsuki smiled, enjoying the praise. "Of course mine was the best. Now sit down so you can eat." He handed Izuku a big bowl of his favorite dish and took a seat next to him at the counter. Katsuki watched closely as Izuku eagerly stuffed his face, taking heaping spoonfuls. "Christ, Deku, slow down before you choke. You act like you haven't eaten in a year. What have you been eating at Kirishima's anyway?" he questioned. There was a moment of silence before Izuku hesitantly replied, "Okay, don't get mad, Kaken." Katsuki's instincts kicked in. He knew that whenever Izuku started a sentence like that, it meant trouble. He put his spoon down, giving his full attention to Izuku, bracing himself for whatever was about to come. Maybe really haven't eaten anything," Izuku mumbled, avoiding Katsuki's gaze and fiddling with his spoon. "Since when, Deku? When is the last time you ate?" Katsuki asked, his concern growing. Surely, Izuku had eaten something since he arrived. "Izuku, look at me," Katsuki commanded. Izuku complied, meeting Katsuki's intense gaze. What's today?" "Probably since the morning I left to come here," he admitted, mumbling. Katsuki's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? 3 days, You haven't eaten in 3 days? How are you even standing?" he scolded. "I know, Kaken, I'm sorry, but I just didn't have the appetite with everything going on." Izuku replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry, but look, I'm eating now. I'm actually starving." Midoriya tried to defend himself. "Of course you're starving. It's been 3 days, Deku," the blonde yelled. I know, and before you say or do anything, it's not Kirishima's fault. He tried to get me to eat, really." Izuku gave Katsuki his best puppy dog eyes, hoping to ensure that Katsuki wouldn't be too harsh on Kirishima and that his friend would live to be manly for another day. Katsuki looked at the green-eyed cutie, who somehow seemed even cuter now. He pinched the bridge of his nose before speaking. "Fine, the guy is lucky, but listen, Deku, you're going to eat everything on your plate and everything I put in front of you in the morning, understand?" Izuku flashed his signature smile at his blonde friend. "Of course, Kaken," he said, leaning over to peck Katsuki on the cheek. Whatever. Now finish all of that. I'll make you some tea, and after I clean up, we're going to ice your rib," Katsuki stated matter-of-factly. The blonde stood up, got some pain relievers from the cabinet, and handed them to Izuku along with some water. Izuku swallowed the pills with the water he had been given, looking up at Katsuki's bruised face, which was now darker, with his lip showing a painful split. Slowly, Izuku reached for Katsuki's face. The blonde watched, knowing what Izuku wanted, so he leaned his head down to allow Izuku to touch his injuries. Izuku's eyes scanned Katsuki's face carefully. He ran his fingertips over each bruise, cupping Katsuki's cheek gently as he ran his thumb over the split lip. Katsuki didn't move a muscle. He let Izuku touch him as he pleased, staring softly at him. Izuku seemed lost in his own actions as he carefully and lovingly touched each part of Katsuki's damaged skin. Their eyes met Izuku's jade eyes, meeting Katsuki's crimson before Izuku looked back at the tender bruised flesh. Then he did something that made Katsuki's heart flutter. He leaned in and kissed each bruise ever so softly, like whispers across Katsuki's skin. When he reached his lip, he gently ran his warm tongue over it, making Katsuki gasp slightly because this nerd had somehow made even this the most NTMT thing he had ever felt. What was it he said about waiting until they sorted things out before taking it to the next level? The hell, Katsuki, you and your stupid ideas. Because taking this nerd right here on the kitchen counter seemed like such a better idea. Katsuki almost groaned at his own thoughts before he was pulled back into reality by soft lips kissing him gently before pulling back to look into soft crimson eyes. This was going to be a long night, and Katsuki was more than okay with losing sleep for this. Once Katsuki had Izuku settled on the couch with a hot cup of tea and an ice pack for his bruised rib, he took out his phone to text Kirishima. Kirishima was sitting on his couch, still nursing his black eye, nervously chewing his fingernails because his green-eyed friend hadn't answered his texts or calls, and it was getting late. When his phone dinged with a text notification, he jumped across the couch for it. "Oi, hair for brains, have Dunce face pick you up and take you to the stable to pick up your car. Deku came home with me." Kirishima sighed with relief. A shark-toothed smile spread across his face at the fact that Midoriya was finally with his hard-headed friend. "Oh man, thank God. I was getting super worried, man. Mito wasn't answering my calls. I didn't know if something happened." "Yeah, I'll have Denki shoot over no problem." "Mito bro is with you, huh? How's it going? Did you guys talk?" Katsuki rolled his eyes at his friend's use of emojis. "It's going fine. We're getting ready to talk things out. Not that it's any of your business, you nosy idiot. Wanted to tell you to get your car and let you know that Deku was with me. He didn't answer you because his phone is dead." Kirishima smiled wide. "Cool man, super stoked about that. Just remember to keep calm and listen to him. And will Midobro be staying with you all night?" Katsuki didn't need to see Kirishima's face to know he was sitting there wiggling his stupid eyebrows at that last comment. For what felt like the millionth time, he rolled his eyes at the redhead. "First of all, you're not his dad. You don't need to worry about whether he's staying with me all night or not. Second, I'm going now. I wasted too many brain cells on this little texting session, and I have a nerd to get back to." "Mean man, just mean, and don't leave me hanging, bro." Katsuki smirked, pocketed his phone, and headed to the couch to sit with Izuku. "How's the rib feeling, nerd?" Katsuki asked while sitting next to him. Midoriya looked up and smiled. "It's starting to feel better. Between the pain relievers and the ice, it's definitely improving." "Thanks, Kaken." He beamed at the blonde, grateful for his care. Katsuki nodded, looking over at Izuku. He noticed a stray wavy curl hanging by Deku's eye, so he reached out and gently pushed it away to see those jade eyes that always made him feel like he was drowning. He let his finger trail down the side of Izuku's face, skimming lightly over his freckles, then moving slowly down to his chin, where he gently squeezed it before letting go as he softly said the words that were dancing in his mind. "Tell me, Deku, tell me why you didn't try to reach me for 3 years? And when you finally did reach out, why was it Kirishima who got the call?" His voice was soft and laced with hurt, causing Izuku to immediately have tears well up in his eyes. He really was such a crybaby. But he couldn't help it, everything felt so emotional right now between the two. Katsuki kept his eyes on Izuku's tear-filled jade ones. He hated seeing Izuku cry, but he knew that with everything that needed to be said, there would probably be several tears shed tonight. The greenette reached for Katsuki's hand and interlocked their fingers, nervously rubbing circles over the back of the blonde's hand. Guilt filled Izuku's jade eyes as he looked into Katsuki's pain-filled crimson ones. "Kaken, I know I hurt you. I know that I hurt you really deeply, but I need you to know that I thought about calling you every single day. Every day, Kat. But I was scared to hear how hurt I knew you'd be. I was a coward. I couldn't face the pain I knew I caused by leaving. And I knew I wouldn't be able to handle it if I called and you told me you hated me, because I wouldn't have blamed you if you did. But at least I didn't know it for sure as long as I didn't hear you say it, so I kept my distance." He paused, taking a breath as tears rolled down his cheeks before he continued. "It was wrong. It was so wrong on my part, and I don't even know how to ask you to forgive me or even if I deserve your forgiveness. Saying I'm sorry seems so insignificant compared to the hurt I caused you, but Kaken, I'm begging you to please forgive me and let me try to make up for these 3 long and terrible years without you by my side." Before Katsuki could respond, Izuku continued after wiping his tears with Katsuki's sweatshirt. The fiery blonde would have thought it was the cutest thing on earth if he didn't currently feel like both of their hearts were breaking wide open for each other. "As far as why I called Kiri first, it's because I was scared once again that you. That you wouldn't want to talk to me or… He was crying too hard to even finish his sentence. Shoo, Deku, calm down, Katsuki soothed, feeling his heart aching in his chest. Or you had moved on, Izuku finished, looking down at the hand that was tightly in Katsuki's. Katsuki felt his heart pang with hurt and sat up a little straighter. Look at me, Deku, he said softly. When Izuku shook his head, still looking down, Katsuki reached for the greenette's chin, gently pulling his head up. Izuku, look at me, he said more sternly this time. Tear-filled jade eyes met emotion-filled crimson ones as Katsuki spoke. First of all, you should have never been scared to call me. Deku, I could never hate you. I don't think it would matter what you did, I could never hate you. Was I upset with you? Hell yeah. I was devastated when you left without even so much as a goodbye, not to mention worried sick, but I would have talked to you. I wanted to so badly for 3 years. And second. He took a shaky breath, making sure to lock eyes with Izuku before he continued. I couldn't and wouldn't ever move on. It's only you, Izuku. It's only ever been you. For as long as I live, it could only ever be you. He spoke it straight from his soul, tears now threatening to spill from his crimson eyes. Izuku gasped, putting a hand over his mouth, trying to quiet the sobs breaking from his chest. Katsuki pulled Izuku closer, holding him tight against his chest and rubbing circles on his back as tears ran down his own cheeks. Izuku cried into his chest as Katsuki ran a hand through his wavy curls, clearing his throat to speak again. He knew they were both emotional, but he had to keep going, making sure everything that haunted his mind was out in the open so they could start over together. Deku, was it easy for you to leave? Was it easy to be away from me? Izuku sat straight up, his eyes wide but still tear-filled. What? Kaken, God no, it wasn't easy. You have no idea what I went through or how hard it was for me too. Kaken, you weren't the only one devastated. I had nightmares for months, I would wake up screaming for you. That caught Katsuki right in the chest, hurting so badly he thought he might be having a heart attack. The thought of Izuku screaming out for him for months was almost too much for him to handle. Tears made their way to his crimson eyes again. He knew he was vulnerable at the moment, a feeling he didn't like, but he didn't have a choice. If ripping both their chests wide open so they could see the pain and regrets in their hearts meant they could move past it and be together, then that was what he was going to do. I would have swum across anything to have been there, Deku. I would have done anything. It kills me knowing you were screaming for me and I couldn't get to you. I had lots of those nightmares myself, so I know how you felt. I woke up more times than I can count yelling for you, he answered from his heart. Izuku felt his heart break. They had both suffered so much without the other. He cursed himself for not reaching out to Katsuki sooner. Kaken, I wasn't in my right mind when I left. I was so broken after the shock of losing my mom. I was so lost I felt like a zombie. I wasn't in control of anything I did. I didn't even agree to go with Aizawa. I just didn't fight it because I had no fight left. While I'm grateful to Aizawa for everything he did for me, if I had to do it over again, I never would have left you or our friends. I needed you. I can never say I'm sorry enough for shutting you out, I regretted it every day. As Katsuki looked into Izuku's pain-filled jade eyes, he knew everything Izuku was saying was true. His doubts and fears from the past 3 years were slowly fading away, and there was just one more question dancing on his lips. As if reading his mind, Deku spoke next to him. And don't you ever doubt for 1 minute that I don't or didn't love you because just like you said, there could only ever be one, and mine is a hot-headed, hard-to-handle, amazing at everything he does blonde sitting next to me named Katsuki Bakugo, he said, grinning through his tears. Katsuki stared at him wide-eyed for a minute, his heart hammering in his chest. Then a smirk formed on his lips as he replied, You're absolutely right, nerd, and don't you forget it. Your heart is mine and you're stuck with me. Izuku's smile grew as he said, I wouldn't have it any other way. Katsuki leaned over and pulled Izuku to him, crashing their lips together. His hand was on the back of Midoriya's head, deepening the kiss. His tongue swept across Izuku's lips, seeking entrance, which was granted immediately. Their tongues danced together, tasting every inch of each other's mouths. Katsuki groaned into the kiss, loving the taste and feel. Izuku held Katsuki close, his arms wrapped tightly around his broad back, trying to pull him even closer. Katsuki sat back on the couch, leaning against it and pulling Izuku into his lap until he was straddling his waist, never breaking the kiss. Strong hands held firmly onto Deku's toned thighs. Izuku's hands cradled Katsuki's face as they kissed deeply and needily. Their kisses became sloppy, heated, and impatient. They broke away only for a moment, foreheads resting against each other, jade eyes looking into fevered crimson, both panting for air before diving back in for more. In a heated moment, Deku playfully bit Katsuki's bottom lip, making the blonde pull back slightly at the unexpected sensation. Realizing immediately what he had done, the brunette broke out in a string of apologies. "Oh my God, Kat. I'm so sorry. I was so caught up I forgot about your lip. Oh God, let me see it," he worriedly rushed out. Katsuki placed his hand over Deku's mouth, stopping him from rambling any further. "Shoo, nerd, it's fine. If it had been on a different night when my lip wasn't already sore, that would have driven me crazy. Pain and all, it was still amazing," he said with a smirk. Pulling his hand away from Izuku's mouth, he noticed the brunette's cheeks had flushed a deep pink. Katsuki pulled him close again and kissed him slowly this time, his hand on Izuku's hips holding him tight. Breaking the soft kiss, he pulled back and looked into Izuku's loving jade eyes. Katsuki cupped Izuku's cheek and ran his thumb over his lips, which were red and swollen from their heavy makeout session. "Let's go lay down, Deku. You're sore, my face is a mess, and we spilled our hearts all over the floor. It's been a long day, so we need to rest." Izuku nodded in response. It was true, it had been quite a day, but it had turned out to be wonderful. He got off Katsuki's lap and let him lead him into his bedroom by the hand. Katsuki opened the door and let Deku inside. Izuku took in the room. It was large, with walls covered in a deep forest green color. Different framed artwork of various motorcycles hung around the room, and dark curtains draped from the windows. His bed was large, deep black in color, with a comforter that matched the walls and pillows and sheets that were black. The brunette's eyes wandered to a picture on Katsuki's nightstand. He walked closer, picking it up and inspecting it. It was a picture of the two of them when Katsuki was 18 and Izuku was 17. They were sitting on the outside steps of Katsuki's childhood home. Katsuki was sitting on an upper step, and Izuku was sitting between his legs on the next step down. Katsuki had both his arms around Izuku's shoulders, hugging his neck, while the brunette's hands held onto his arms. Izuku's head was tilted to the side, laughing, and Katsuki's face was lowered right next to his cheek with his tongue out. The brunette felt his heart squeeze as he looked fondly at the framed photo. Katsuki walked up behind him and wrapped his arms around his waist, resting his chin on his shoulder. "I remember this day," the brunette said with a smile. "It was the day before prom," Katsuki replied. Katsuki nodded in response while saying, "Yup, and Pinky dragged us all over town shopping for outfits for the event. She took the picture." "Yeah, and then the next night Kirishima ended up ripping the seam out of his tux pants when he tripped over Denki's foot and landed in a split," Izuku reminisced, a laugh breaking through his chest. Katsuki was now behind him, laughing. "Yeah, and then Dunt's face started crying because he thought Shitty Hair was mad at him. Right? And Mina broke the zipper on the back of her dress, and I came up with the bright idea to use a black zip tie to keep it closed." They both erupted into laughter. "Ah, that's also the night Zero got caught spiking the punch, and when he took off to run, he took the tablecloth with him along with the punch bowl." Katsuki laughed out. Tears ran down their cheeks as they continued to wheeze with laughter. "Oh my God, remember I got drunk on Zero's spiked punch and almost crashed face first into the food table?" Izuku wheezed out. "Yeah, I remember. I caught your drunk self in my arms right before you made a fool out of yourself, lightweight. I almost puked on you later that night when we were outside kissing," the brunette said, giggling. "Yeah, I remember. Way to ruin the moment that night, nerd," Katsuki replied, still laughing. "Sorry," Izuku chuckled. As they finally started to calm their laughter, wiping tears from their eyes, Katsuki looked over at his jade-eyed beauty. "We always had fun. I missed the hell out of you." Izuku stopped and turned. Towards Katsuki, his eyes soft. I missed you too. I missed you so much every day, and we did have fun. We'll have lots more of that too, he said with his signature smile, making Katsuki's heart skip. The blonde leaned over and pecked his lips. Hell yeah we will, he smirked. Katsuki excused himself to go to the restroom before bed. Midoriya climbed onto Katsuki's bed, laying back on the pillows, closing his eyes and smiling at the comfort. He opened them again when he heard Katsuki enter the room, and when he did, his breath hitched. There in the doorway stood Katsuki Bakugo, shirtless and in all his glory. Izuku let his eyes rake over his body. Katsuki's black and white sweats hung dangerously on his hips, with his gorgeous V-line in view. His well-defined six-pack was enough to make Izuku drool. His chest was firm and built like the rest of him, and his arms were muscular, showing off those black tribal tattoos beautifully. Around his neck lay a silver military-style chain with a tag proudly carrying Izuku's name. Katsuki smirked as he made his way to the bed, clearly seeing Izuku eyeing him. He crawled slowly from the bottom of the bed up over the greenette, hovering above him on his hands and knees. In a low, husky voice, he whispered, "Like what you see, nerd?" Izuku bit his lip, looking up into Katsuki's crimson eyes. Yeah, I always have, but wow, Kat, now, just wow, he sheepishly admitted, his face tinted pink. Katsuki grinned down at the flustered greenette and whispered, "You know it belongs to you. You can touch me whenever you want, Izuku." Katsuki sat up, straddling the greenette's hips. Taking Izuku's hand, he placed it over his heart. "You know this belongs to you too, right?" Izuku flushed at the warmth of Katsuki's bare skin and the words that stole his breath. He nodded, tears almost threatening to spill. Katsuki, still holding his hand to his chest, slowly started to move it down his body as Izuku watched in a daze. The blonde placed the greenette's hand on his six-pack and let go. Izuku looked up at him, as if asking permission to keep touching. Katsuki smirked lightly and nodded his head. Izuku let his fingers trace over Katsuki's six-pack, dancing over each crevice. Taking both his hands, he softly placed them on Katsuki's sides and ran them up both sides of his ribcage, stopping at the blonde's built pecs, letting his fingers dance over Katsuki's warm skin. Every touch sent electricity through Katsuki's body, making his skin heat up. The feeling of Izuku's soft touches left a trail of goosebumps on the fiery blonde's heated skin. He moved slowly off the greenette and lay down on his back, putting his right arm out so the greenette could lay on it, whispering, "You don't have to stop, Deku. Just come here." Izuku shivered at the whisper but lay on his side, resting his head on Katsuki's bicep. He let his fingers resume movement, tracing down Katsuki's side to his V-line, running his finger over it slowly, hearing Katsuki's breath hitch. The blonde's heart hammered against his ribs at every light touch, feeling as if it would be the end of him. Katsuki turned on his side, facing the greenette, taking in his features. Izuku's eyes were full of want and wonder as he explored the blonde's body after all this time. Katsuki lay still, letting his jade-eyed love touch him as he pleased. Izuku sat up slightly, looking at Katsuki's arm resting on his side, which held most of his tattoos. The greenette let his fingers trace the black patterns, wanting to do that since he first saw them. He stopped at a scar he noticed on the blonde's arm, studying it before he heard Katsuki softly say, "It's a burn. I got too close to a bike's engine one day before it was cool enough." Izuku scrunched his face, not liking that Katsuki had been hurt. He continued to move his fingers, his eyes trailing as he did. He reached Katsuki's hand and stopped, noticing a rather large scar across the back. His eyes landed on Katsuki's crimson ones, as if asking for an explanation. "The hood came down on my hand when I was working on Shitty Hair's car," Katsuki explained. Izuku frowned at the scar, which made Katsuki smile at how cute he looked when he did that. He spotted another scar on Katsuki's pec and reached for it. He didn't even have to say anything before Katsuki responded, "Another work injury. I caught my chest on the sharp end of a rusted tailpipe I was pulling off a bike." Deku leaned down and placed a soft kiss on it, the contact making Katsuki shiver. He then took Katsuki's hand again, kissing the scar, and proceeded to run his soft, warm mouth up Katsuki's arm until he reached the burned scar, running his tongue lightly over it. Katsuki was having a hard time keeping his cool. Every touch was soothing but also sent wildfire through his veins. Izuku slowly leaned down and kissed Katsuki softly. Their eyes met, and Katsuki whispered what he had been dying to say. "I love you, Izuku. I love you so damn much." The greenette's eyes softened. "I love you too, Kaken. God, I've been waiting to hear you say that to me again for 3 years," he said, a tear running down his cheek without warning. Katsuki reached up and wiped the stray tear away. "Don't cry, Deku," he whispered, the day's exhaustion starting to take over. He felt his eyes growing heavy, no matter how hard he tried to keep them open. Izuku settled down next to him, and Katsuki wrapped his arm around his waist, pulling him close, careful to avoid the tender rib. The greenette sighed in contentment, putting his own arm over Katsuki's, snuggling his face under Katsuki's chin into his neck. He inhaled deeply, smelling sweet and smoky, the scent working like a drag as he felt sleep taking him under, wrapped up right where he belonged. As light made its way into Katsuki's room, he fluttered his eyes open slightly, letting them fall closed again, his body still heavy with sleep. Laying on his stomach with his arms under his pillow, he stretched his leg across the mattress, his brows furrowing as his sleep-filled mind tried to remember what he was searching to touch on the other side of the bed. Suddenly, his crimson eyes snapped wide open. Katsuki sat up swiftly, knocking the blankets off him as he did. His eyes scanned the room almost frantically. "Deku?" he called out, his voice still groggy from sleep. He was met with silence. Quicker than he could process, a wave of panic hit him. "Deku?" he yelled, louder now, even though his voice was hoarse from sleep. A pit formed in his stomach, bile lurching to the back of his throat. Katsuki was on his feet now, blankets tangled around his legs as he frantically tried to get his footing, yelling out again, "Deku!" Just as he freed himself from his blanket prison, tripping over his own feet to get to the door, it swung open almost on its hinges. There stood Izuku, eyes wide, a toothbrush in his mouth, toothpaste spilling down his chin, a frantic look on his features. "Kaken! What's wrong?" He tried to mumble around the toothbrush still in his mouth. Before he could finish his sentence, relief washed over Katsuki, and he felt like his legs might give out. He immediately gripped Izuku in a tight embrace, smashing him to his chest, toothpaste drool and all. Izuku returned the hug but tried to pull back slightly to remove the toothbrush that still hung from his mouth. Katsuki wasn't having it, he locked on tighter than a python. Although Izuku didn't mind, he wondered what was happening. Katsuki stayed like that for a few minutes, not moving or speaking, his head buried in Izuku's wavy curls, inhaling the scent of green apples and rain until his breathing calmed down. He mumbled a quiet, "Thank God," and slowly loosened his hold. The greenette quickly removed his toothbrush, wiping a hand over his mouth, worried jade eyes looking up at his fiery blonde for some kind of explanation. Katsuki took a deep breath while running his hands through his own blonde locks. He slowly let out the breath he was holding and reached for Izuku's hand quietly. The greenette took his large hand in his own, feeling Katsuki shaking as he did. He worriedly grabbed onto Katsuki's bicep, hands still gripped onto his. "Kaken, what's wrong?" Izuku asked, worried. He was scared, he wasn't sure he had ever seen his blonde so panicked. Katsuki walked them to the bed and sat down on the end, patting his thigh as an invitation for Izuku to sit. The greenette worriedly took his place, sitting sideways on Katsuki's lap, his legs between Katsuki's knees, his arm around the blonde's shoulder as he waited for him to speak. Katsuki wrapped both arms around Izuku's waist and looked up at him, finally breaking the silence. I woke up and I thought. His voice was shaky. Izuku saw Katsuki struggle with his words, and suddenly realization hit him like a brick, making his heart ache. "You thought I was gone again," Izuku whispered. Katsuki nodded before speaking. "Yeah, you weren't in bed, and you didn't answer when I called out, and I don't know, I thought I was going to puke. I was so scared, I thought you were gone, or worse yet, I thought you had never come back and it was all a dream," he finished, his breath still shaken. Izuku stood up between Katsuki's knees, reaching down to take the blonde's hands and put them around his waist. Looking down into stressed crimson eyes, His jade eyes took in the pain he knew Katsuki was holding. His leaving had caused what he saw in front of him now, and it was everything not to break down. He ran his hands through soft blonde locks and then gently pulled Katsuki's head to his chest, speaking softly. "You hear that? Hear my heart thundering away in there? It does that only for you, and that sound tells you that I'm right here, Kaken. I'm not disappearing, and I'm not a dream. I'm your nerd standing right here holding onto my hot head," he finished with a soft laugh and smile. The sound of Izuku's heartbeat and the vibrations from his chest as he spoke were like a lullaby to Katsuki right now. He felt the tension start to relax from his shoulders, and that knot in his stomach was slowly starting to finally come undone. He pulled the green net closer, inhaling his scent. After a minute or two, he looked up to see jade eyes and that signature smile that Katsuki was sure could rival the sun. A smile made its way to his lips, and he reached up, tugging Izuku's collar, pulling him down to his face and kissing his lips softly. Pulling away only slightly, he spoke against Izuku's lips. "Thanks, nerd." When he went to kiss him again, Izuku's stomach broke through with a loud growl. Katsuki pet an eyebrow at the greenette, who was inches from his face with pink dusting his cheeks. Through a soft embarrassed giggle, Izuku mumbled, "Ah, sorry." Katsuki pulled back and smirked as he stood up. "Way to ruin the moment again, nerd, just like prom night," he said, still smirking down at Izuku's pink-tinted cheeks. "Kakaajin, I can't help it," he whined. Katsuki grinned, and in one swift motion, he bent down and threw the green net over his shoulder. "Time for breakfast, nerd," he said as Izuku yelped and struggled against his shoulder, playfully hitting Katsuki on the back. "Kaken, put me down," he laughed out. Katsuki didn't put him down until they reached the kitchen, and then he set him on the counter. "Might as well forget it, nerd. You know you can't win against me," Katsuki smirked at Izuku as he stood with his hands on the counter on either side of the greenette. Izuku smiled and put his arms around the blonde's shoulders. "Yeah, well, I can try." He places a small kiss on Katsuki before the blonde pulls back, rummaging through the fridge and cabinets to gather ingredients for breakfast. Izuku watches contentedly from his perch on the counter, his legs swinging like a child's as his jade eyes take in the fiery blonde's every movement. He truly was something to behold, the greenette thought, as he watched Katsuki shirtless, moving effortlessly around the kitchen, muscles rippling with every move. Every time the light catches the silver tag hung around his neck with Izuku's name on it, butterflies erupt in the greenette's stomach as he stares, lost in his own thoughts. Absent-mindedly, Izuku's fingers fiddle with the crescent moon necklace around his own neck, taking the moon-shaped charm into his mouth, a habit he had acquired ever since he got it. Katsuki looks over at his jade-eyed heartthrob, noticing him lost in thought with the charm from his necklace dangling from his lips. For reasons he himself doesn't fully understand, he wonders how this nerd can make the slightest things so incredibly attractive. Stopping what he's doing, he makes his way over to the greenette and stands in front of him, placing both hands on either side of him on the counter. Izuku is brought out of his dangerous thoughts of his fireball as he realizes Katsuki is now standing directly in front of him with his signature smirk, an eyebrow raised in question. Katsuki slowly reaches his hand up, crimson locked on jade, and gently pulls the charm from Izuku's mouth. It falls into his fingers, warm from the greenette's mouth. The blonde lowers his eyes, inspecting the crescent moon charm in his fingers when he hears Izuku say, "You aren't the only one who carries me around with you, read the back." Katsuki takes his eyes off the jade ones for a moment to look back down at the gold charm. He turns it over in his fingers to see engraved in small, neat script his given name, Katsuki. The letters delicately curve along the shape of the moon. He feels his heart skip a couple of beats as he snaps his crimson eyes back to Izuku's to see him smiling softly, cheeks tinted pink. "It's, the moon you were born under, a crescent moon." I remembered Auntie Mitsuki talking to Mom about what moon phases we were born under one time. It always made me think of you every time there was a crescent moon, so while I was away, I got it. "Just like you, I never take it off," he sheepishly explains. Katsuki stares at him, taken aback by what he just said, his heartbeat hammering away at his ribcage, emotion surfacing. "Freaking nerd. he whispers, his voice cracking slightly as he grabs Izuku's face and kisses him hard. He moves his arms around the greenette's waist and pulls him close when he feels Izuku slightly flinch in his grip. "Sorry, I forgot about your side," Katsuki says immediately, pulling back, his eyes scanning the greenette. "It's fine, Kat. It's just a little sore, nothing like it was. It feels so much better than when I first did it." He tries to reassure his overprotective boyfriend. Katsuki raises a skeptical eyebrow. "Let me see it," the blonde states, putting his hands on the hem of the hoodie Izuku is still wearing. Izuku sighs, knowing it will be no use to argue, so he lifts his arms in defeat so Katsuki can inspect his bruised flesh. The fire-eyed blonde pulls up the hoodie, taking it off the greenette's frame to get a good look at the tender skin beneath. Crimson eyes immediately land on the bruised ribcage as his fingers reach out to touch the area gently. He sees that it doesn't look any worse, no more swelling, just an ugly bruise still painting Izuku's side. Katsuki furrows his brows and clicks his tongue, still not liking the sight of the mark on the perfect fair skin of his nerd. Izuku softly chuckles. "It's okay, Kaken, I promise." Katsuki looks up to meet jade eyes looking back at him. He takes a minute to scan over Izuku's shirtless form, realizing this is the first time he's seen him without his shirt since he's been back, and he intends to enjoy the view. Crimson eyes take in Izuku's toned chest. He's not as muscular as Katsuki, but he definitely has an athlete's body. He's perfectly toned and lean, his stomach flat, his muscles not as prominent as Katsuki's but nonetheless impressive. It's now Katsuki's turn to reach out and let his hands and fingers explore the greenette before him. Warm, rough hands start on Izuku's hips, resting on the perfect hip bones exposed by the low-hanging sweats he has on. Slowly, he slides his hands up the greenette's perfect lean sides, feeling the muscle beneath the skin. As he reaches the top of his ribcage, he lets his fingers dance across the freckles that litter Izuku's lightly tanned skin on his chest, like he's playing connect the dots. Crimson eyes spot a small scar on Izuku's shoulder, and he furrows his brows slightly, touching it as he hears the greenette's soft voice. "I caught my shoulder on a barb from a barbed wire fence once when I fell from King." Katsuki continues to look over Izuku, letting his fingers touch Izuku's pec, watching as he shivers slightly from his touch. It makes him smirk, knowing that reaction belongs to him. The greenette leans back slightly on the counter with Katsuki between his knees, resting his weight on his hands as he lets the blonde explore him once again. Each touch makes him shiver in the best way, butterflies swarm his stomach, and his breath hitches every now and then as he feels Katsuki's rough skin on his. The fiery blonde drags a finger straight down Izuku's chest, making the greenette visibly shudder under the touch. He traces over his lean muscles, eyes catching the black outline of the small tattoo that is partially peeking out from his low-hanging sweats. Curious crimson eyes look to the spot as his fingers land on the waistband, looking up into jade oceans, asking for permission without words. The greenette bites his lip gently while nodding. Slowly, Katsuki's fingers pull down the waistband slightly so he can finally see the tattoo that has been dancing through the back of his mind since he caught a glimpse of it the night Izuku was on the dance floor. Sharp crimson eyes study the neat script that lines the side of Izuku's V-line. He tilted his head slightly to the side and read June 18th with a small orange heart. Katsuki ran the tip of his index finger over the date as his mind searched for its meaning. His question was answered when the greenette spoke. "It's the date you first kissed me outside of my house that summer night, and the date we confessed we loved each other," he said softly. Katsuki's words caught in his throat. Once again, his nerd had managed to SCK the air from his lungs. He felt tears threatening, but he blinked them back. Izuku was the only one who could pull such emotion from him. He leaned forward, running his lips softly over the date, a whisper on the greenette's skin before planting a gentle kiss on it, making Izuku softly gasp from the contact. He ran a hand through Katsuki's blonde locks, whispering nervously, "Do you like it?" Katsuki smirked up at him. "Like it? I love it, goddamn that's hot, nerd, and sappy as sheet. It's perfect just like you." He winked, a devilish smirk still on his face. Izuku's cheeks flamed red as he covered his face with one of his hands. "Kaken," he whined out, flustered. Katsuki chuckled at his greenette's childish action when he caught sight of another small tattoo on the inside of Izuku's forearm. He had seen it the first day he came back but now had a better chance to look at it. He reached up, pulled the greenette's hand from his face, and turned his arm around to get a good look at the ink on his skin. It was a small explosion, black and orange, red in color. He ran his thumb over it. "What's this one for?" he asked curiously, his eyes still on the tattoo. "It's for you too, King Explosion Murder," Izuku said with a huge grin. Katsuki's eyes found jade ones as he threw his head back and laughed deeply from his chest, a sound Izuku could never get. "Enough of. Get out of my head, nerd," Katsuki said once he settled his laughter. Izuku looked at him in confusion, tilting his head to the side. "Huh, what do you mean?" Katsuki stuck out his arm that Izuku hadn't inspected the night before and pointed to a small tattoo resting on his forearm in almost the exact same spot as the greenette's. It was the outline of a small green bunny, dark green and black in color. Izuku gasped with excitement, reaching out to touch it. His eyes lit up with a smile as he asked, "Oh my god, is this?" Before he could finish, Katsuki answered, "Yup, it's the green bunny I gave you when we were kids, the one I won for you at the carnival after you fell down and scraped your knees. It was the only way I could get you to stop crying." Tears sprang into Izuku's eyes. "I still have him. In fact, he's in my bag at Kirishima's house," he softly confessed, a stray tear rolling down his cheek. Crimson eyes looked into jade, slightly surprised. "You still have that bunny? It's gotta be beat to hell by now." "You must have been 7 or 8 when I gave it to you," Katsuki said, his eyes on his greenette as he reached up and wiped the tear off Izuku's cheek. "7, I was 7, you were 8, he stated matter-of-factly. "And of course, I still have him. I may or may not still sleep with him from time to time," he sheepishly admitted, turning his head to the side to hide the pink tinting his cheeks. Katsuki smiled wide as he pulled the embarrassed cutie into his arms, positive at this point that he had the cutest boyfriend on the planet, and anyone who disagreed could fight him on the spot. "You're still a crybaby," he teased as he hugged him close. "I know," Izuku sniffled into his shoulder. "But I'm your crybaby." "Goddamn right," Katsuki said with a smirk as he pulled back. "Now let me cook breakfast before it turns into lunch at this point." He placed a quick kiss on the greenette's lips. Izuku smiled, looking over at the clock as Katsuki resumed his long-forgotten cooking when he realized something. "Oh my god, Kat, it's Monday. Don't you have to be at the shop?" he asked. "It's fine. I pay those other 2 idiots to take care of things when I'm not there. They can hold it down until I get there," Katsuki told the greenette still perched on the counter beside him. "Are you making me French toast, Kakin?" he heard the greenette beam. Katsuki smiled as he continued to cook, knowing it was always Izuku's favorite. "Maybe," he smirked, not looking up from his task. Not too long later, both were sitting at the counter talking about a little bit of everything as Izuku happily munched away at his French toast and bacon. Katsuki watched him out of the corner of his eye, relieved that the greenette was once again eating properly. "Oh my god, so good, Kakin, just like I remember. No one could ever make it taste like this," he rambled brightly beside Katsuki. The blonde smiled, leaning towards the greenette, wiping away a small drop of syrup from the corner of his lips with his thumb. Liking it from his finger without breaking eye contact, he said, "Guess you're lucky to have me then, huh, nerd?" he said smugly, pecking Izuku's lips as he stood up to carry their empty plates to the sink. He sighed, turning around and leaning on the counter with his arms crossed. "As much as I would love to stay here all day wrapped around you, I gotta get to the shop to make sure those 2 don't burn it down. I'll shower and get ready, and then we'll swing by Kirishima's place so you can change and grab your stuff because like hell you're staying away from me anymore." He walked over to grab hold of the greenette, bringing him close for another kiss. Katsuki never thought he could get enough of this nerd and his perfect lips. "Okay, Kakin." Izuku smiled once they broke for air. After an hour filled with a few dozen more kisses and playful smirks, a freshly showered Katsuki and a happy, bouncy Izuku made their way hand in hand to Katsuki's car. They needed to pick up Izuku's things and make sure that Katsuki's shop was still standing, not up in flames thanks to their 2 friends. After picking up Izuku's belongings from Kirishima's place and successfully changing, The two arrived at Katsuki's shop, both relieved to see it was still intact. Walking in proudly with their fingers intertwined, Katsuki waltzed into work, looking around to find their two friends sitting in the back of the shop, enjoying lunch. As soon as Shiro and Kirishima spotted them, Kirishima's eyes widened. He immediately noticed the two holding hands, and this red-headed friend wasn't too manly to shed a tear. Jumping from the bench, nearly knocking Shiro and his sandwich to the floor, Kirishima broke into a run across the shop. Izuku noticed right away, bursting into laughter and bracing for impact as he tightened his grip on Katsuki's hand, grounding himself for Kirishima's enthusiastic pounce. Katsuki looked down at the greenette, unsure of what was happening when he suddenly felt a weight slam between him and Izuku, almost knocking them all down. Katsuki made an audible sound of surprise before realizing it was the red-headed friend who had nearly tackled them to the floor. He started, but Kirishima cut him off, babbling through tears as he locked his arms around both of them, resting his chin on their shoulders. Izuku wrapped an arm around Kirishima, patting his back and grinning at the outburst. Katsuki, however, held onto the greenette but had no intention of hugging the babbling friend locked onto them. Oh my god, yes! Finally! Bakubro and Midobro are back together again. Oh man, I'm so happy! My bros, so manly guys, so manly! I knew you'd work it out. See Mido? I told you he still loved you. And Bakubro, I knew if you just listened, everything would be. Katsuki interrupted by slamming his hand over Kirishima's mouth. For goodness sake, shut up, shitty hair. We get it, you're happy we're back together, he scoffed, rolling his eyes. Well, I mean, technically, were you ever really broken up? Shiro suddenly questioned, standing back and smiling as he took in the scene. The three stopped and stared at Shiro, with Kirishima turning around to see him. What I mean is, Bakugo never moved on and still really loved Mido. Mido never moved on either, and his feelings stayed the same. Neither of you ever said goodbye or officially ended the relationship. The only thing really keeping you apart was distance, so isn't it really together still? Shiro asked, shocking everyone. The three exchanged confused glances, their expressions reflecting their bewilderment. Katsuki looked down at Izuku, who was gazing up at him with a surprised smile. I mean, I guess he kind of has a point? Izuku said, looking up at the blonde. Katsuki shifted his focus back to Shiro. Letting go of Izuku's hand, he walked up to Shiro and said, It scares me when you actually say something that makes sense, kind of, or something. But yeah, together still, he added, looking back at Izuku and winking. Midoriya beamed back at the fiery blonde with his signature smile. Kirishima, with his arms still slung around Izuku's neck, threw his other fist in the air, yelling, Woohoo! Together still! Katsuki shook his head, rolling his eyes in mock annoyance, but he couldn't hide the smile that had crept onto his face. Oh, shitty hair, we swung by your place already and grabbed Deku's stuff, just so you know, Katsuki informed him while looking at a clipboard with today's jobs on it. Kirishima's face dropped slightly. Aw man, you're taking him away from me already? He dramatically asked, tightening his arm around Deku's neck and resting his temple against the greenette's, who was laughing lightly, trying to calm the redhead down. Yeah, I'm taking him away. I've been away from him long enough. And stop being so dramatic. You can come see him, and he'll be in the shop. And for goodness sake, let go of his neck before you choke him. Now get back to work. I don't pay you to hug my boyfriend all day. Katsuki exclaimed. Izuku giggled, patting Kirishima on the back reassuringly. Thank you so much for letting me stay with you, Kiri, and for everything you did for me. Well, us really, he said, lightly tapping Kirishima's still bruised eye. I owe you so much, Midoriya added, smiling at one of the best friends he had ever had. Kirishima broke into a huge grin. You don't owe me anything, Mido. I was super happy to do it all, man. I'm so happy you're back in our lives and that you two are good, dude. That's all the thanks I need, bro, he said, ruffling the greenette's hair. Oi, are you two done having a moment over there or what? Katsuki called out. Katsuki looked over at the two, causing Midoriya to playfully roll his eyes at the blonde, who smirked back at him. The redhead, Kirishima, commented on Katsuki's demeanor, calling him mean and unmanly as he headed back to his workstation. Izuku followed behind Kirishima as Katsuki excused himself to his office to make a few work phone calls. Standing between Shiro and Kirishima's workstations, Izuku watched with interest as his friends worked, engaging in conversation about everything, but mostly about the bikes they were working on. Shiro suggested that Izuku could sit on a black and orange Harley parked in front of them while they talked, so he wouldn't have to stand the whole time. Kirishima chimed in, saying that it belonged to Katsuki and that he wouldn't mind if it was Izuku. Turning around, Izuku's eyes lit up at the sight of the motorcycle. He smiled and whistled in admiration as he approached it, running his fingers over the polished surface. "Wow," he exclaimed, a proud smirk forming on his face, knowing how well the bike suited his fiery blonde friend. Kirishima laughed and agreed, confirming it was totally Katsuki's style. Something on the gas tank caught Izuku's eye, and he leaned closer, gasping softly as he traced the outline of a small green and black bunny painted on the bike. Kirishima noticed what Izuku was looking at and remarked that Katsuki had that design on all his bikes, always keeping a piece of Izuku with him. Izuku smiled and nodded, blinking back tears as he took in the sentiment. Clearing his throat, he turned to face his friends, sitting sideways on Katsuki's bike. Kirishima teased him, calling him a crybaby, to which Izuku playfully defended himself, tossing a rag at Kirishima's feet. Katsuki emerged from his office after finishing his calls, spotting Izuku perched on his Harley, laughing and talking with the two. The sight brought a smile to his face. Having Izuku back made him feel indescribably happy. With a smirk, Katsuki approached quietly and leaned down next to Izuku, asking what he was doing. Startled, Izuku looked up at him, greeting him with a smile. Katsuki returned the greeting with a smirk and leaned down to kiss Izuku, who was sitting upside down. The kiss lingered until they were interrupted by Kirishima and Shiro, who playfully complained about Katsuki eating Izuku's face. Katsuki rolled his eyes and threw the rags back at them, smirking as he stepped in front of Izuku, taking his hand and pulling him to his feet. Izuku laughed, his cheeks tinted pink, as Katsuki led him into his office. Kirishima yelled after them, joking about not wanting to hear anything inappropriate happening in there, while Shiro added his own teasing remarks. Izuku's face turned as red as Kirishima's hair, and he laughed, covering his face with his hand while intertwining his fingers with Katsuki's. Once inside the office, Katsuki pulled Izuku into a hug and kissed him lightly, mumbling about the extras outside. Izuku giggled and pulled away slightly, correcting Katsuki that they weren't extras. Katsuki insisted they were definitely extras, prompting Izuku to roll his eyes and playfully punch him in the chest as he wandered around the office, admiring the space. Katsuki leaned back on his desk, arms crossed, watching Izuku closely. He asked what Izuku thought of the office, eager for his opinion. Izuku beamed, expressing how amazing it all was and how proud he was of Katsuki for creating a space just like he always wanted. Katsuki felt a swell of pride at Izuku's words, knowing that their approval meant more to him than anything else. "Thanks, nerd. That means a lot coming from you," Katsuki replied sincerely, moving closer to Izuku, who was curiously looking at the pictures on the wall. Izuku absent-mindedly responded, calling Katsuki babe, which made Katsuki raise his eyebrows in surprise. A wide smirk spread across his face as he leaned against the wall next to Izuku, teasing him about the pet name. Izuku's cheeks flushed pink as he realized what he had said. Katsuki, taking the opportunity, turned Izuku to face the wall, leaning in closer and playfully asking what he should call him next. The blonde spoke in a low voice, his crimson eyes shining with playful fire as he noticed the effect of his words on Izuku's face. "Kaken!" the greenette exclaimed in shocked protest, laughter escaping him as his cheeks flushed bright. Read at Katsuki's teasing nickname. "Two can play at this game," Izuku thought to himself. He wrapped his arms around the blonde's neck, looking up into those crimson eyes as he spoke slowly. "Sure, you can call me any of those if you want to. Daddy." Katsuki felt as if his brain had stopped functioning for a moment at the nickname that rolled off Izuku's tongue. Fire ignited in his eyes and a surge of desire filled his stomach as Izuku flipped a switch within him. Izuku smirked, knowing he had pushed Katsuki's buttons. Before Katsuki could pin him to the wall, Izuku lunged away, making a break for the other side of the room, laughter bubbling up as his heartbeat raced, fully aware that the chase was on. "What's wrong, Daddy?" Izuku taunted playfully, standing on the edge of Katsuki's desk, his body braced for another sprint. The fiery blonde stood on the other side of his desk, eyes dancing with desire and excitement. "Deku, I'm warning you, get over here and take responsibility for what you just did to me," he growled, the sound sending a shiver down Izuku's spine. As Izuku prepared to take off again, Katsuki unexpectedly jumped over his desk, grabbing the back of Izuku's shirt just as he almost slipped past his fingers. Izuku yelped in surprise as Katsuki caught him and slammed him against the wall, pinning his hands above his head. Katsuki's knee pressed between Izuku's legs, and Izuku realized he was trapped, with no escape from the fiery presence before him. Katsuki leaned in close, inches from Izuku's face. "You want to say that to me and then run away without dealing with the issue you just caused, huh, Deku?" he said, his voice low and husky. A soft sound escaped Izuku as he felt Katsuki pressed against him. "I know you feel it, Izuku. I know you feel what you did to me," Katsuki whispered next to Izuku's ear, his hot breath causing goosebumps to rise on Izuku's skin. Katsuki pulled back slightly, their eyes locking, and without wasting any time, he crashed their lips together, teeth clashing and tongues dancing. He released Izuku's hands from the wall and slid his own hands to Izuku's waist, pulling him closer, eliciting a groan from the greenette. Not breaking the kiss, Katsuki tapped on the side of Izuku's thigh, signaling him to jump up. As if on cue, Izuku wrapped his legs tightly around Katsuki's waist. The desire-filled blonde turned and walked a few steps to his desk, laying Izuku down on it after clearing away anything in his path. Izuku gasped, panting as he said, "Kat, we can't, the guys are right out in the garage." "I don't care. I'll put on a show for them if I have to," he replied between hard kisses. Izuku knew it was true, Katsuki absolutely would put on a show. Both were now completely lost in their desire for each other, hands roaming roughly and feverishly. Izuku's thighs remained wrapped tightly around Katsuki as the blonde kissed him deeply, nipping at his lip and trailing kisses along his jawline. Katsuki's mouth wandered down Izuku's neck, and the greenette tilted his head to give him more access, fully aware of what Katsuki wanted. Katsuki pulled back slightly, tugging at the bottom of Izuku's shirt to remove it, tossing it aside. Izuku's hands immediately went to Katsuki's shirt, pulling at the black fabric, trying to see what lay beneath. Katsuki smirked down at the flushed, panting figure beneath him before yanking off his own shirt and tossing it across the room. Returning to his task, Katsuki attacked Izuku's neck, liking and kissing. He had made out with Deku before, they had been together since they were teenagers, so he knew how to elicit reactions from the panting wreck beneath him. As his mouth explored Izuku's neck, he heard a hitched breath escape him. "Ah. Jackpot," Katsuki thought, smirking against Izuku's skin. He focused on that familiar spot, skiing hard, feeling Izuku buck against him. The greenette's nails raked over Katsuki's back, leaving marks of his own, sending waves of pleasure down Katsuki's spine. Pulling back slightly, Katsuki looked at his jade-eyed beauty beneath him. Izuku was flushed, a light sheen of sweat on his skin, his eyes glassy with need. A dark mark adorned his perfect skin, and Katsuki thought he was absolutely perfect. "Kaken, I need you," Izuku whispered breathlessly. Those words made Katsuki twitch with his own need as he leaned down, kissing Izuku less forcefully but more passionately. "You have me, Izuku, all of me," he whispered against the greenette's lips, making Izuku whimper. As Katsuki reached for his belt, ready to finally take the leap and make Izuku lose himself completely, the door to his office swung wide open. The two lovers turned quickly to see Mina standing in the doorway, accompanied by 3 others, all laughing and hooting. "Katsuki Bakugo, take your dirty hands off the baby." Katsuki's annoyance was palpable. He was fuming at the 4 who had just interrupted what he had longed to do. As far as he was concerned, they had just signed their own death warrants. Izuku buried his face in Katsuki's shoulder, who still loomed protectively over him. He knows his face is as red as Kirishima's hair once again. Katsuki pulls back slightly so he can see Izuku, his arms still holding him behind his back. He pulls the greenette up and holds him to his chest as he whispers, "You okay, nerd?" He knows how easily Izuku gets embarrassed. Izuku looks up, blushing furiously, and nods. "Yeah, but maybe we should lock the door next time," he says with a giggle, making Katsuki temporarily forget his irritation as he laughs softly with Deku. Then it occurs to him that there are still 4 onlookers at his door. "Oi, what are you doing here, Pinky? You guys are so dead," Katsuki says, getting up and gathering his and Izuku's shirts. He hands the greenette his shirt, who swiftly puts it on, much to Katsuki's dismay. "Calm down, though. You can have your time later. We came to take the baby shopping with us," Mina states, crossing her arms and blowing a bright yellow bubble with her gum while wiggling her eyebrows. "First of all of you are PP blocks," Katsuki says to the 4 still laughing in his office. "K Kaken," Izuku says behind him, covering his face with his hand. "Second," Katsuki continues, not paying too much attention to Izuku's protest because it was true. "Who's we, and where do you think you're dragging him off to?" Katsuki demands, standing with his arms crossed and glaring at her. Denki finally controls his snickering and steps forward, past the fuming, overprotective hothead, to pull Midoriya out from behind Katsuki. "Me and Mina are we," he beams, swinging his arm around Izuku's shoulder. "Yeah, Bakuho, stop hogging the baby. You can meet us at the pub later, and you can have him back tonight, but for now, the green bean comes with us," Mina says, giggling as she skips to the other side of Izuku, putting her arm around his waist. Izuku smiles down at her, sliding his arm around her waist and pulling her to his side while laughing. "Hi, beautiful," he says with a wink, making her grin up at him. "Hey, what about me?" Denki whines dramatically from his other side, making Midoriya laugh. "Hi, beautiful," Izuku smirks, winking at the blonde next to him, actually making Denki blush. This little interaction does not go unnoticed by the fiery blonde standing across from the 3, jealousy slightly springing in his chest. "Oi, what the heck, dunceface? Did you just blush at him?" "I couldn't help it. It's adorable and hot. It couldn't be helped," Denki defends. Izuku laughs, stepping away from the 2 and placing his arms around his ticking time bomb. "Calm down, I'm only Kaken's, you know that," he says softly, winking up at Katsuki, who flushes slightly. "You bet your butt," Katsuki says, smirking at him. "Okay, break it up, lover boys. We're thrilled you guys worked it out and all, but now hand him over. We'll return him in one piece later," Mina says, grabbing Izuku's hand and dragging the greenette out of the office into the garage, followed by Denki. The 2 now have their arms linked with Izuku on either side of him, practically skipping to the door when they are stopped by Katsuki's fiery voice making them turn around. "Stop right there," he commands, making his way over to the trio, hands tucked in his pockets and a smirk on his face. Leaning forward, he grabs Deku's collar and pulls him into a deep kiss. Izuku wastes no time putting his arms around Katsuki's shoulders and returning it with the same intensity. "You 2 make me feel so single," Denki says, rolling his eyes. "You 2 are adorable, but let's go," Mina says, tugging on Izuku. Kirishima and Siro walk towards the 2, laughing and whistling, grabbing hold of Katsuki's arms and trying to pull him back as Mina and Denki do the same to Izuku. Katsuki and Izuku laugh breathlessly as they are pulled apart. The fiery hothead protests against the hold of his 2 laughing friends, freaking PP blocks. "I'm serious," he says with a huge smirk as he watches Izuku get dragged out the door. "Bye, Kaken. I'll see you tonight," the greenette yells with a big grin as he's being pulled backward out the door by his 2 friends for the afternoon. Katsuki can't help himself. "Bye, sugar," the blonde calls after him with a smirk. He sees pink catch Izuku's cheeks as he's being dragged from the shop and hears a whine of "Kakaajin" outside the door, and he can't help the lovesick smile that stretches across his features. "You've got it so bad, bro, so bad," Kirishima says with a laugh and a wide grin behind him. "Yeah, he does," Siro snickers. "Shut it, extras. Let's get some work done," Katsuki says, laughing slightly. But he knows the 2 are right. Katsuki Bakugo has it bad, so very bad. Izuku has no idea how he got here, sitting in a piercing chair at a tattoo parlor and reassessing his life and friend choices. Okay, that's a lie, he does know how he got here. 3 hours of being shuffled from store to store in the mall, 3 hours of Mina and Denki making him try on endless outfits they thought he would look good in, 3 hours of judging Mina and Denki's own outfits and accessories, 3 hours of laughter, a stop at a coffee shop that led to a heated game of truth or dare, and an outrageous dare given to him by Mina and egged on by Denki is exactly how he got here. Currently, he's cursing himself for never backing down from a dare, and he blames Katsuki for always feeding his competitive streak growing up. Mina, I love you, but this is crazy. Do I really have to do this? Izuku asks nervously, staring over at the piercer about to put a hole through his skin. Sure, the greenette has a couple of piercings already, but they are in his ears. This is something totally outside his comfort zone and something he is slightly worried about Katsuki not liking. Hell yeah, you have to do it, Mida-babe. And stop worrying, Bakugo is going to love it, she says with an eyebrow wiggle. Totally hot, Mido, just take a deep breath and relax, bro. Denki reassures. Izuku sighs and closes his eyes. Well, there's no turning back now because that wouldn't be manly. Katsuki is currently at work, trying to actually get something done, keyword, trying. Jade eyes keep dancing in his mind, and the truth is, he's getting a little restless without Izuku near him. He just got him back, and now he's been taken away by 2 others, leaving Katsuki with no idea where they even went. Sighing, Katsuki reaches for his office phone, deciding to take care of a few work calls. While on the phone, his personal cell phone dings across his desk. Reaching for it, with the work phone still to his ear, he smiles when he sees the name flashing. My nerd Greenheart. Just checking to see if you miss me yet, face savoring food. Katsuki smirks at the message. Orange heart, Kaken orange heart, maybe. I know you're missing me, I mean, why wouldn't you? Smiling face with sunglasses, where the hell did they take you, anyway? Izuku laughs at his blonde's cocky message while he chews on the straw of his bubble tea. My nerd Greenheart, I do miss you, but I know you miss me too because why wouldn't you? Smirking face, don't even ask. We have been to so many different places I lost track, sad but relieved face. I think Mina is trying to make me get a pedicure with her, Kaken, a pedicure. Fearful face, send help. Katsuki can't help but laugh to himself at the message. Redacted sassy, he smirks, looking at the first part of the text. Orange heart, Kaken orange heart. You're on your own, nerd, just for that sassy comeback. Remember, my favorite color is orange when they ask you what paint color for your toes. Izuku almost chokes on his tea reading Katsuki's response, picturing the fiery blonde smirking in his mind. My nerd Greenheart, Kakajan tired face. Katsuki smirks, hearing the greenette in his head whining his long-time nickname. Orange heart, Kaken orange heart. I'll make you make that face later in person, don't worry. We didn't finish what you started in my office, don't think I forgot, sugar. Smiling face with horns. Twice, Izuku has choked on his bubble tea now. Tinted red boldness bounces through his veins as he smirks. My nerd Greenheart, oh, don't worry, I haven't forgotten either. Look forward to it, daddy face blowing kiss. Katsuki has totally forgotten about the phone call he's on as a shot of electricity shoots through him at that pet name. Redacted little tease, he mutters out loud, causing his customer on the other end of the work phone understandable confusion. Katsuki is brought back to reality when he hears, excuse me, Mr. Bakugo? Sheet, this nerd. Katsuki clears his throat. Yeah, sorry about that. Your bike will be ready by the end of the week. I'll see you Friday, he finishes quickly, hanging up. Orange heart, Kaken orange heart. You redacted tease. Be careful, sugar, make sure you can back it up. Izuku grins to himself. My nerd Greenheart. I never back down from a challenge. You taught me that, Katsuki Redheart. Katsuki sits back in his chair and smiles, shaking his head. Demon, this nerd knows how to push all his buttons in all the right ways, and he's so happy to. Katsuki frowns slightly, not wanting to stop their playful banter, but he realized that the other 2 had missed him too. Kaken, Izuku said, his voice filled with affection. Remember, orange. Not helping, Kat. Izuku replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. Kaken, he repeated, a smile creeping onto his face. Oh, and hey Deku. I do miss you, Katsuki admitted, his heart softening at the sight of Izuku. My nerd, I miss you too, Kaken. Bye, babe, Izuku said, his voice tinged with sadness. Katsuki smiled back. Bye, nerd, I'll see you soon. He put his phone down with a sigh, thinking that soon was not soon enough. 2.5 hours later, after offering comforting hugs to Denki and promising Mina that he would actually get a pedicure with her next time, the trio of laughing friends made their way to the pub to wait for the rest of the group. Not long after their arrival, a cheerful redhead and a lively Siro bounced up to the table to greet their friends. Yo, dudes and duet. Kirishima's happy voice rang out as he took a seat next to Izuku, giving him a fist bump. Hey guys. Siro chimed in, taking a seat across the table beside Mina and Denki. Hi guys. Izuku greeted them, flashing his signature smile. After their greetings, Izuku scanned the area while taking a sip from his beer bottle, looking for his fiery blonde, anxious to be back with him again. Frowning a bit, he leaned over to Kirishima. Where's Kat? He asked curiously. Oh, he'll be here soon, Mito. He wanted to run home and shower first. He got pretty grimy at work, Kirishima explained, glancing over at his green-eyed friend. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thanks. Izuku said, smiling at Kirishima. The redhead quickly noticed Midoriya's outfit. You look great, Mito. Look at you, Kirishima said, winking at the jade-eyed boy sitting next to him while grinning. Yeah, thanks. It was Mina and Denki, he said, pointing to the two while holding his beer. I know, right? He looks amazing. Bakubabe is going to be all hands tonight, Mina giggled. He's already all hands. Denki laughed, munching on a pile of fries in front of him. You got that right, Siro said, throwing a fry at Izuku and watching him turn pink, which made Kirishima laugh and nudge his flustered friend. I don't have to take this abuse, I'm going to dance. Izuku joked, sticking his tongue out at them as he headed to the dance floor. Wait for me, Midababe. Mina yelled, making Izuku stop and smile as he put his arm out for her to link. Hey, wait for us. Kirishima yelled, grabbing Denki and Siro and dragging them behind him. A freshly showered Katsuki got out of his car and made his way inside quickly. As soon as he stepped through the door, his sharp crimson eyes scanned the room, searching for Izuku's jade orbs and forest green waves. He wasn't going to deny that he was anxious to get that nerd back in his arms. His eyes landed on the dance floor, where he saw who he was searching for, making his heart thunder loudly in his chest. There, stealing his heart and breath, was his jade-eyed heartthrob. The nerd was simply standing on the dance floor, surrounded by their friends, their arms around each other's shoulders in a half-circle. He swayed back and forth with them, singing and laughing, a huge smile brighter than the sun on his face. His eyes sparkled with happiness. Every once in a while, he threw his head back and laughed as their friends leaned in and sang dramatically. Katsuki noticed his outfit, black skinny jeans that hugged his toned thighs, a fitted black V-neck t-shirt with the crescent moon that held Katsuki's name falling perfectly between the V, a black and white flannel wrapped around his waist, and black Doc Marten boots on his feet. Several black leather cord bracelets adorned his wrist in varying sizes. It was simple yet perfect, and Katsuki couldn't help but feel breathless just watching him. Katsuki made his way to the bar counter to get a beer while keeping an eye on the display in front of him, smirking when he could hear them singing above the crowd. Suddenly, a voice beside him broke his focus. Hey Bakugo, how's it going? I see Midoriya made it back home, huh? To Katsuki's left stood a friend from high school, Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso had always been more of Izuku's friend than Katsuki's, but he was one of the few people Katsuki could tolerate. The purple-haired insomniac wasn't that bad, Katsuki had concluded. Yo, insomniac, what's up? And yeah, he's back, Katsuki replied, turning to lean back on the counter, his eyes returning to the dance floor. Not much, man. Good to see you. I was talking to him for a bit when I first got here. He looks great, Shinso said, both of their eyes now fixed on the dance floor. Katsuki shot a glance at Shinso. It was true, his nerd looked good, really good, but why did everyone have to notice? Yeah, he looks good, he always has. I'm assuming he told you we were still together? Katsuki questioned. He didn't mind this purple-haired freak, and Shinso had never given him any reason to be jealous over his relationship with his jade-eyed beauty, but this was Katsuki Bakugo, and he had to let anyone snooping around know that Izuku Midoriya was his always had been, always would be. Shinso laughed lightly. I see you haven't changed, still overprotective as always, huh? And don't worry, man, I and the rest of town have always known he was yours. He smirked at Katsuki. A slight smile made its way to Katsuki's lips, and he nodded in agreement with the insomniac, his crimson eyes still on the dance floor. Taking a drink from his beer, Katsuki turned to Shinso, gave him a fist bump, and excused himself to get a closer look at the spectacle on the dance floor. Arms still around each other, the group was singing loudly. 'Cause I'm Mr. Loverman, and I miss my lover man, I'm Mr. Loverman, ooh and I miss my lover, they practically shouted. Denki and Kirishima leaned in toward Midoriya, dramatically singing the bridge to the song. I've shattered now, I'm spilling out upon this linoleum ground. I'm reeling in my brain again before it can get back to you. Oh, what am I supposed to do without you? Katsuki couldn't help the laugh that broke from his chest at the sight playing out in front of him. He might never tell them, but he felt lucky to have these friends in his life, and he wouldn't know what to do without any of them. Seeing them with Deku again was everything he didn't even realize he was missing. As the song finished, Katsuki decided it was time he finally took his nerd back. He pushed his way through the crowded bar, making his way to the dance floor where Izuku and the others were still laughing and talking. Okay, out of my way, extras. The nerd is mine now. Katsuki sauntered toward the greenette. The others groaned, reluctantly waving goodbye to Izuku for now as they left the couple alone for a bit. Izuku's head snapped toward the voice he loved. Jade met Crimson, and the greenette couldn't help but lunge toward him, excitement surging through him. He hadn't realized how much he missed his blonde fireball, even though it hadn't really been that long. Kaken, the greenette called as he jumped into Katsuki's arms, hugging him tightly and inhaling the scent of Katsuki, fresh from the shower with that sweet, smoky aroma. Katsuki's arms wrapped tightly around Izuku, lifting him slightly off the floor. The scent of green apples and rain made his heart hammer in his chest. Hey baby, did you miss me? Katsuki whispered into Izuku's ear, making the greenette shiver. Pulling back and sliding to his feet, arms still around his blonde, he pulled him closer and crashed their lips together, kissing him deeply. Katsuki immediately responded, his tongue sweeping Izuku's bottom lip, gaining entrance and deepening the kiss even more. Katsuki groaned, feeling relieved to have Izuku back in his arms after what felt like an eternity. Breaking away for air, Izuku placed his forehead against Katsuki's, panting slightly. His jade eyes sparkled as they met Katsuki's crimson gaze. Does that answer your question? He asked. I dunno, nerd. I think you better do it again so I can be sure. Katsuki smirked down at him. Izuku playfully rolled his eyes and laughed. I think I can do that, he said, pulling Katsuki into another long kiss. Suddenly, Izuku felt something in Katsuki's mouth that he was sure he had never felt before. His eyes widened as he pulled back, furrowing his brows at Katsuki's mouth, making the blonde look down slightly, worried. What's wrong? Katsuki asked, confused. Izuku tapped Katsuki's bottom lip and whispered, open. Realizing what the issue was, Katsuki grinned and leaned down, opening his mouth and sticking out his tongue to reveal a green metal ball in the center. Izuku's eyes went wide. He had no idea Katsuki had a tongue piercing. He was almost mesmerized by it. Without thinking, he reached up and touched it, feeling it warm and wet from Katsuki's mouth. Katsuki raised an eyebrow, amused by Izuku's reaction. He moved his tongue, pushing up on the bar underneath, making the piercing rise under Izuku's fingers. Izuku's eyes lit up, captivated by the piercing. Katsuki had always thought so, but now he knew his nerd was the cutest thing on the planet. The blonde wiggled his tongue playfully, bringing Izuku back to reality as he removed his fingers from Katsuki's mouth, still in slight amazement. You like that, nerd? Katsuki asked, laughing slightly, still holding Izuku close by his waist. Kaken. I had no idea. How come I didn't feel it before? Izuku exclaimed. Because I didn't have it in before. I put it in tonight before I came, Katsuki explained. You didn't answer my question, though, baby. Do you like it? Katsuki pressed. Yeah, I like it a lot, Izuku admitted, his jade eyes returning to Katsuki's mouth. Katsuki couldn't help but smirk at Izuku's reaction. Whatcha thinking about, nerd? You weren't maybe wondering how that would feel running across your skin, were you? Or how it would feel on other sensitive areas, huh, Izuku? Katsuki asked, his voice low and husky, his crimson eyes locked on Izuku's face. Izuku shuddered in Katsuki's hold, and the blonde could feel it. Jade eyes looked up into burning crimson, a flush on his cheeks. Maybe. Izuku answered sheepishly, making Katsuki snicker. Don't worry, Deku. I promise you are so going to feel it, Katsuki said in Izuku's ear, causing a shiver to run down his spine. As the song Hi by Civic began to play, Katsuki pulled Izuku to the floor with him. He took Izuku by the hips, moving to the beat and holding him close. Izuku wrapped his arms around Katsuki's neck, their eyes locked as the blonde moved them slowly to the rhythm. Their bodies were dangerously close, Katsuki's thigh between Izuku's legs as they swayed together. Katsuki was sure he was burning alive, feeling Izuku move against him perfectly, wondering if his nerd knew the fire he was igniting on his skin. Across the bar, 4 sets of eyes were on them. Here they go again, Kirishima said, shaking his head at his friends. I know, right? Like save some hotness for the rest of us, Denki mumbled. I think we lost our green bean for the night, Mina giggled. Oh hell yeah, for sure, Siro laughed, taking a sip of his beer. Katsuki leaned his forehead against Izuku's, rocking back and forth as he sang a line from the song. Once I get it so addicted, got me tripping high off you. Once you get it so addicted, got you tripping high off of me. You keep me from crashing down, stay a little longer with me. They were lost in their own world, as if they were on a deserted island. Nothing else existed except for each other's movements. Crimson was drowning in Jade, and Jade was catching fire from Crimson. The music drowned everything else out, their bodies feeling heated. Just like the song said, they felt high on each other in that moment. Izuku began to sing his part to Katsuki. I don't even care, yeah, you got me good. We don't got to know if we should. Getting lost on you, yeah, you said I could. 'Cause you know that, 'cause you know. Once I get it so addicted, got me tripping high off of you. Once you get it so addicted, got you tripping high off of me. Katsuki leaned down, his lips grazing Izuku's. Got you tripping high off of me. As the song came to an end, the two shared a soft kiss but didn't let go of each other, slowly moving to whatever was playing next. Izuku finally noticed what Katsuki was wearing. Black ripped jeans, a deep red button-down shirt tucked in and unbuttoned at the top, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and deep red Doc Martens on his feet. He had a silver hoop in the top of his ear, a jade green stud, and a black stud in his earlobe, along with that deep green tongue piercing that had been driving Izuku wild ever since he discovered it. Kaken's so hot. You look so good, Izuku said, looking up at his fiery blonde. Thanks, nerd. I was thinking the same thing about you, baby, Katsuki winked down at him. Izuku blushed pink and pecked Katsuki softly on the lips as the song ended. Katsuki took Izuku's hand and led him off the dance floor to the bar to get a drink. As the blonde was busy ordering their drinks, Izuku adjusted the black and white flannel around his waist. Katsuki noticed something glinting on Izuku when his shirt raised slightly. Intrigued, he furrowed his brows and reached for Izuku's hands to stop him from tying the shirt back up. What's wrong, Kaken? Izuku asked, unsure of what the problem was. Katsuki didn't respond but instead reached for the hem of Izuku's shirt and lifted it slightly. He froze, his breath hitching as he spotted a silver ring just above Izuku's belly button, featuring a small white diamond in the center. Just when Katsuki thought this jade-eyed heartthrob couldn't get any hotter, he discovered the belly button piercing. Katsuki felt as if white-hot lava had been injected into his veins, and the temperature in the room seemed to rise dramatically. Kaken? Izuku called nervously, chewing on his lip. He was afraid Katsuki wouldn't like it. Sharp crimson eyes snapped up to meet Izuku's worried jade ones. Do you hate it? It's your birthstone. If you don't like it, I can take it out. It was a dare from Min, he was cut off. Let's go. It's time to go home, Katsuki said swiftly. What? Kaken, are you okay? Are you mad? Izuku questioned nervously. Crimson eyes danced with something almost dangerous as Katsuki leaned closer to Izuku, speaking in a voice that was low and intense. The last thing I am is upset, nerd. Remember what I said that night about us doing damage to my place once we got things worked out? Izuku, it's time to go home. With that, Katsuki turned on his heel, gripping Izuku's hand as he dragged him through the bar toward the exit. Hey, are you guys leaving? Denki yelled. Izuku turned around, a pink tint on his cheeks as he smiled uncontrollably, still being pulled through the crowd while lifting his shirt slightly to point at the piercing. Mina burst into loud laughter. You're welcome, Baku babe. Shiro caught sight of the piercing and whistled. Then, get it, Katsuki. Then, good luck, Mito. Easy on him tonight, Baku bro. Kirishima yelled, grinning and wolf whistling. The only thing Katsuki said to his friends was, I'm going to be late tomorrow. Do not call me, flashing his signature gesture to the group without even turning around as he made his way to the door. We'll be praying for your sake, Mito. Shiro and Kirishima yelled after the couple, making Izuku flush while Katsuki smirked, knowing that this nerd would need all the prayers he could get tonight. The car ride home felt like it couldn't go fast enough for either Katsuki or Izuku, whose hand kept traveling dangerously further up Katsuki's thigh as they drove. Katsuki wondered if Izuku had any idea what he was doing to him. Images of that silver piercing holding his birthstone bounced around in his mind, making it difficult to concentrate. Pulling in front of his building, Katsuki barely got the car into park before he was out and pulling Izuku to him in a fervent kiss, shutting the passenger door with his foot. The two were all over each other, not breaking the kiss as they stumbled up the stairs to the apartment, practically tripping over each other's feet. When they reached the door, Katsuki broke the kiss for just a moment to fumble with his keys, trying to get them in the lock while Izuku worked on the buttons of Katsuki's shirt, desperately trying to get them undone. Katsuki kissed him hard, mumbling against his lips, "Let me get in first, and I'll help you rip the demon thing off." A breathless whine escaped Izuku's lips, igniting the flames in Katsuki's stomach. "Hurry, Kaken." Finally, Katsuki managed to unlock the door and slammed it open, still keeping one arm around Izuku. He walked him in backward, not bothering to turn on the light, and slammed the door shut, spinning Izuku around and pinning him against it. Katsuki's kisses moved from Izuku's mouth to his neck as Izuku continued to fumble with the remaining buttons. Just as Katsuki promised, when Izuku attacked his neck, Katsuki growled and ripped his shirt open in one swift motion, sending the buttons scattering to the floor. Izuku's eager hands immediately found their way to Katsuki's toned chest, quickly traveling down to his abs, running his fingers over hot flesh until he reached the belt on Katsuki's jeans, undoing the buckle as fast as he could. Katsuki pulled him off the wall, crashing their lips together again as they stumbled through the dark apartment, panting between heated kisses. Katsuki pushed Izuku against the back of the couch, his hands going to the hem of Izuku's shirt, tearing it off and tossing it aside. He kissed Izuku's neck, teeth grazing over the skin, making Izuku gasp as he fumbled with the button of his jeans. "Please, Kat," Izuku whimpered, making Katsuki smirk against his skin. "Don't worry, Deku. I got you," he whispered low in Izuku's ear, nipping at his earlobe, causing Izuku to shiver. Katsuki tapped Izuku's thigh, prompting him to jump up and wrap his legs around Katsuki's waist. He carried him toward the bedroom, but not before slamming Izuku's back against the wall, knocking pictures off as they went. Izuku gasped into Katsuki's mouth, the roughness fueling the fire between them. Pulling Izuku from the wall again without breaking the heavy kiss, Katsuki stumbled through the short hallway, kicking his bedroom door open and tossing Izuku onto the bed. Still standing, Katsuki quickly kicked off his boots and pulled off the rest of his button-down shirt. He gripped Deku's calf, yanking him free of his boots and tossing them to the ground. Crawling onto the bed, he loomed over the greenette, crimson fire meeting burning jade as Izuku impatiently pulled at Katsuki's jeans, prompting a smirk to return to the blonde's face. He grabbed Izuku's hands and pinned them above his head. "So impatient, Deku," he whispered, beginning to roll his hips, slowly grinding against the panting mess beneath him, making Izuku whimper, his lustful jade eyes pleading. "Cat, please stop teasing me," Izuku begged. Katsuki chuckled, a husky sound in his throat. "Oh baby, the teasing hasn't even started. But don't worry, I'm going to make those pretty jade eyes roll all the way back in your head by the time I'm finished." He smirked down at the greenette while reaching for Izuku's waistband. Sitting up on his knees, he pulled the greenette's jeans and boxers down, discarding them on the floor. Straddling Izuku, Katsuki let his eyes rake over the boy beneath him. Izuku was flushed, sweat starting to cover his body, his freckles prominent, jade eyes glassy with desire. His lips were dark pink and swollen from hard, needy kisses, and his breath was heavy, almost sounding like a whimper escaping with each inhale. Katsuki's gaze traveled lower, noticing the silver ring in Izuku's navel rising and falling with his heavy breaths. Izuku's arousal was evident, and Katsuki couldn't help but lick his lips at the sight before him. Izuku was truly beautiful, especially like this. Leaning down, Katsuki let his tongue drag across the greenette's chest, stopping only to SEK on his pink NPL, rolling his tongue piercing against it, which made Izuku gasp and tug at Katsuki's hair, causing the blonde to groan at the contact. He then moved to the other NPL, gaining the same response. Kissing his way down Izuku's toned abs, Katsuki paused at the silver piercing, finally doing what he had been longing to do since he first saw it. He ran his tongue carefully over it, taking it lightly in his teeth and giving it a gentle tug. Izuku's hands dug into Katsuki's shoulders, and Katsuki smirked, flicking the ring a couple more times with his tongue before traveling lower. Resting between the greenette's legs, Katsuki looked up into lust-filled jade eyes as he slowly ran his tongue up Izuku's, making the greenette throw his head back and arch his back. "Oh my god, Katsuki!" Izuku exclaimed. "Look at me, Izuku," Katsuki demanded. Panting, Izuku obeyed, locking eyes with Katsuki once again. The blonde repeated the action, slowly pushing down so that Izuku could feel his piercing against his pulsating skin. Katsuki's gaze never left Izuku's burning jade eyes as he ran his tongue over the tip, swirling and pressing it against Izuku's weeping member. Izuku was on fire, and he knew that if Katsuki kept this up, he wouldn't last long. "Kaken please," the greenette ummed, gripping the sheets. Katsuki pulled himself off Izuku's urton, slowly making his way back over the greenette while gently stroking himself, making Izuku shake. "Please what?" "Say it, Izuku." "Please what?" Katsuki whispered down at his needy greenette. "Please, Kaken, please," Izuku whimpered, desperation lacing his voice. Katsuki smirked, feeling a devilish thrill take over him. The sounds of Izuku's ums and pleas ignited a fire within him, his own desire raging in his stomach. Standing, he quickly removed his jeans, his arousal springing free. But before he could make another move, Izuku lunged to the side of the bed where Katsuki stood. In a swift motion, the greenette took Katsuki's length into his mouth, making Katsuki hiss at the pleasure. "Holy Deku, wow," Katsuki gasped, his body trembling with overwhelming sensation. He was drowning in pleasure as he felt Izuku's warm mouth around him. His hand found its way to Izuku's hair, gripping it tightly as he threw his head back, lost in the sounds that were driving him wild. Finally looking down, he met burning jade eyes gazing up at him, and just when he thought it couldn't get any better, Izuku let his jaw go slack, hitting his cheeks in, and pushed down even lower, making Katsuki lose his mind. "Yes, just like that," he exclaimed, gripping Izuku's hair as he couldn't help but move forward. Spit was running from Izuku's chin, tears streaming down his cheeks from gagging, and Katsuki knew it was the hottest thing he had ever seen. Katsuki was panting heavily, sweat dripping down his chest, feeling a rush of excitement. Reluctantly, he pulled away, pushing Izuku back on the bed and kissing him hard and messy. When he pulled away, he placed 3 fingers to Izuku's lips, instructing him to SEK. Izuku complied, coating Katsuki's fingers with saliva. Once Katsuki's fingers were slick, he slowly slid one into Izuku, hearing him gasp. He leaned down and kissed Izuku's lips gently as he added a second finger, feeling Izuku tremble beneath him. "Are you okay, baby? Am I hurting you?" he asked softly, his voice filled with concern. Izuku melted at the gentleness in Katsuki's tone. "No, it's okay, Kat. Please don't stop," Izuku whispered. Katsuki added a third finger and began to move gently, stretching Izuku and preparing him. He placed soft kisses on Izuku's face, kissing his freckles as Izuku flinched slightly at the preparation. "Are you ready, baby?" Katsuki asked, looking down into Izuku's jade eyes. "Yes, please," Izuku answered eagerly, a pink tint coloring his cheeks, which made Katsuki chuckle softly. Pushing himself up, Katsuki lined himself with Izuku's entrance and slowly pushed in. Izuku cried out at the initial discomfort. "Sure, it's okay, Dao. Relax, you need to relax so I don't hurt you," Katsuki whispered, leaning down to kiss Izuku's cheek. Once he felt Izuku relax, he pushed in further while kissing him, distracting him from the discomfort. With one final push, he was fully inside, and they both gasped at the sensation. Moving his hips slowly, the pain subsided, and Izuku was lost in bliss. Katsuki placed Izuku's thighs over his shoulders, leaning over and resting on his forearms as he found a rhythm, rocking them both. "Deku, you feel so good," Katsuki breathed. Izuku was too lost for words, incoherent sounds escaping his lips as Katsuki took him to the edge. Izuku's arms were locked around Katsuki's shoulders, his legs wrapped around his waist, pulling Katsuki in deeper. Katsuki sat up, gripping the top of the headboard, leaning in and pushing his hips up. The angle was intense, and he moved hard, hitting Izuku's sweet spot, making him cry out. "Don't stop." Izuku pleaded. Katsuki had no intention of stopping. He gripped the headboard and pulled out to the tip before slamming back in, over and over, rocking them both to the core. Sweat covered them, and Katsuki's breathing was erratic, the sounds he made primal. He chased their orgasms, one hand gripping the headboard while the other reached down to slide Izuku, matching his moves. "Kat, so close," Izuku whimpered. "Yeah, me too, baby. Hold on to me," Katsuki panted. Izuku's nails raked over Katsuki's back, digging into his skin, sending shockwaves through him. With one final hard move and slide, Izuku screamed through his release, and Katsuki followed right after, filling Izuku completely. "Wow," Katsuki managed to whisper, pulling out slowly and collapsing next to Izuku, both of them a sweaty, panting mess. Katsuki looked over at Izuku, who was still coming down from their high. He moved Izuku's damp curls from his forehead and spoke softly. "I love you so much, Izuku. Are you okay, babe? Come over here." Izuku slid next to Katsuki, resting his head on his open arm. "I'm perfect, Kat. That was amazing, and I love you too, with everything I have." Katsuki smiled, leaning over to kiss Izuku's forehead. It had been incredible, and he couldn't wait to do it all over again. "Come on, we need to shower before we crash. We're a mess." Standing up, Katsuki offered his hand to help the shaky Izuku up. Izuku winced immediately. "Are you okay, nerd? Did I go too hard on you?" Katsuki asked, genuinely concerned. Izuku chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around Katsuki. "So worth it, Katsuki. So worth it." He grinned up at his boyfriend. Katsuki smirked. "Hell yeah, it was. Come on, the warm water will help," he said, kissing Izuku's head again as he guided him to the bathroom. After their shower, Katsuki and Izuku climbed into bed. Katsuki opened his arms, and Izuku immediately nestled into them, resting his head on Katsuki's chest. Katsuki smiled in the dark as he said, "Good call on the belly button ring, Pinky. I need to thank her for that one." Izuku rolled his eyes and giggled sleepily in Katsuki's embrace. "I didn't think it would have that effect. I was actually scared you wouldn't like it," Izuku confessed. "I don't just like it, I love it. It looks amazing on you." "Most everything does," Katsuki replied, feeling sleep take hold. Izuku smiled in the dark room. "As long as you love it, that's all that matters," he said with a small yawn. "It's you I love, nerd. Everything else is just icing on the cake." "I'll see you in the morning, baby," Katsuki whispered against Izuku's curls as sleep pulled them both under. The next morning, Katsuki was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. Groaning, he turned over to pick it up, already frustrated that it might be the two guys at the garage he had told not to call him. Looking through one half-open eye, the name on the screen was even worse than the two he had expected. Grunting and still not moving, he reluctantly answered. "Well, look who finally answered. Where the hell have you been? We haven't heard from you in about 2 weeks." Mitsuki Bakugo scolded her son through the phone. "I've been busy, Mum. Work has been crazy, and the last few days have been a bit hectic too," he replied. As sleep faded from his mind, Katsuki noticed that Izuku was not beside him. While he wasn't as panicked as the first time it happened, he still didn't like it. Quickly getting up, he opened the bedroom door while still on the phone with his mother. The sound of music wafted from the kitchen, drawing him in. Taking a few steps into the hallway, he caught sight of his beloved Izuku, who was in the kitchen making breakfast. The sight instantly made Katsuki smirk. Izuku was dancing around, singing into a spatula while wearing only his black boxers and one of Katsuki's white t-shirts. Katsuki couldn't help but let out a laugh as he watched Izuku perform. His nerd was definitely the cutest thing on the planet. He almost forgot his mother was still on the line until he heard her voice again. "Katsuki, are you listening to me, brat? What the hell are you doing?" "Nothing, Mom, just watching something." "What did you call for anyway, just to yell?" he scoffed, leaning against the wall and continuing to watch Izuku dance through the kitchen. "No, brat, I called to make sure you were still alive." "I haven't heard from you in a while," Mitsuki replied. Katsuki softened a bit. It was true he hadn't been home to see her in a few months, and she didn't live far, so there was really no excuse. As his crimson eyes followed Izuku around the kitchen, he knew there was someone else she would very much like to see. Clearing his throat, he asked, "What are you doing today?" "Nothing. But are you actually going to come see me?" she replied with a smirk that Katsuki could almost see through the phone. "Yeah, I feel like gracing you with my presence," he smirked back. Well, isn't that generous?" "Bring it on, kid," she laughed. Katsuki smiled despite himself. Yeah, I'll be there later, old hag. I gotta run and take care of something," he told her. After saying their goodbyes, they hung up. Katsuki quickly brushed his teeth and made his way into the kitchen to join his dancing green-haired partner. Izuku was still singing into his spatula, completely lost in the song. "You open the door, wearing nothing but a smile, down to the floor, and you whisper in my ear, 'Baby, I'm yours.'" Katsuki came up behind him, not missing a beat. He grabbed Izuku's waist and turned him around, singing down at him as they swayed to the music, their hips rocking side to side. Izuku jumped at first but then laughed as they moved through the kitchen together. "Boy, you're the one I want me, and if you want me, then boy, you got me." They both sang the next part into the spatula together. "Just the thought of you gets me so high." Laughing, Katsuki bent down and kissed Izuku softly, letting the moment linger as thoughts of the previous night danced through his mind. "Morning, nerd. When did you get up?" he asked, turning the music down and grabbing some coffee while glancing at what Izuku was making. "Just a little while ago. You looked so peaceful sleeping I didn't want to wake you up, so I figured I'd make us breakfast," Izuku replied, smiling up at him. Katsuki raised a teasing eyebrow. "Since when did you cook without practically burning the kitchen down?" Izuku puffed his cheeks out in mock indignation. "Hey, I can cook, maybe not as well as you, but I can manage scrambled eggs and bacon." So sassy in the morning, Katsuki smirked, taking a sip of his coffee. A few minutes later, Izuku plated the food, and they sat down to eat in the kitchen. Izuku rambled happily while Katsuki nodded in agreement or grunted in response. "What time do you have to be at work, Kat?" Izuku asked, nibbling at his bacon. "I'm going to take today off and hang out with you instead," Katsuki replied, leaning over to steal a bite of Izuku's bacon before getting up to put his plate in the sink. "Really?" Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yup," Katsuki said, popping the pea, "the others can cover. We're mostly caught up, so yeah, today off with my baby." He smirked, walking over to kiss Izuku on the cheek before taking another sip of his coffee. "Sounds great, Kat." Izuku beamed, still nibbling at his breakfast. Would you mind stopping by to see my mom for a bit? She's been upset because I haven't visited, and I know she would love to see you, Katsuki said. Izuku's eyes brightened, and excitement danced in them. Are you kidding, Kaken? I would love to see her. Izuku was filled with excitement as he jumped from his seat, kissing Katsuki quickly on the lips before handing him his empty plate and scurrying down the hall to get ready. Katsuki smiled and shook his head, realizing that Izuku was far more excited about seeing his mother than he was. However, Izuku had a way of making everything better, and today would be no different. After a quick phone call to his coworkers at the shop to inform them he wouldn't be coming in, he hung up and headed to his room to get dressed alongside Izuku. Once they were ready, the two stepped outside. Out of habit, Izuku started walking toward Katsuki's car, only to be pulled back by Katsuki's arm. Katsuki laughed as he explained, "Come on, nerd, we're taking the bike today." Izuku's face lit up at the news. It had been 3 years since he last rode on the back of Katsuki's motorcycle, and he was eager to experience it again. Standing beside the orange and black ninja, Katsuki handed Izuku a black helmet while putting on his own. Izuku climbed onto the back of the bike, leaning forward to trace his fingers over the green and black bunny emblem on the gas tank. Kirishima told me about this. He said it's on all your bikes, Izuku said softly. Katsuki turned his head slightly to see Izuku behind him. Yeah, it is. You've always been part of everything I do, he replied honestly. Izuku felt a warmth in his chest. Wouldn't have it any other way, Kaken, he said, closing his helmet visor and wrapping his arms tightly around Katsuki, hugging him from behind. Katsuki placed his hand over Izuku's arms and squeezed before shutting his own visor. With Izuku securely wrapped around him, he took off down the road. The pair rode through familiar streets, the warm summer air surrounding them as Izuku held on tightly to Katsuki's waist. Every now and then, Katsuki would drop his arm to squeeze Izuku's calf, and Izuku would respond by squeezing Katsuki's thigh, reminding each other of their presence. The simple touches sent butterflies dancing in their stomachs. Katsuki's back felt warm against Izuku's chest, and he closed his eyes, smiling as memories of their past rides flooded back. His heart raced as he tightened his grip around Katsuki, not wanting to let him go again. Katsuki felt the stronger hold and couldn't help but smile beneath his helmet. Having Izuku back on his bike made him feel complete, as if his missing puzzle piece had returned. Lost in thought, Izuku didn't realize they had arrived at Katsuki's childhood home, a place that felt like his own since they had spent so much time there together. They climbed off the bike, and as Izuku removed his helmet and looked up at the house, a wave of emotions hit him. He had shared countless memories here with Katsuki and his mother, who was best friends with Izuku's own mom, just 4 houses down the street. Noticing the emotions swirling in Izuku's jade eyes, Katsuki reached for his hand, linking their fingers and rubbing his thumb over the back of Izuku's hand. Hey, I'm right here, Deku, just like always. If this gets to be too much, you say the word and we're gone, got it? Izuku met Katsuki's crimson gaze and shook his head, offering a soft smile. He knew Katsuki would always be by his side, and that made everything feel better. The fiery blonde led them up the front steps and into the house. As soon as Izuku stepped inside, nostalgia washed over him. Memories of movies, sleepovers, video games, dinners, birthday parties, after-school hangouts, and playful food fights flooded his mind. The familiar scent of the house brought back memories of every scraped knee Katsuki had ever bandaged for him. Overwhelmed, he stumbled back slightly, unsure whether to laugh or cry as emotions swirled thickly around him. Katsuki noticed Izuku's reaction and felt a pang of worry. He couldn't tell if the memories were good or bad for his boyfriend, and he suddenly regretted bringing him here so soon. He pulled Izuku into a hug, looking down at him with concern. You good? I wasn't thinking about how you might not be ready for this. I'm sorry. No, Kaken, it's okay really. I wanted to come. It just all hit me at once, but it's okay. This is home, Izuku replied, smiling up at Katsuki, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Katsuki's heart ached at the sight. This was home for both of them, a place filled with shared memories since they were little. He gently wiped away a stray tear with his thumb and kissed Izuku's forehead. Izuku excused himself to go to the bathroom to compose himself before seeing Mitsuki. Katsuki headed upstairs in search of his mother and found her gathering laundry. Leaning against her bedroom door, he smirked at her. "Demon hag, you must be going deaf in your old age. I walked through the door 5 minutes ago, and you had no idea." Mitsuki's eyes shot to her son, and she smirked back at him. "Shut your trap, brat. I was busy. Now get over here and give me a hug." Katsuki rolled his eyes but walked over to her, giving her a light squeeze. "You look different," she said, pulling back to examine him with a raised brow. "What do you mean I look different?" he replied, slightly confused. He questioned his mother. "Why do I look different?" "I don't know, just different, not in a bad way." "For once, you look relaxed," she replied. Once again, he rolled his eyes but couldn't help the smile that was trying to break through. He knew why he looked different, and that reason was standing downstairs. "Come on. Need to put these clothes in the wash, and you can tell me what you've been up to lately since I haven't seen you," she said, picking up her laundry basket and heading out of the room. As they reached the top of the stairs, Katsuki spoke softly. "I brought someone with me." "Oh yeah? The two friends from the garage?" "Good, I haven't seen them in a while either," she responded as she reached the bottom of the stairs. When Mitsuki turned the corner and walked into her kitchen, what she saw made her stop in her tracks. Breath caught in her lungs, she dropped the laundry basket she was holding because there, in her kitchen after 3 long years, stood Izuku Midoriya, her second son. He leaned back against the counter, hands in his pockets, feet crossed at the ankles. His soft jade eyes met her piercing red ones, and Izuku turned his head slightly, a smile across his lips as he said sweetly, "Hi Auntie Mitsuki, miss me?" "Izuku" was all she could whisper, her voice soft and rarely heard. A wave of emotions hit Mitsuki right in the heart. A soft sob broke from her without warning as she stumbled forward, crashing into Izuku with a bone-crushing hug that rivaled her son's. The greenette immediately wrapped his arms tightly around her, holding on as she cried onto his shoulder. "Izuku, you're back, you're finally back," she said between broken sobs. He held on to her, rubbing her back, his head resting on hers as he let her weep. Pulling back, Mitsuki finally took a long look at Izuku and realized he was not the same baby-faced kid who had left broken 3 years ago. He was taller now, she had to look up to see him. He didn't tower over her like Katsuki, but he had definitely grown. His jaw was sharp and handsome, and his hair was no longer an unruly mop of cute green but wavy locks. He was lean and fit, broad across the shoulders. Izuku had always been cute, but now his good looks rivaled her own son's. She looked up into his eyes. His jade eyes were just like his mother's, but Izuku's had always been slightly more enchanting. His forest green locks were thick and wavy, just like hers had been. A tear ran down Mitsuki's face because, at that moment, she missed her best friend dearly but was thankful to whatever God was out there that she still had a piece of her standing right there in her kitchen. She saw Izuku's whole childhood flashing through her mind as she stood looking at him. All the times he had been right there next to Katsuki in everything they did. She reached up and ran her fingers over his freckles, just like she had always done when he was a child. A smile appeared on her face even as the tears continued to fall. As Izuku looked down at the woman who had been another mother to him his whole life, guilt struck him full force when he saw the pain in her eyes that he knew he had caused when he left. The pain of not only losing him and her best friend but also the pain of seeing what it had done to Katsuki. His own tears spilled down his cheeks as he brought his hands up and wiped her tears from under her eyes with his thumbs, quietly saying, "I'm so sorry I hurt you. You'll never know how sorry I am for the pain I caused you and Katsuki, but I swear I'll make it up to both of you." She couldn't help the sob that escaped her mouth as she clung to the son she wasn't sure she'd ever get to see again after he had left. Katsuki stood leaning on the counter with his arms crossed, watching the two without a word. Tears threatened his own eyes as he observed the display. He wasn't used to seeing his mother like this. She, like him, didn't break down often, but when it came to Izuku, everything was different. His presence was so strong. The blonde recalled how it almost dropped him to his knees in the garage that day when Izuku first got back. He wondered if his friend had any idea of the power he held, able to effortlessly bring Katsuki's emotions to the surface, tearing through him like fire and ice whenever those jade eyes peered into his very soul. The greenette stood there, holding on to Mitsuki for as long as she wanted, softly soothing her until she was finally ready to let him go. Standing back, she cleared her throat and finally spoke. "Don't be sorry, Izuku. You were broken after your mom passed. We all were. And even though I should hate that man for taking you away from me, I can't because he saved you from yourself. By the looks of you, he did all right for 3 years. My God, you look so good," she smiled at him, crossing her arms as she stood back. "Welcome home, Izuku." 3 words made an already emotional Izuku break into full sobs because this was home. He was home. Katsuki pushed off the counter and pulled Izuku to his chest, unable to stand the sight of him crying. "Great, you broke him," he mumbled to her while he comforted his friend. Mitsuki chuckled, nostalgia filling her mind as she thought of all the times she had seen Katsuki do this very thing with Izuku. "Still the same old protective brat when it comes to him," she smirked, making Katsuki roll his eyes at her. Suddenly, without warning, she smacked Katsuki on the back of the head. "Hey, what was that for?" Katsuki glared, letting go of Izuku, who slightly giggled at the familiar scene. "When did he get back? And why did you keep him from me until now?" Mitsuki yelled, meeting Katsuki's glare with her own. "He literally just got back a couple of days ago. And I wanted a day or so with him before everyone else tried stealing him away. It's bad enough that I have to fight off the extras trying to get close to him, and why does everyone seem to think they have more of a right to see him than his boyfriend? Because you always hog him. You always have since you were kids, and you would get mad at anyone who dared to steal his attention from you. And boyfriend, huh? I knew you two would get back together someday." Izuku flashed his signature smile at her as Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Now sit down, Izuku, and tell me everything that's been going on with you. I'll make dinner because I'm not letting the brat drag you out of here yet," she said with a smile as Izuku took a seat at the table, just like he had a million times in his life, with Katsuki right at his side. As the day wore on, the kitchen was filled with talking, teasing, laughter, and, of course, a bit of yelling. This was the Bakugo household, after all, and Izuku couldn't feel more at peace in the second home he had grown up in, watching 2 people he loved more than life bicker playfully back and forth. Mitsuki excused herself for a minute, leaving the boys alone at the table. Katsuki leaned over and ran his thumb across Izuku's cheek as he looked at him thoughtfully. "You doing all right, nerd? I know this is a lot of emotion for one day." "She's a lot too," he said, still stroking his boyfriend's cheek. Izuku smiled as he leaned into Katsuki's warm touch. "I'm great, Kat. Honestly, I'm really happy to be here with her and you," he answered as he leaned over. Mitsuki made her way back to the kitchen and stopped when she saw the boys showing affection. She and Inko had always known that Katsuki and Izuku would end up together. Their feelings were clear to the women long before the boys even realized it. Katsuki would often get upset at anyone who thought Izuku was cute, while Izuku followed Katsuki everywhere like a loyal puppy, believing everything he did was great. Mitsuki felt her heart swell at the sight of them together again, and now she understood why her son looked so much happier he had the missing part of him back. The sweet kiss they were both lost in was interrupted when Mitsuki returned and slammed a photo album down on the table, making them both jump. She playfully smirked and raised an eyebrow as she asked, "So Katsuki, when are you finally going to marry him and adopt a few kids of your own to make me a grandmother?" "Come on, Katsuki Izuku Bakugo," she teased, dragging out the name. "Sounds good, doesn't it?" She was joking with her son, but deep down, she wanted nothing more than to have Izuku as her son-in-law. Katsuki's mind momentarily froze as the name Izuku Bakugo bounced around in his thoughts. He hated to agree with his mother on almost anything, but there was no denying that it sounded good, so good, in fact, that he didn't doubt that if a minister had been walking by at that moment, he would have dragged Izuku down the street and put a ring on his left hand, claiming him as his own. Katsuki looked over at the greenette next to him, who was blushing slightly and smiling at the comment his mother had just made. He had no doubt that he would one day marry the jade-eyed perfection sitting by his side. It was something he had thought about more than once. Shaking his head slightly and clearing his throat, he responded to his amused mother. "Hey, he just got home. How about you give us a minute to catch up? I'll make you a grandmother when I'm good and ready, he said, a pink hue dusting his cheeks. So you're not denying that it'll happen, though, is what I'm hearing, brat? She said with a smirk that rivaled her son's. Izuku giggled from his seat. I'm getting a drink, Katsuki said as he made his way to the fridge, avoiding eye contact with his mother, who already knew the answer. She laughed and took a seat next to Izuku, opening a photo album and sliding it over to him. As she began to flip through the pages slowly, the greenette smiled wide, seeing that it was a photo album of him and Katsuki growing up, from when they were babies all the way into their teens. But when she turned the next page, Izuku's eyes grew wide, and his heart skipped. There, across the next several pages, was every article, newspaper clipping, and photo Mitsuki had been able to find about Izuku and his writing career in America. Seeing the greenette's expression, Katsuki walked from the fridge and stood behind them, looking at what was on the pages. Hey, I didn't know you did this, the blonde said in surprise as he reached down and touched a photo of Izuku on King that had been cut from a magazine. Of course I did. What, you think you're the only one who loves him around here? Mitsuki said with a proud smile as her eyes skimmed the page. Izuku sat speechless beside her, tears in his eyes. He did the only thing that came to mind at that moment. He pushed his seat back and threw himself into Mitsuki's arms. I love you, Auntie Mitsuki. Thank you, he whispered into her shoulder. Mitsuki kissed his cheek. I love you too, Izuku. I always have, brat, and I'm so proud of you, runt. Your mom would be too, don't you ever forget it, she told him as she ruffled his hair, pulling back to look at him. Katsuki cleared his throat. If you don't stop making him cry, I swear, he said, and she smirked at him. You won't do anything, brat, at least not to me. Now let's get these dishes cleaned up, she said to both her boys. Katsuki and Izuku stood at the sink doing dishes, just like old times. The greenette washed while Katsuki dried, when suddenly a very familiar song came on the radio softly playing in the background, and memories immediately flashed through Izuku's mind as a huge smile took hold of his features. It was a song by the Cars, a tune that both his mother and Mitsuki had loved and often danced to when the boys were young. Izuku heard Mitsuki humming it as she put things away. He quickly dried his hands on the nearest towel, catching Katsuki's attention with a raised brow. The greenette looked up at him, winking and nodding his head toward Mitsuki. Katsuki was still unsure of what Izuku was up to until he watched him turn up the radio and walk over to where his mom was sitting at the table. He grabbed her hand, pulling her to her feet. With one hand on her waist and the other holding her hand, he began to dance with her around the kitchen, singing the lyrics. A smile spread across Katsuki's face as he remembered the song. Music had always surrounded them growing up. Katsuki played the guitar while Izuku played the piano. They had always danced and sung together, and it remained a part of their lives. Mitsuki broke into a loud laugh as Izuku pulled her into a dance, grinning from ear to ear as he sang to her word for word. Happiness radiated from them, filling the kitchen with music and love as she danced with one of her boys to a song she and Inko had cherished. Izuku spun her around in a circle and then pulled her back into his chest, dipping her and making her laugh hard. She playfully smacked his shoulder as he continued to spin them through the kitchen. The greenette looked down and dramatically sang the bridge to her. Katsuki broke out his air guitar during the guitar solo, leaning back against Izuku as the greenette leaned back on him. The blonde rocked back and forth, pulling Mitsuki with him each time, making her laugh uncontrollably at her two crazy boys. Straightening back up, Izuku continued to dance with her, singing once again. He winked down at her, making her giggle loudly. They all finished the song together, and Mitsuki hugged Izuku tightly around his neck, laughing into his shoulder. Thank you. I haven't had fun like this with you two in years. I missed you both being under the same roof, she said, pulling Katsuki into the hug. He rolled his eyes in mock annoyance. Now get out of my kitchen so I can finish cleaning up, she said, shooing them from the room. When they walked into the living room, Katsuki pulled Izuku by the collar into a long kiss. After pulling back, he said, You know you're something, Deku? Thanks for doing that, you made her day. Izuku smiled softly and pecked the blonde on the lips once more. I was happy to do it, I missed her, he replied honestly, intertwining his fingers with Katsuki's. "Wanna go up to my room for old time's sake?" Katsuki asked with a devilish look in his eye, smirking at the greenette. Izuku returned the smirk. "Sure, but if you don't keep your hands to yourself, I'm telling Auntie Mitsuki you're being mean to me," he said playfully, his jade eyes sparkling. "Just like when we were kids. I think she loves you more than she does me," Katsuki scoffed playfully, crossing his arms as he looked at Izuku. "Think? Kaken, I know she does. What's not to love?" Izuku replied smugly. Katsuki's jaw dropped. "The heck, you sassy little brat? Who taught you to talk like that?" he asked, pulling Izuku in by the collar, a smile dancing on the corner of his mouth. Izuku laughed, his lips brushing against Katsuki's as he wrapped his arms around his neck. "I learned from the best, Katsuki," he said, dragging out each syllable of the blonde's name. Once again, this nerd made Katsuki twitch in all the right ways. "You drive me crazy, you know that, Deku?" Katsuki whispered, inches from Izuku's face. "God, I hope so," Izuku replied, flashing his smile. "I'll race you upstairs, Kaken," he yelled, springing from Katsuki's hold and running up the stairs, laughing. Katsuki shook his head, laughing. "You cheating brat. Wait for me," he called as he raced up the stairs like when they were kids. Mitsuki playfully teased from the bottom of the stairs, "Katsuki Bakugo, you make sure you don't defile that boy in my house." Izuku burst into laughter from the top of the stairs outside Katsuki's room. "Boy, if she only saw you last night," he whispered, unable to stop giggling. Katsuki couldn't hold back his laughter as he watched Izuku. "Hey, nerd, I didn't hear any complaints last night," he whispered through his own laughter. "You won't hear any either," Izuku whispered back, looking at Katsuki in the dimly lit hallway outside his room. It felt just like old times, the warmth and familiarity surrounding them. Katsuki reached out and ran his thumb over Izuku's freckles, clearing his throat before calling down to his mom. "First of all, we aren't kids anymore, and second, he isn't as innocent as you think." The blonde smirked at the pink-tinted greenette. "Cat!" Izuku exclaimed in a hushed shout at his boyfriend before giggling and adding, "Don't listen to him, Auntie. You know that's not true." He winked and stuck his tongue out at Katsuki. Mitsuki stood at the bottom of the stairs, just out of the boys' view, listening to their playful banter. She shook her head and giggled, happiness swelling in her chest. "Don't worry, Izuku, I won't listen to him. But hopefully, when you two are up there making out this time, you're quieter than you were when you two were teenagers," she teased, causing Katsuki to burst into a loud laugh while Izuku gasped, flushing red and covering his mouth to suppress his giggles as he playfully punched Katsuki in the shoulder. "Ah, oh man," called out. Katsuki laughed, opening his door and pulling the greenette inside, just as he had done countless times before. "Not funny, Kaken," Izuku protested, though he was still giggling. As Mitsuki stood at the bottom of the stairs, listening to the laughter coming from Katsuki's bedroom like old times, she touched the necklace around her neck that had once belonged to Inko Midoriya, her best friend. With a sad smile, she whispered, "He's home, Inko. Our boy has finally come home." "Wow, does this room bring back memories?" Izuku said thoughtfully as he looked around Katsuki's childhood room. It was still much the same, covered in rock band and motorcycle posters, football trophies, and pictures of their friend group, including pictures of them together. An electric guitar stood in the corner, and his bed still had the same orange and black bedding that the greenette remembered. The TV and video game console were still in the same spot. Katsuki came up behind him, wrapping his arms around Izuku's waist. "Well, it should, you practically lived in here with me," he chuckled. Izuku smiled, it was true. He recalled late nights when a bad dream or a storm would scare him, prompting him to sneak out of his house and into Katsuki's window to crawl into bed with him. The blonde had always been the place where he felt safe, leaving the window unlocked just in case. As the greenette's eyes scanned the room, he noticed something he had never seen before. Stepping away from the fiery blonde behind him, he crossed the room to inspect it. There on the wall were 3 spots where the drywall was broken and holes appeared, 2 behind Katsuki's bed and 1 by his closet. Furrowing his brows as he touched the spots, he spoke, "I don't remember these ever being here." Katsuki sighed heavily, putting his hands in his pockets as he walked over to where the greenette stood. Yeah, well, after you left, I had some pretty rough nights, so. Yeah, the blonde mumbled, sadness lacing his voice at the memory. In that moment, Izuku understood. Katsuki had put his fist through the wall. The thought brought tears to his jade eyes. He turned swiftly to Katsuki, their gazes locking, and pushed himself into the blonde's arms, wrapping his own tightly around Katsuki's torso. I'm so sorry, Kaken. I hurt you so much, Izuku whimpered into his boyfriend's chest. The blonde wrapped the greenette in his embrace and ran a hand through his green waves. Shoo, Deku, you know I hate when you cry. It's over and you're here now. I already know you're sorry, and you were just as bad off as I was, so calm down, baby, Katsuki soothed into Izuku's ear. The greenette knew Katsuki was right. He had apologized and they were working through it all. Still, he couldn't shake the guilt of the pain he had caused, remembering how lost he felt without his fiery blonde. Katsuki pulled back and kissed Izuku's face, softly hitting each freckle and kissing away each tear. He moved to Izuku's lips, where the taste of salty tears lingered, deepening the kiss as he swept his tongue over the greenette's bottom lip. Suddenly, Katsuki bent down and picked Izuku up in a bridal style, making the greenette squeak in surprise. Katsuki smiled into the kiss as he placed Deku on his bed, just as he had many times before, and laid down beside him. Lying on his back, he gently pulled Deku on top of him. The greenette bent down, kissing Katsuki deeply, feeling the blonde's hands run down his back as he pulled him closer, their kisses growing heated. Both were lost in the moment, unaware that they were grinding against each other like they had as teens in this very bed. Izuku broke away first, reluctantly. Katsuki was so addictive. Kaken, we can't, Izuku whispered, sitting up and straddling the blonde's lap. Why not? It's not like we haven't done this in here before. Katsuki smirked up at him, not wanting their makeout session to end. Because it's different now, Kat. We won't stop. We'll take this so much further because we seriously can't stop. And Izuku couldn't do that in his parents' house. He was too loud. He hurried out, making Katsuki smirk mischievously. I know you are. I bet my neighbors are wondering about the little minx I had in my bed last night, screaming my name, the blonde teased, causing Izuku to turn crimson and cover his face. Kaken, the greenette whined. Katsuki couldn't help himself. He loved getting Izuku flustered. I dunno, Dek. I might get thrown out of my place after last night, he said, his crimson eyes sparkling with playfulness as he watched Izuku come undone on top of him. Kat, stop. Katsuki laughed, observing Deku trying to hide his blush behind his hand. Speaking of last night, where did you learn to do that, Deku? You know exactly what I'm talking about, Katsuki questioned, reaching up to pull Izuku's hand from his face so he could see him fully. What? Oh my god, Kaken. It's not like I never did that to you before. In fact, the first time I ever did that was in this room. Izuku exclaimed, his cheeks flushing again at the topic. Katsuki smirked, remembering. It was true, they had done a lot in this room. They had never gone all the way, coming close many times but never crossing that threshold. Their relationship as an actual couple hadn't progressed to that point before Izuku had left, but it certainly had last night, marking the first time for both of them. Well, yes, I know that. Trust me, I remember, but it was never like that. Holy cow, Deku, I think I saw the face of God last night when you did that. It was Izuku's turn to smirk. Are you actually complaining that I did it too well? Absolutely not. I'm saying it was never like that until last night, and I was wondering where you picked up those improved skills, Katsuki replied, his voice laced with something Izuku couldn't quite place. Anger? No, not really. Jealousy maybe? Kaken, you don't think I was doing that with someone else, do you? Because if that's it, that's definitely not the case. It's only ever been you. As for my improved skills, well, 1, we're older now, and I actually have an idea of what I'm doing, and 2, I had a lot of alone time to think about you and that, Izuku finished quickly, his face tinted pink. Katsuki let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Deep down, he had worried about that very thought. The idea of Deku being with someone else ate at him from the inside out. His signature smirk returned, and once again, Katsuki Bakugo couldn't help himself. So, you were thinking about me all that time, huh? All the things you wanted to do with me? Wow, you're a dirty boy, Deku. What am I going to do with you? He said, leaning closer to Izuku. His voice was low and sultry, practically singing the words to Izuku, making him shiver as their eyes locked. Izuku let out an audible gulp, knowing his face was as red as Kirishima's hair. Diamen Katsuki for always being able to fluster him with just a few words. His fiery blonde was definitely too attractive. What about you? The greenette suddenly asked, shifting the tables. It was his turn now. Katsuki looked confused for a moment. What about me? He asked, unsure of where his boyfriend was taking the conversation. Where did you learn what you did to me last night? Izuku asked in a teasing tone. Burning jade eyes met fiery crimson as Katsuki considered flipping the nerd over and teasing him senseless. This sassy nerd always knows how to turn the tables. Challenge accepted, Deku. Just like you, I had lots of time on my hands to think about all the ways I wanted to absolutely wreck that pretty body of yours and make those gorgeous jade eyes roll back while you screamed my name until you were nothing but a quivering mess under me, just like last night, Katsuki said, never breaking eye contact. Izuku visibly shuddered at his boyfriend's words. Well, that was unexpected, he thought. Katsuki could see how worked up he had gotten Izuku, and he loved every moment of it. Breaking from his thoughts, Izuku quickly said, Let's go for a walk, Kaken. He climbed off the blonde. Katsuki smirked at him. That was a quick turnaround, he said, his molten gaze still fixed on Izuku. Yeah, well, you're just too hot, Kaken. I know when to admit defeat, and don't think it doesn't annoy me, Katsuki, Izuku replied, full of sass, which made Katsuki laugh. You're so dim and sassy. Katsuki, listen to you, he said, amusement dancing in his eyes as he looked at his annoyed boyfriend. Katsuki thought it was adorable. Izuku rolled his eyes, knowing that Katsuki was only egging him on. So you think I'm hot, huh, Deku? Well, I mean you aren't wrong, Katsuki smirked, coming up behind the green-haired boy as they walked toward the door. Shut up, Katsuki, Izuku sassed, heading downstairs, which only made Katsuki laugh harder. We're going for a walk, hag. Katsuki yelled as he chased after Izuku, who was already down the porch steps. He grabbed Izuku's wrist, spinning him around, his eyes still sparkling with playfulness. Jade burned with slight annoyance at his boyfriend, and Katsuki wanted to dance in the flames. I was just teasing you. It's not my fault your boyfriend is hot, he smirked, making Izuku punch him in the shoulder and groan as he pulled away. Katsuki laughed and pulled him back, holding both of his hands. But my boyfriend is hot too. Good God, you should see him, Katsuki whistled. He's got these perfect jade eyes that could put emeralds to shame, and this perfect wavy forest green hair that falls just right on his forehead, turning into these incredibly attractive curls when it gets wet. Izuku's eyes softened as he listened to Katsuki describe him, a small smile starting to pull at the corners of his lips. And he's got these freckles that dot his cheeks like stars. There used to be only 14, but now there are 21, and I'm pretty sure it's a map of the galaxy. And then there are these perfect lips that turn into this blinding smile that makes the sun look dim and stops my heart every time he flashes it my way. Oh, and holy hell, he's got a body that would make anyone drop to their knees just to have a chance at touching it. And don't even get me started on that perfect backside because we could be standing on this sidewalk all night. But all of that aside, that's not even the best part. Do you know what that is? Katsuki asked, looking into Izuku's perfect jade eyes. He watched as Izuku shook his head no. He's got this amazing heart, and he loves so deep it hurts. He's just crazy enough to love me hard, even though I'm a cocky JRK sometimes who annoys him. But let me tell you something, no one in '01 loves that nerd the way I do or as much as I do, and you can bet your life on that, Katsuki finished, never taking his eyes off Izuku's face, which now had tears running down it. I love you, Kaken. I don't think I'll ever be able to tell you how much. And yeah, you're a cocky JRK, but you're mine, and I wouldn't want you any other way. Thank you for everything you just said. You're so lucky you're hot and sweet, or you'd be sleeping on the couch tonight, Izuku said with a giggle as he leaned in and gave Katsuki a long, soft kiss. Katsuki smiled when they broke away from the kiss. He looked down and saw Izuku's eyes gazing down the sidewalk over his shoulder. Turning around, he realized what it was, and his heart throbbed with ache. The green-haired boy was looking in the direction of his childhood home, 4 houses down. "Hey, baby, look at me," Katsuki said softly, stroking Izuku's cheek. "Do you want to walk down there? I'm right here with you every step of the way." Izuku laced his fingers with Katsuki's. "Yes, let's go, Kaken," he said with a sad smile. They started down the sidewalk hand in hand, just like so many other times. It didn't take long before they were standing in front of Izuku's old house. Tears immediately sprang to his eyes as Katsuki wrapped a reassuring arm around his shoulder. "I miss her so much, Kaken. That part never seems to get any better," the green-haired boy softly cried as he leaned into his boyfriend's side. Katsuki took a deep breath and sighed. He missed Inko too. Much like Mitsuki had been a second mother to Izuku, Inko had been one to Katsuki. She was soft and sweet, just like her son, and she had always loved Katsuki. "I know, Izuku. I miss her too. I don't honestly know if that part is ever really going to get better, baby. I think we're always going to miss her like that, but I think that's okay. That's how it's supposed to be. I know it hurts, but we also have a ton of great memories with her that make us smile too. Just like today when you were dancing with the hag. You were thinking of the way they both used to dance, and it made you smile. That's the good stuff we'll carry, baby. It doesn't have to be all doom and gloom," Katsuki said softly, hoping Izuku understood what he meant. The green-haired boy did know what he meant, and he smiled, knowing Katsuki was right. "And we have some great memories of this house too, like when we would play superhero, and you would jump out of that window right there, and I would catch you," Katsuki said, pointing to a second-story window. Not believing that they actually hadn't died as kids with some of the ridiculous things they did, Izuku and Katsuki reminisced about their childhood adventures. They recalled the times they would blanket sled down the stairs from Katsuki's room. Izuku giggled as memories flooded his mind. "How about all the times we slid across your kitchen floor in our socks, singing at the top of our lungs? Or all the times we slid down the banister, trying to hurry out the door so we wouldn't be late for school?" Katsuki smiled, pulling Izuku into his arms. "And later on, all the times you snuck out that window to come see me at night. I would be waiting for you down here on my motorcycle so we could go riding or just hang out at the park." Izuku's voice softened as he recalled their first kiss. "Or the first time you kissed me, which was right here." He faced Katsuki on the sidewalk, the very spot where the blonde had finally kissed him and confessed his feelings. "Exactly," Katsuki whispered, his fingers brushing against the small tattoo on Izuku's arm. "June 18th, he said, touching the tattoo, making Izuku shiver as Katsuki leaned in to kiss him right where he had the very first time. Pulling back, Katsuki rested his forehead against Izuku's. "I love you so much, Izuku. I hope you know that I'll be right here through everything, even when it gets heavy. I love you too, Kaken. I never doubted it. Even as kids, I always knew. You are home for me where I feel safe and loved. Wherever you are is home for me," Izuku said honestly. Those words struck Katsuki in the chest, making his heart race. "You're being all sappy, making my heart race and stuff," he said, his voice laced with emotion as he hugged Izuku tightly, causing him to laugh. "Come on, it's getting late. Let's say goodbye to the hag and head home," Katsuki said, taking Izuku's hand and walking up the sidewalk slowly. Izuku spoke up beside him. "Remember when you taught me to ride a bicycle on this sidewalk, Kat?" "Yup," Katsuki replied. "You were 7 and I was 8. Before I taught you, you rode on my handlebars all the time." Izuku giggled. "I was so excited because I could finally do what Kaken could." He beamed proudly, swinging their hands as they walked. "I wasn't happy," Katsuki said bluntly. Izuku stopped walking to look at his boyfriend. "What? Why?" he asked almost sadly. Katsuki looked down at him, then clicked his tongue, turning his face to the side. "Because it meant you wouldn't be riding on my handlebars anymore, you know?" Izuku's face broke into a huge smile as he jumped up and wrapped his arms around Katsuki's neck. "Oh my God, Kaken, you're so sweet," he exclaimed, hugging him tightly. Katsuki flashed a quick smile and hugged him back, mumbling, "Yay." Don't go spreading it around, Deku. I'm only soft for you. And I can admit that, but not to anyone else. They continued to walk, and Izuku broke out in giggles beside him, making Katsuki smile at the sound. What now, nerd? Katsuki asked, curious about what was bouncing around in his mind. We have other memories on this sidewalk too. Remember when Mina tried to teach me to rollerblade and I couldn't stop because I didn't know how? I was skating down this hill right here at full speed, Izuku said between giggles. Yeah, I remember. Scared me to death. I thought for sure you were going to get hurt. I took off running after you like a bat out of hell and let you crash into me to break your fall. Then when I realized we weren't hurt, I chased her halfway to town, Katsuki said, laughing. Oh. And remember when Kirishima thought he could do an ollie on his skateboard and smacked face first into your mom's car and dented it? Izuku said, laughing fully now. Yeah, that was ridiculous. I took the blame for that, Katsuki said, laughing deeply at the memory. How about the time Dunce's face almost got hit by a car because Zero threw a bottle cap into the street that Denki had drawn a face on? He didn't want to see it get hurt, Katsuki wheezed out. Oh my god, yes. I remember that. Izuku wheezed, hardly able to breathe from laughing. We had great times, you and me, nerd, Katsuki said, squeezing Izuku's hand. Lots more to go, Kat. So much more to go, Izuku said beside him. Hell yeah, Katsuki replied, a smile on his face as they continued their walk together. Hey nerd, I'll race you home, Katsuki said, sprinting up the street with laughter. Now who's the cheater? Izuku yelled as he took off after his boyfriend. The two raced through the dark along their old neighborhood street in the summer air, laughing like kids again until they reached Katsuki's house. They both bolted up the porch steps, pushing and shoving their way inside. Mitsuki chuckled at the scene. Some things never changed and she hoped they never would. All right, old hag, we're gonna head out, Katsuki told her once the two boys had calmed down and grabbed a drink. Okay, brat, but you make sure you bring Izuku home again soon. Your dad is going to want to see him when he gets back from business. Wait until he finds out he's back, she said, wrapping her arm around Izuku's neck. Yeah, you know where I live too, you can always come see him. Katsuki yelled. Izuku laughed. Don't worry, auntie, I'll come by next week and take you to lunch, he said, winking at her and kissing her cheek. This is why he's my favorite, Mitsuki said, smacking Katsuki on the chest and smirking, making Izuku stick his tongue out at him. Katsuki rolled his eyes, then a devilish smirk took hold. Yeah, well, this is why he's my favorite, Katsuki said, playfully smacking Izuku as he walked out the door. Kaken, was all Izuku heard as he reached his bike, chuckling while waiting for him. Mitsuki broke into a loud laugh as she yelled goodbye from the door, watching Izuku chase Katsuki down the steps like always. I love you brats, be safe or I'll kill you both, she yelled as Katsuki flipped her off lovingly and Izuku blew her a kiss. Soon they were on their way back to Katsuki's, with Izuku wrapped around him. Yes, Izuku Midoriya was home. As morning crept into Katsuki's room, he was awoken by the sound of rustling. Laying on his stomach and only opening one eye, Katsuki groggily peered into the room. He was met with the sight of a shirtless Izuku in black riding breeches rummaging through his bags on the floor and Katsuki's dresser drawer. The fiery blonde slowly rolled over and rested on his elbows, watching. Now he understood exactly what Kirishima had meant that day when he said Izuku was hard not to notice in those riding breeches because it was true. Katsuki smirked as Izuku bent down, giving him a perfect view. Dim and nerd, I could get used to waking up to this sight, Katsuki said, his voice rough and hoarse with sleep. Izuku chuckled at the blonde in bed behind him. Good morning, Kaken, Izuku beamed as he turned around. Who the hell are you and what have you done with my nerd? You can't be mine because the nerd I know has always hated mornings, Katsuki teased. Izuku laughed. I still don't like them, Kaken. I wake up and lay there curled up next to you for 30 minutes asking myself if it's really necessary to move at all, Izuku explained, making Katsuki smirk at the image. The blonde stood up and stretched, making his way to the greenette to kiss him on the forehead and ruffle his hair. Morning babe, I'll be right back, Katsuki mumbled sleepily as he headed to the bathroom. After a quick visit, brushing his teeth, and taming a few blonde spikes, Katsuki returned to the bedroom and flopped back down on his bed, watching Izuku. "So I'm guessing by you being up already and what you have on that you're going to the stable?" Katsuki questioned, keeping his gaze on his nerd. Izuku turned from his rummaging to face his blonde bombshell. "Yeah, I have to. I haven't gone in a couple of days between wanting to spend time with you and letting my side rest a bit. And you really should go to work today to be sure you still own a shop," the brunette explained with a small giggle, thinking of their two friends running things without the organized fiery blonde there to keep things on track. Katsuki hummed in response. The brunette was right. He had to get back to work, and Izuku had to train, but that didn't mean he liked it. "By the way, Kaken, can I borrow your car today to get to the stable?" the brunette asked, still searching for whatever he was looking for. "Sure, nerd, what's mine is yours. The keys are by the door," Katsuki answered. He'd let Izuku have anything he wanted, anytime he wanted it. "Thank you, babe," the brunette beamed. "What the hell are you looking for anyway?" "You've been digging around over there since I opened my eyes," the blonde asked curiously. "What?" "Oh, I'm looking for one of my polo shirts that I like to ride in. I know I brought it. I just can't figure out if it's still in my bag or if I stuck it here in your drawer." Izuku's eye was suddenly drawn to a familiar shirt in the bottom of the blonde's drawer. His fingers reached for it, and a smile took hold. "Kaken, you still have this?" the brunette asked excitedly as he turned around to look at Katsuki. The blonde sat up to see what Izuku was holding up. He smiled when he saw the familiar fabric clutched in the brunette's fingers. It was a white and blue volleyball jersey with the number 20 on it and Midoriya written neatly across the back. In high school, Izuku had played volleyball while Katsuki played football. They exchanged jerseys one time during senior year when they started dating. "Yeah, I still have it. You're not the only one who keeps sentimental stuff, nerd," Katsuki said with a smile. Izuku sprang to his bag, digging through it swiftly as the blonde watched with a raised brow. When Izuku found what he was looking for, he smiled brightly and pulled it from his bag excitedly. "I still have yours too. I sleep in it still," the brunette exclaimed, holding up a dark blue jersey with the number 15 and Bakugo printed in yellow across the back. The number and the letters were well worn from years of use. The sight made Katsuki's heart flutter in his chest, knowing Izuku had still worn the jersey. The blonde reached out and took hold of the worn fabric in Izuku's grip, pulling it towards him while Izuku still held on. He pulled the brunette down into his lap and kissed him softly, whispering, "My sappy nerd," into the kiss before deepening it, his tongue exploring Izuku's mouth. Izuku sat on his knees on either side of Katsuki's thighs, his arms around the blonde's shoulders, still shirtless. Katsuki's mouth trailed down Izuku's neck, nipping and grazing his fair skin with his teeth. Izuku tilted his head to the side, giving Katsuki room to find all his sweet spots, causing a soft mmm to escape him. Katsuki pulled Izuku firmly by his hips, grinding him against his lap, aching for friction. "Kat, we gotta stop. If you don't, I'll never leave," Izuku whispered breathlessly. "That's the idea," Katsuki replied against his skin, continuing his work on Izuku's neck. Izuku giggled and playfully pushed Katsuki back, causing him to fall onto the bed with a groan. The brunette giggled again and Katsuki, with a hint of frustration in his voice but still wearing his signature smirk, said, "You get me all hot and bothered, and then you want to leave me like that, huh, Deku?" Izuku looked down at him, playful lust dancing in his jade eyes. Leaning forward, he kissed Katsuki before slowly trailing kisses down his torso, dragging his tongue over Katsuki's perfect abs. He stopped at the waistband of Katsuki's sweats, pulling them down just enough to expose the blonde. Subconsciously biting his bottom lip, he looked up into Katsuki's burning crimson gaze. "I didn't start it, Katsuki, but I'll finish it for you," he said in a stuck whisper, making a shiver run down Katsuki's spine. Katsuki bit his own bottom lip, watching with desire as Izuku flattened his tongue and ran it slowly up the blonde's length, making Katsuki gasp slightly at the hot contact. Their eyes locked, burning jade meeting fiery crimson, as Izuku reached the tip and swirled his tongue around it, savoring the taste. Katsuki was losing his mind at the sight before him, his breath quickening as he felt Izuku take him fully into his mouth, his head bobbing rhythmically. Katsuki threw his head back, his hand tangling in Izuku's wavy green hair as he hissed in pleasure. "Deku, you're so good," he groaned, overwhelmed by the intensity. Izuku pushed down swiftly, causing Katsuki to gasp as he felt the heat of Izuku's mouth. Katsuki could hardly contain himself, his breath ragged as deep growls escaped him. Panting and looking down at Izuku, he felt his strength waning as his release approached. "Deku, I'm gonna," he tried to warn, but the words were lost as he reached his peak. His eyes widened as he watched Izuku, who kept his gaze fixed on Katsuki, slowly pulling away while swallowing as if savoring every moment. He then winked at Katsuki, who could only stare in disbelief. "God, Deku," was all he managed to say, heat rising to his cheeks. Izuku smirked, clearly pleased with himself. Crawling up the bed, he bent down and kissed Katsuki deeply, the taste of their shared moment lingering on their tongues. "God, Deku, you never fail to surprise me," Katsuki said as they pulled away, making Izuku smile. "Good, I wouldn't want you to get bored with me," the greenette replied, flashing a grin as he got off the bed to find a shirt. "Never thought. That wouldn't happen." Katsuki continued watching his green-haired friend. "I gotta go, Kat, and you do too." "I'll see you later," Izuku said, pulling on his shirt as he made his way to the bedroom door. "Oh, Kaken, thanks for breakfast," the green-haired boy said, wiping the corner of his mouth with his thumb and winking at Katsuki one last time. The blonde momentarily paused his work. "Deku, I'm warning you, you better leave now, or you aren't making it out of the house today," Katsuki yelled, still lying on the bed, trying to recover, though Izuku kept making it difficult. Deku laughed as he walked out the front door, shouting, "I love you, Katsuki Bakugo." Katsuki couldn't stop the huge grin on his face as he quickly reached for his phone beside the bed and tapped out a quick message. "I love you too, Izuku Midoriya, my nerd." He sat there for a minute, smiling like a lovesick fool, shaking his head. He wasn't sure how Izuku managed to be both a teasing minx and a shy cutie, but he pulled both off well. Finally, he pulled himself off the bed and made his way to the shower. An hour later, he was on his bike, heading to his shop, unable to wipe that silly grin off his face. The blonde removed his helmet, shoved his keys in his pocket, and made his way into work. Kicking open the front door with a smirk on his face, he yelled, "Boss is back," startling the two employees inside. Kirishima's face broke into a huge grin as he jumped up from the bike he was working on. Hey, welcome back, Baku bro." Then the redhead's smile dropped slightly. "Where's Mito?" he asked, a little disappointed that his green-eyed friend wasn't there. "Yeah, Katsuki, what did you do to him?" Shiro teased. Katsuki scoffed and rolled his eyes while looking over some paperwork. "He's at the stable, the mess. He has to train some days," Katsuki replied without looking up from his work. "Aw man," the two said, both now disappointed that Midoriya wasn't going to be there. Suddenly, an idea popped into Kirishima's mind. "Hey, there's a movie playing at the drive-in tonight. We should all go," the redhead beamed at his own idea. "Yeah, that would be cool. What do you say, Baku bro?" Shiro asked excitedly. Katsuki raised his eyes to see the two of them standing in front of him like kids waiting for permission to do something they were ridiculously excited about. It clicked his tongue, thinking for a minute. A drive-in movie with his nerd didn't sound bad. In fact, it sounded pretty good, even with the extras tagging along. "Let me see if Deku wants to before I commit us to anything," Katsuki said, pulling out his phone and deciding to call the green-haired boy rather than text, missing his voice already. "Kaken? Is everything okay?" Izuku asked right away, making Katsuki smile. "Yeah, nerd, calm down. Everything is fine. Sorry to break up the training, but the extras wanted to know if we wanted to go to the drive-in tonight," Katsuki told him while the other two stood staring at him anxiously, waiting for Midoriya's answer. "Oh yeah, sure. That sounds great," Izuku said excitedly, making a small smile tug at Katsuki's lips. "Okay babe, I'll tell them." "Oh, and be careful today, Deku," Katsuki said, his brows slightly furrowed, thinking of the bruise. Izuku laughed lightly on the other end, causing butterflies to flutter in Katsuki's stomach. The littlest things with this nerd, he thought. "I will, Kat, I promise. Tell the guys I said I'll see them later." I love you, Kaken. Izuku said, and Katsuki knew he was smiling. Yeah, I love you too, nerd, Katsuki replied, quickly hanging up, knowing the other two were no doubt staring at him with wide eyes. Ah! Kirishima practically squealed. Katsuki rolled his eyes. It's not like you two haven't heard me say it to him before, he scoffed. I know, man, but he's been away so long, and you guys went through so much. It hits different now, Kirishima said, wiping a fake tear. It really does, but more importantly, are we going to the movies? Shiro questioned. Yeah, we're going if you two get to work, Katsuki responded. Sweet, the two cheered. Katsuki couldn't help but smirk, already looking forward to a night out with his jade-eyed beauty and his friends. It was more than halfway through the day when the front door to Katsuki's shop was thrown open, and Mina and Denki practically skipped in. Hey, Baku babe, Mina said, her cheerful voice ringing through the garage. What the hell are you two doing here? Katsuki asked, not looking up from the bike he was currently working on. We thought we would leave early before the movie and go watch Mito train for a while. We wanted to see if you guys wanted to come. Denki spoke up excitedly as he stepped up next to Mina. This got Katsuki's attention as he looked up from his work, sharp crimson eyes glancing at the two. Yeah, I'm dying to see the green baby in action, Mina said, her happy yellow eyes sparkling as she looked down at Katsuki. Suddenly, another voice excitedly rang through the shop as Kirishima returned from the back room, having overheard the conversation. Oh yeah, man. We should totally do that. Come on, Baku bro, it's only an hour till we close up anyway, the redhead beamed. Not gonna lie, it would be cool to see him in action instead of reading about it in one of the articles. Shiro chimed in. Katsuki stood up, wiping his greasy fingers on a rag as he listened to his friends ramble on. He had to admit he wanted to see Izuku train. He hadn't watched him ride since they were kids, and he knew seeing him now would be different. Katsuki sighed, looking up at the clock. Fine, since it's almost time to get out of here anyway. But don't go distracting him. I don't want him not paying attention and getting hurt, Katsuki said, making Mina grin. So protective, Baku babe. Katsuki rolled his eyes at her. Let's clean up and get going, he mumbled. After the five arrived at the stables, their eyes lit up as they scanned the impressive area searching for Izuku. Where would he be, bro? This place is huge, the redhead asked while continuing to look out for his green-eyed friend. Probably over there, Katsuki said, pointing to a large open area with several obstacles and jumps set up. I know part of the course he runs is in the woods, then he has to clear these, the blonde explained while walking toward the area. The five reached the fence, and Katsuki climbed up and sat down on the top like he did when they were kids. The four with him copied his actions as they sat perched, happily waiting for Izuku to emerge from somewhere. Have you seen him ride since he's been back? Denki questioned Katsuki, sitting on the fence beside him. No, not since we were kids. I'm sure he's... Katsuki's sentence was cut off as Izuku suddenly broke from the woods in a full gallop on top of a huge, fiery red horse. The four gasped in excitement when they saw it. Racing full force across the area with hooves thundering across the ground, they watched in amazement as Izuku effortlessly led his horse over every huge jump and water obstacle that lay across the course perfectly in minutes. Katsuki's jaw slightly dropped at the sight as he felt his heart thunder in his own chest. Izuku looked perfect. His athletic build was on display. His strong thighs gripped the saddle, and his arms flexed and moved with every jump he took. His jawline was sharp, and his eyes were razor-focused on what he was doing. Katsuki was impressed, not only by the skill of this nerd racing across the course but also by Deku's talent in doing so. A swell of pride rose up in Katsuki, a smirk making its way to his face at knowing Izuku was his. Oh my god! Look at him go! Denki shouted. I know, right? Baku babe, look at the baby! Mina said as she hugged Katsuki around the neck, almost choking him. Mito. This is great. Kirishima cheered. Holy cow, that's seriously impressive, Shiro said, still watching. I see him and yeah, he's good. He always was, but wow. This nerd and Pinky, get off me. Katsuki scolded. A sound suddenly caught Izuku's ear, he would know it anywhere. It was Katsuki, his kaken. A huge smile took hold of the greenette as his eyes landed on the group the sound was coming from. A laugh of excitement broke through as he turned king and nudged him, lunging him full force toward the group at a full-out run. Katsuki saw the signature smirk across his features as he watched Deku close the gap quickly. The group anxiously watched, cheering as he stormed his way to them, pulling his horse right in front of them and bringing King to a halt until the huge animal stood on his hind legs in an impressive show right in front of them. The friends sat amazed at the display. King dropped back down on all fours, and Izuku flashed his signature smile, simply saying, "Hi guys," as they sat dumbfounded at what they just saw. "Holy cow, Mito. That was awesome. Man." Kirishima cheered, praising his bro. "Midoriya, you are seriously something else," Siro said, shaking his head at what they saw. "Mito baby, will you marry me?" Mina asked, making googly eyes at Izuku while Katsuki gave her a glare. Izuku grinned down at her, leaning over the side of his horse. He kissed her cheek and winked. "Sorry, beautiful, I'm taken," he said, flashing Katsuki his smile. Right. Katsuki mumbled as Izuku nudged King slightly forward so he was in front of the blonde. Leaning over again, he kissed Katsuki. Smiling into the kiss, the greenette echoed his blonde bombshell's words against his lips, Right. Pulling back, Izuku smiled at Katsuki as Jade met Crimson, and they both got lost in each other until Denki spoke. "Mito, can I have a ride?" the blonde asked like an excited kid, eyes beaming up at Midoriya. "Huh, sure, Denks." Izuku grinned as he spun King around to face Denki. Midoriya stretched out his arm, grabbing hold of Denki's forearm and pulling him to the back of King as Denki quickly clung to his waist. "Hold on, Denki, do not let go," Izuku warned, knowing how his sometimes airheaded friend could be. The greenette started slow, just walking them as Denki beamed behind him, thinking this was the closest thing ever. Crimson eyes followed the two, and Katsuki broke out in laughter as he watched Izuku nudge the horse into a trot, making Denki giggle loudly and then yelp in surprise as Deku splashed them through a water obstacle, soaking them both. He couldn't help but smile as he heard the two laughing loudly. He felt so good having Deku back. My turn," Mina yelled, waving her arm dramatically as Izuku helped Denki down when they came back. "Of course," the greenette smiled at her as he put his arm out, now pulling her to the back. He turned toward Katsuki and winked before walking the horse away, making Katsuki blush and Kiri and Siro stifle a laugh. Midoriya walked his horse slowly with Mina on the back, being more careful with her than he had been with Denki. She laid her chin on his shoulder and spoke softly. "I'm so happy you're back, Mito baby. Things just weren't the same without you. He wasn't the same without you." Jade eyes softened as he walked King on, listening to Mina speak. "I'm glad I'm back too. I missed you guys like crazy. And I know the feeling, I wasn't the same either," he softly admitted. She hugged him tighter in a reassuring squeeze as the two made their way slowly back to the group. Katsuki watched, shaking his head and chuckling as the two other friends took their turn riding with Izuku. It was difficult not to laugh when Deku would run toward the water obstacles full force with the redhead clinging to his back, yelling with excitement while he wheezed through his laughter when they would come out soaked. A similar scenario played out when it was Siro's turn. When the last passenger had jumped off, playful jade eyes landed on Crimson. Izuku said with a big grin, arm outstretched for the fiery blonde to take, "Let's go, Kat." Katsuki scoffed with a slight smirk as he eyed his boyfriend. "Hard pass, Deku. Come on, just like when we were kids. You used to ride with me. Are you scared, Kaken?" Jade eyes danced with playfulness as he looked into fiery crimson, knowing Katsuki didn't like to be thought of as scared or weak. Sharp crimson eyes burned into jade oceans. "Get that horse over here, Deku," Katsuki said, and the greenette laughed as he brought King to the fence, reaching his arm out and pulling Katsuki to the back. The blonde's arms went immediately around Deku's torso as the greenette nudged the horse forward, taking them on a small trail in the woods. They walked for a few minutes in comfortable silence. It was just like when they were kids, Katsuki thought, a smile tugging at him. They would often ride double like this as Deku would ramble on to Katsuki. "I missed you today," Izuku's soft voice broke the blonde from his thoughts. Yeah. I missed you too, nerd, Katsuki smirked from behind. It was quiet again for a minute until a light laugh broke through Izuku, making Katsuki smile and curiously wonder what was bouncing around in his nerd's head. What's so funny? Katsuki questioned. Remember the time we were riding like this and I made the horse take off and ran us through that muddy stream, catching you completely off guard? Izuku giggled at the memory. Katsuki grinned wide, recalling the day. They were teens when it happened, probably 16 and 17 from Katsuki's recollection. Yeah, I remember. We were covered in mud from head to toe. I had to throw that t-shirt I was wearing away. It stained so badly, Katsuki scoffed through a smile. But it was fun, right, Kat? Izuku questioned, a hint of something in his voice that Katsuki was trying to decipher. Suddenly, it hit him, and his grip on the green net tightened. Deku, don't you dare! Before the words were completely out of his mouth, Izuku lunged the horse forward, racing through the woods at full blast before hitting a very muddy, very cold stream, making mud and water splash up around the two. You goddammit! Katsuki shouted, only making the green net laugh as he continued to have kings splash up and down through the stream. Katsuki was laughing now in spite of himself, even though he was freezing and covered in mud. Their laughter rang through the wooded path just like when they were kids. It was familiar, comfortable, it was right. When the greenette finally stopped his wild splashing spree, he led the horse out of the stream and turned his head to the side with a flash of his smile. Remember this morning when I told you I wanted to make sure you never got bored of me? Gotta keep my hot head on his toes. Katsuki stared at him as he talked. Mud dotted his face along with his freckles. His eyes were shiny and playful, and it made Katsuki's heart skip. Izuku really was beautiful. He leaned forward and gave the greenette a sideways kiss. And I told you it could never happen, nerd. I could never get bored with you. You're stuck with me, Katsuki said with a smirk. Wouldn't want it any other way. The greenette grinned back at the blonde as he shot his horse forward into a run again, both of them breaking out into laughter. When the two finally reached the others, the group looked at them in shock. What happened to you guys? Kirishima asked, seeing the two covered in mud. Freaking Deku happened, Katsuki said, still lightly laughing as he jumped down off King. I don't know what you mean, Kat. That stream came out of nowhere. Izuku grinned, faking innocence as he jumped to his feet beside his muddy blonde. Oh my god, you two are gross. Mina giggled, looking at the two. A glint of mischief flashed in Izuku's eyes as he handed King's reins to Katsuki and made his way toward Mina. What do you mean we're gross? Come on, beautiful, give me a hug, the greenette said with a wicked grin as he moved closer to her with his arms open. Mina backed away, giggling wildly. Don't you do it, Mido baby. You stop right there. What? But you love my hugs. Come here. Where are you going? Don't you love me anymore? Izuku teased, faking hurt in his voice. As Mina tried to make a run for it past him, he caught her, smashing her to his chest in a muddy hug. She laughed wildly as he picked her up off her feet and spun her around. The other four watched, laughing at the two, with Katsuki shaking his head and grinning. Gross. Look at me now. Mina whined as she playfully hit Izuku in the shoulder after he put her down. I don't know, Pinky. I think it's an improvement, Katsuki said with a smirk as he came up next to Deku, putting his arm around his shoulder as they both laughed at the sight of the muddy girl in front of them. Both of you are ridiculous, she yelled at the boys, who were like her brothers. Out of the corner of Izuku's eye, he saw Denki. Thanks. How about a hug, Denki? Aren't you always complaining when Mina gets one and you don't? The greenette asked with eyes full of mischief as he took one step toward the yellow-haired boy. What? Midoriya, no. Katsuki, get your man. Denki shouted as he took off running. Deku threw his head back and laughed, not bothering to chase down the blonde, happy enough that he made Denki take off at full speed. Come on, let's get cleaned up a bit, the greenette said, still giggling as he led King back to the barn, followed by the others. He found a couple of clean, dry towels and handed one to Mina and Katsuki as he wiped the mud off his own face. Well, we certainly can't go to the movies with you guys looking like this, Ciro laughed. Yeah, for sure. We'll have to go home, shower, and then meet back up, Izuku said as he reached into his backpack and pulled out a dry hoodie for Mina to put on. Okay, so you extras meet at my building in about 2 hours, and we'll head over, Katsuki said. The group agreed and left, leaving Izuku and Katsuki at the stable. As the greenette cleaned off and fed King, he slipped his hand into the blonde's and walked out to the parking area. Did you have fun today, Kat? Izuku asked as he leaned back on Katsuki's car, his arms around the blonde's neck, smiling up at him gently. I always have fun with you, you know that. Most of my best memories are of us doing stupid things together or with the others, you always bouncing around right next to me, matching me stride for stride, Katsuki said, his arms around Izuku's waist. Mine too, the greenette said, leaning in to give Katsuki a gentle kiss. And the night is still young. I still have to repay you for this morning, the fiery blonde said, pulling back, a mischievous smirk on his face. Butterflies erupted in the greenette's stomach. I so look forward to that, Izuku smirked back. Careful what you wish for, sugar, Katsuki whispered, his lips grazing Izuku's ear as he leaned in, making the greenette shiver. The blonde pulled Izuku into one more deep kiss before resting his forehead against his boyfriend's. Come on, we gotta go get ready before the others come hunt us down. With Katsuki on his bike and the greenette in his car, the two made their way back to the blonde's apartment. An hour and a half later, freshly showered, the group was assembled outside Katsuki's apartment. After a lot of joking around, teasing and playful bickering, they headed to the drive-in, deciding to take the bikes. Mina rode with Shiro, while Kirishima and Denki paired up. Izuku took his place on the back of Katsuki's bike, his arms around the blonde's torso tightly. As they drove through the summer night, Izuku was filled with happy bliss. He couldn't imagine being anywhere else. He didn't want to be anywhere else, ever. Butterflies danced in his stomach as he brought his hand up to Katsuki's back and traced the words, I love you, with his index finger, hard enough for the fiery blonde to feel. When Katsuki felt the letters on his back, his heart thundered against his ribcage, and a smile tugged at his lips as he reached down and squeezed the greenette's arm tightly that was still around him. I love you too, Deku. I really do. What movie is playing anyway? Izuku asked excitedly as he and Katsuki walked back to their spot at the drive-in after successfully getting their movie snacks from the concession stand. The Conjuring, Katsuki answered nonchalantly. Izuku stopped walking abruptly, causing the blonde to get pulled back and turn around since their hands were connected. What's wrong? Katsuki asked with a small smirk, already knowing the answer to his question. Kaken. You know I don't like horror movies. They freak me out. And this one. Oh my god, this one is so scary. And we're outside in the dark, Kaken. It makes it even scarier. Izuku practically screamed nervously as his grip on Katsuki's hand tightened. The blonde couldn't help the smile that was tugging at his lips. He knew the greenette had always hated horror movies, and he wasn't surprised by what he thought was an adorable outburst. Deku, calm down. I'll be right here holding on to you, keeping you safe from all the monsters, just like when we were kids, Katsuki said, smirking at his boyfriend as he closed the gap between them and pecked Izuku on the lips. Besides, I love horror movies, and the best part about them is when you get all scared and jump into my lap, clinging to me for dear life, Katsuki said, leaning in close to the greenette's face, his signature smirk on display. The greenette stared at his boyfriend, eyes narrowed, cheeks puffed out. Katsuki seriously thought he might not be able to handle how cute his worked-up nerd was at that moment. Fine, the greenette said suddenly, turning around and dragging his fiery blonde by the hand back to their spot. But if I have nightmares all night, I'm waking you up, Katsuki. The blonde laughed behind him as Izuku dragged him up the path to his bike and the others. So sassy, Katsuki chuckled. When the two finally reached their spot, the others were already fairly situated. Mina, Denki, and Kirishima had a blanket on the ground, sitting on it and diving into their snacks, while Shiro was sitting on his bike parked beside the blanket, laughing with the group and sipping on his soda. Katsuki had pulled his bike in backwards so he could sit with his back toward the handlebars, leaning on the gas tank, while Izuku could sit in front of him, leaning back against his chest. But for now, before the movie started, The greenette took a seat on the bike facing Katsuki so they could talk. Hey, you made it. What took you guys so long? Kirishima asked with a mouth full of popcorn. Stop talking with your mouth full, hair for brains, Katsuki replied. Katsuki scoffed. I had to give the nerd a pep talk. You know he doesn't like horror movies. The redhead frowned suddenly. Shoot, Mito, I totally forgot about you hating horror flicks, Kiri said, looking worriedly at his friend. Izuku laughed softly. It's fine, I have you guys here with me and this big mean guard dog I keep around for protection, he said with a smirk, pointing to Katsuki. The blonde growled playfully like a dog and snapped at Izuku's finger, making the green-eyed boy giggle. Kirishima grinned, watching the two. It felt just like old times again. Yeah man, we got you Mito, we'll protect you, Denki said, digging into his box of milk duds. Katsuki scoffed, throwing a piece of popcorn at the blonde. I'll have to protect you too, dunce face. You get scared of your own shadow, he smirked, making the others laugh. Hey, I mean you're not wrong, but harsh man. Denki complained. Mina scooted over next to Katsuki and squeezed Izuku's calf. You know I'll keep the baddies away from you, Mito baby, even this one if he gets out of hand, she said with a grin, nodding toward the fiery blonde. Izuku looked down at her and smiled, leaning over to ruffle her pink curls. You're scarier than all these guys, beautiful, I'm glad you're on my side, he said with a wink. She giggled at him while playfully flexing her arms. Katsuki rolled his eyes in fake annoyance at the two. Oi, let me see the popcorn bucket nerd, he said as Izuku handed it to him. The blonde pulled out a box of manned MS from his jacket pocket and dumped them into the popcorn, shaking the bucket to mix it before handing it back to Izuku. Kaken, you remembered, the green-eyed boy beamed, looking at his blonde bombshell. Of course I remember, nerd. I'd be a terrible boyfriend if I didn't remember how you liked that. I'm the one who showed it to you in the first place, Katsuki said, looking at Izuku. You're the best, Kaken. Izuku proudly exclaimed, launching himself into Katsuki's arms and hugging him tightly. The blonde returned the hug with a chuckle. Yeah. As the group waited for the movie to start, they continued to chat and laugh with each other. Katsuki's crimson eyes watched his green-eyed friend carefully, taking in his features. Izuku was laughing at something Kirishima was saying, his jade eyes sparkling with happiness, and his wavy hair moving slightly with the warm breeze. Katsuki could have sworn his freckles showed more when he laughed. They dotted his cheeks perfectly, and the blonde fought the urge to reach out and touch them. Every so often, Izuku would absent-mindedly play with the crescent moon necklace around his neck that held Katsuki's name. As the blonde continued to stare, he was sure he would never tire of looking at this nerd who made his heart feel like it might leap out of his chest. Katsuki cleared his throat, wanting to say something to Izuku that had been on his mind since the stables. Deku, he called, wanting the green-eyed boy's attention. Yes, Kat? Izuku answered, pulling his focus away from Kirishima with a smile. I wanted to tell you that I'm proud of you, really proud, Katsuki said truthfully, looking into Izuku's jade eyes. The green-eyed boy was taken aback for a moment. His heart raced at Katsuki's words. He wasn't sure what his blonde was proud of him for, but it meant everything that he was. He had looked up to Katsuki for as long as he could remember, and if the fiery-eyed boy was proud of him for something, then Izuku felt he had fully succeeded at whatever it was. For what? Izuku stuttered softly, his jade eyes locked onto Katsuki's crimson ones, desperate for an answer. For lots of things, honestly, but when I saw you ride today the way you did in complete control, making it look like you weren't even breaking a sweat as you ran that course, I was blown away. Even though those horses kept you away from me, I'm proud of what you accomplished while you were away, Deku, Katsuki finished, not breaking eye contact even once. Tears immediately sprang into Izuku's eyes, just as he knew they would. Katsuki smiled and laughed softly, pulling the green-eyed boy to his chest. Don't cry, nerd, that wasn't supposed to make you cry, he whispered into Izuku's wavy locks. You know I cry over everything, Kaken. I really am a crybaby, and I can't help it. You being proud of me is everything I've always wanted to hear. Izuku sniffled against the blonde's chest. Katsuki smiled, pulling Izuku back so he could look at him. I've always been proud of you, Deku, always. You never backed down from anything and you put up with me. You deserve a medal just for that sometimes, the blonde said with a smirk as he wiped the tears from Izuku's cheeks. Izuku smiled and lightly giggled through his tears. I love you, Kat. I love you so much. I love you too, nerd, Katsuki whispered. Suddenly, they were bombarded with a chorus of us and popcorn being thrown at them as the group in front stared with grins and snickers. Way to ruin the moment, guys, Katsuki said with a smirk, tossing stray popcorn at the laughing group while Izuku giggled at the sight. If you two are done being the couple of the year over there, the movie is getting ready to start, Shiro said with a cocky grin. You hear that, baby? Katsuki said, looking at Izuku with an amused smirk. Hear what? The green-eyed boy asked, slightly confused. The sound of jealousy coming from that single guy over there, Katsuki said with a huge grin, pointing at Shiro, which made the group laugh loudly as Shiro threw his empty soda cup at the smirking blonde. Kaken be nice? Izuku scolded, turning around and settling back against Katsuki's chest for the movie while Shiro and Katsuki flipped each other off, still laughing. As the movie played on, Izuku was pretty sure he might actually die of a fear-induced heart attack. He jumped at every jump scare, hid his eyes at every scary scene, and yelped out in fear more times than he would care to admit. Katsuki, on the other hand, thought this movie was great. He loved every reaction it pulled from his jade-eyed heartthrob because it meant he could pull him a little closer, whisper in his ear that everything was okay because he was right there, and kiss his temple a little more. Katsuki absolutely thought every reaction was incredibly cute. The blonde wasn't going to lie. It also stirred another emotion within him because, honestly, almost anything this nerd did ignited a spark of desire. Cutting his eyes to the side, he noticed that the other extras were fully caught up in the movie, their eyes glued to the screen. This seemed like a good time to take advantage of the situation. A glint sparked in Katsuki's eyes as he reached down under the leather jacket that had been laid over the greenette, who was feeling cold. His expert fingers moved slowly to the hem of Izuku's red t-shirt, pulling it up just enough to run his fingers over the greenette's warm, soft skin. He let his fingers brush over the silver piercing in Izuku's navel, causing the greenette to shiver. Izuku's face flushed a fiery crimson as Katsuki looked at him with a mischievous glint, a smirk taking over his features. The greenette stayed frozen, gazing up at Katsuki as he leaned back against him, allowing the blonde to touch as he pleased. Katsuki didn't say a word. Instead, he moved his fingers further south and slowly unbuttoned the greenette's jeans, making Izuku's breath hitch. Katsuki slid his warm hand down the waistband of the greenette's boxers, gently taking hold of Izuku, who shuddered in Katsuki's hold. Lowering his head, Katsuki whispered into Izuku's ear, "What's wrong, Deku?" The greenette's breath quickened, a soft sound escaping his mouth before he even realized it. Katsuki glanced over to ensure the others weren't paying attention before whispering again, "Shoo, baby, you better keep quiet. You don't want the extras to hear all the sounds that want to spill from that pretty mouth, do you? You know I don't care, but I know you do, so let's see if you can stay perfectly quiet while I make you lose your mind." He brushed his lips against Izuku's skin as he spoke. Burning jade met smoldering crimson, and Izuku could only nod, determined to do what Katsuki wanted. He was indeed losing his mind at the blonde's touch and words. Katsuki knew Izuku had a hard time staying quiet during moments like this. Sometimes, he was convinced his boyfriend was the devil himself. "Good job, baby," Katsuki said when he saw the greenette nod. The blonde ran his tongue over Izuku's neck, letting his teeth graze his skin while he continued to slide him. A whimper escaped Izuku, and Katsuki instantly stopped his hand. "If you make any noise, Izuku, I'm going to stop. You don't want me to do that, do you? Those sounds belong to me and only me, not these extras around here, so keep them in that gorgeous mouth, Deku, or I won't finish what I've started. Do you understand me?" Katsuki whispered, scolding him sternly. The blonde's words only made the greenette want to whimper even more, but he bit his lip and nodded again. Katsuki smirked down at him and resumed his movements, picking up the pace slightly. His mouth returned to work on the greenette's neck, nipping and skinning at his skin while running his thumb over the tip, feeling it slick with anticipation. If anyone had looked over right now, They would have thought Katsuki was whispering something closely to the greenette, but that was far from the only thing happening just inches away from others. Izuku was panting, desperately trying to keep it under control. His devilish boyfriend was definitely making him lose his mind. The greenette felt the tension building, yearning for release. His fingers gripped Katsuki's arm and thigh, arching his back slightly. Katsuki picked up on the signal, and as a loud screaming scene came on the screen, he gave Izuku a couple of quick strokes while quickly pressing his lips to the greenettes to muffle the sounds of the overwhelming pleasure coursing through him. A small sound managed to escape Izuku, but thankfully, it was lost between Katsuki's kiss and the chaos on the screen. The fiery blonde let Izuku ride out the wave of pleasure as he finished slowly, kissing the spent jade-eyed beauty's forehead while he lay limp in his arms. "You did so good, baby," Katsuki praised, kissing Izuku softly on the lips. Half-lidded jade eyes looked up into crimson as Izuku's face flamed red. "I can't believe we just did that right here," he whispered shouted to his boyfriend, making Katsuki chuckle. "Really, Deku? You can't believe something like this would happen with me? You know I can't keep my hands to myself when it comes to you, and don't pretend you didn't like it," Katsuki said with a cocky smirk. "I never said I didn't like it, I just said I can't believe we did it right here," the greenette replied with a giggle, still in disbelief about what had just happened. The blonde fireball smirked again. "Get used to it, Deku," he said while handing the greenette an extra t-shirt he had in his saddlebag on his bike so Izuku could clean up a bit. "Want to lay on the blanket with the other extras, nerd, so we can be more comfortable?" Katsuki asked. The greenette nodded as Katsuki stood and walked a few steps, nudging Kirishima over to make room. Once the blonde sat down, he pulled Izuku into his lap. The greenette turned to the side and kissed Katsuki, mumbling against his lips, "I love you. You drive me so crazy in all the wild, crazy right ways. Don't you ever stop, Kaken." Katsuki couldn't contain the wide grin on his face. "Don't worry, nerd, I don't plan on it ever." As the two were caught up in their moment, it was suddenly broken by a yellow-haired figure racing up the path, yelling as he reached the rest, with Zero hot on his heels, laughing hysterically. "Guys, come on, we gotta go like right now." Denki was yelling in a panic. "What is going on?" Katsuki snapped back. "What happened, man?" Kirishima jumped to his feet, asking, "Well, what happened?" Denki quickly spilled out his explanation while picking things up and shoving them into his backpack. "I may or may not have tried to swipe a snow cone when I was walking by the cart, and my sleeve may or may not have got caught on said cart, and it may or may not have tipped over, smashing to pieces as I tried to yank my arm back." Katsuki yelled, "You what?" Izuku was pulled up by Katsuki as he jumped up. Denki continued, "Seriously, Bakubro, you can yell at me later, but we seriously gotta go because..." Before he could finish, they heard yelling. "Stop. This is security," Denki yelped, "because that..." as he climbed swiftly onto Kirishima's bike. The rest of the group stood looking at each other in disbelief before Katsuki snapped, "Hurry up, let's go." They all rushed onto their bikes, engines roaring to life as they took off. What they didn't expect was that security had notified the police, and the officers were turning into the drive-in parking lot just as 3 motorcycles came tearing out. The cops swiftly changed course and began to chase the group. If someone said that this was the first time the 6 had been chased by the cops on motorcycles, that would be a lie. It was not the first time they had found themselves in this familiar scenario. In their teens, they had gotten into some mischief together, nothing serious, just juvenile pranks and such. But here they were again in their 20s, racing down familiar roads through the summer night with the cops behind them because Denki wanted a snow cone. The surge of adrenaline and the ridiculousness of it all hit Izuku as he clung to Katsuki's back, going at least 100 down the road. A giddy laugh broke through his chest. Katsuki could feel Izuku's body shaking from laughter. He could hear it too since Izuku had his visor up. The green-haired boy's reaction made the fiery blonde feel the same, and soon Katsuki couldn't contain his own laughter spilling from his chest. Looking over to his left, he saw Kirishima and Denki matching his speed. He gave the redhead a nod, and Kiri responded with a thumbs up, knowing the signal. As they approached an intersection, they all veered off in 3 different directions, confusing the cops giving chase. As Katsuki continued to speed down the road with Izuku, he glanced in his rearview mirror and saw that the cops had decided to follow someone else. He pulled up swiftly to his apartment complex, parking his bike all the way in the back and killing the engine and lights quickly. Grabbing Izuku's hand, he ran up the outside stairwell of the building, pulling them both into the shadows against the building as they waited and listened to see if their friends would make it. Katsuki's residence was always the meeting point. Hearts hammering against their chests, out of breath and panting, Izuku broke into another full-blown laugh, putting his arms around Katsuki's shoulders and throwing his head back. Katsuki laughed with him and asked, "What are you laughing at now, nerd?" "Because it's so stupid, Kat." Izuku wheezed out. A high-speed chase because Denki didn't want to pay $2 for a snow cone. He struggled to catch his breath. Katsuki was laughing just as hard, holding on to Izuku. His stomach cramped from the laughter. "Oh my god, you idiot, stupid dunce face," he wheezed. The pair continued to laugh, wrapped up in each other, until they heard a motorcycle. They stepped out slightly from their hiding spot to see Kirishima and Denki. Relieved to see them, Izuku waved them up as the two quickly sprang up the stairs. The green-haired boy immediately wrapped the two in a hug, happy to see them okay before Katsuki started to whisper-shout at Denki, not wanting to wake the apartment complex. "What is wrong with you, dunce face? Seriously, over a snow cone? You're lucky none of us wrecked." Katsuki scolded. I know. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself, it was lemon. They never have lemon." Denki whispered back, making Izuku break out in giggles again. "What now, nerd?" Katsuki asked, raising a brow in amusement as Izuku put his arm around Kirishima's neck. "Lemon. Because it was a lemon snow cone and they never have lemon." Izuku wheezed out, copying his friend's words. Kirishima caught Izuku's giggles as he looked at his green-eyed friend laughing at his side. Katsuki eyed them as the two stood in front of him, arm in arm, laughing. Once again, he couldn't help the chuckle forcing its way out. It really was all so ridiculous. "You guys are mean," Denki whined, looking at the three. "Ah, Denks, don't be upset. Just promise me next time you'll tell me you want one, and I'll buy you 10 of them," Izuku said, stepping away from Kirishima to hug his sensitive yellow-haired friend. The group had been so busy laughing that they didn't hear Siro pull up until Mina ran up the stairs and lunged herself toward her brothers, hugging them and laughing. "Well, that was fun," she giggled. "Yeah, just like old times. Glad to see you made it back safe, beautiful," Izuku said, still with an arm around her. "Yeah, we're good," Siro said as he made his way to the group. "Man, you should have seen it happen," he said, laughing. "Don't get Deku started again, soy sauce." "I can barely get him to stop laughing as it is," Katsuki said, looking over at Izuku, who was about to giggle again. "Sorry, man, but it was hysterical," Siro said through his laughter. "Aw man, now we can't go back to the drive-in," Kirishima said suddenly. "Yeah, I didn't even think about that." "Good job, dunce," Katsuki said, shooting Denki a slight glare. "It's okay, guys. We'll find another one," Izuku said reassuringly with a smile. After a few more minutes of chatter, Katsuki spoke up while taking Izuku's hand. "All right, extras, I think that was enough excitement for one day. The nerd and I are going to bed. I'll see you two tomorrow," he said, nodding towards Siro and Kirishima. "Good night, guys." Izuku beamed at his friends as Katsuki led him to his apartment door. The group yelled their goodbyes as they headed down the stairs. Once inside, Katsuki pulled the green-haired boy into a hug and kissed him softly. "Well, that was quite something, huh?" Katsuki said with a grin, resting his forehead against Izuku's. "Yeah, it was. No place I'd rather be, and no one else I'd rather share it with." Izuku replied honestly. Katsuki smiled, pulling back to look into Izuku's jade eyes. "Me either, too. My ride or die right by my side," he said, smirking. "Always, Kat. Always." Katsuki walked through the door of his apartment, tossing his bike keys on the counter after work. "Oi, Deku, where you at?" he called while grabbing a water bottle from the fridge and walking down the hallway in search of his boyfriend. He had been at work all day while Izuku had been at the stables. It had been a couple of days since the drive-in fiasco, and Katsuki had plans to take his nerd out tonight without any chaos. Just as Katsuki was about to walk into his bedroom, the bathroom door opened, and out stepped Izuku, fresh from the shower with nothing but a towel around his waist. Drying his wavy hair with a towel, the green-haired boy flashed a smile at his boyfriend. "Hi, Kaken. Welcome home," he beamed, walking up to plant a kiss on Katsuki's lips. "Well, I was going to take you out, but seeing you like that, I might just change my mind and stay home instead," Katsuki smirked, lightly tugging at Izuku's towel. Izuku giggled, wrapping his arms around Katsuki's neck. "You're seriously insatiable, Kaken," he said, though he wasn't complaining about Katsuki's enthusiasm. "Diamond right. I've got 3 years to catch up on," the blonde replied, playfully growling into Izuku's ear, making him giggle again. "Kaken, focus. You said something about taking me out?" Izuku asked as Katsuki nipped at his neck. "I did? Are you sure? Taking you over the bathroom counter sounds more like me," Katsuki teased, his crimson eyes locked on Izuku's. Izuku laughed and playfully shoved Katsuki's chest. "Kaken. Okay, yeah, I'm taking you out, so get dressed, nerd." "I'm going to take a quick shower," Katsuki finally said, giving his boyfriend the information he wanted. The blonde showered quickly, getting dressed in dark blue jeans paired with a fitted black and red t-shirt, and black and red high-top Converse on his feet. He wore a necklace with Izuku's name displayed around his neck. Fixing a few stray blonde spikes and applying one last spritz of cologne, Katsuki was ready. As he stepped into the living room, he stopped short, seeing Izuku standing in the middle of the room, scrolling through social media and smiling at something while waiting for him. What Izuku wore made Katsuki's heart race. He had on light blue jeans with a few holes across the thighs and dark blue Converse, but what really caught Katsuki's attention was that he was wearing Katsuki's old high school football jersey, with Katsuki's name across the back, tucked into his jeans. Butterflies erupted in Katsuki's stomach, reminiscent of the first time he had seen Izuku wear it in high school. "Kaken? Are you okay?" Izuku asked, slightly worried as he noticed Katsuki unmoving in the hallway. Katsuki shook himself from his thoughts, cleared his throat, and walked toward Izuku. "Yeah, Deku, I'm good. I thought you only wore this to bed, nerd," he questioned with a smirk, tugging on the well-worn jersey. "I never said I only wore it to bed," Izuku replied sheepishly. "But, do you not like it on me?" Izuku asked softly, a hint of worry in his words. "That's definitely not it. Seeing you in that thing again made me feel exactly like it did when I first saw you in it, and trust me, nerd, that's not a bad thing. All I'm saying is, I like it when I see me on you," Katsuki said, his crimson eyes burning into Izuku's jade ones. The words made Izuku's heart race, butterflies dancing in his stomach. "I like you on me too, Kaken," he whispered softly, kissing the blonde warmly. "I can't return the favor, though. Your volleyball jersey barely fit me in high school, and it's definitely too tight now," Katsuki smirked when he pulled back, still holding on to Izuku. "Well, I mean, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing," Izuku smirked back at his boyfriend. Katsuki let out a deep chuckle, shaking his head with a devilish grin. "Let's go, nerd, before the only place I take you is right back into my bedroom," he said, taking Izuku's hand and leading him out of the apartment. Izuku had no idea where they were going, as Katsuki had refused to give him any hints about their destination, but he was excited. Any place with his blonde was where he wanted to be. Sitting on the back of Katsuki's bike, Izuku anxiously waited. Suddenly, the bright lights of a Ferris wheel came into view, along with other colorful lights shining in the summer night. Izuku now knew exactly where they were headed. He gasped excitedly, tightening his grip around Katsuki's waist and hugging him from behind. Katsuki smiled under his helmet, feeling Izuku's excitement behind him, knowing his boyfriend had figured out their destination. A few short minutes later, Katsuki parked his bike. As soon as he did, an excited Izuku hopped off quickly, removing his helmet. "Kaken! The carnival! You're taking me to the carnival!" Izuku bounced happily on the ball of his feet, making Katsuki smile. The green-haired boy had always been so childlike with certain things, even at 21. His jade eyes sparkled with excitement, and happiness radiated from him. "You don't think I'd miss the chance to take you here again, do you?" Katsuki smirked, linking fingers with Izuku. "Oh my god, Kaken. We came here together every summer." Izuku beamed next to his boyfriend. Katsuki smiled slightly, squeezing the green-haired boy's hand as he replied, "Yup, ever since we were small brats, never missed a summer." As they walked, Izuku's eyes lit up, taking in the sights, smells, and sounds of the carnival around them. Katsuki's crimson eyes observed the green-haired boy next to him, who was practically glowing. The carnival lights danced in Izuku's eyes, and a wide smile never left his face as he clung tightly to Katsuki's hand, bouncing along just as he always had. Katsuki couldn't help but smile at the sight. "Cotton candy, Kaken. Come on," Izuku suddenly exclaimed, tugging Katsuki down the path toward the vendor, making the blonde chuckle. "Okay, nerd, I'm coming," Katsuki said, allowing himself to be pulled along by Izuku, just like always. He paid for the pink and blue cotton candy, knowing it was always Izuku's favorite, and handed it to him as they continued to walk with Katsuki's arm around Izuku's waist. "You don't want any, Kaken?" Izuku asked, popping a piece of the sugary treat into his mouth, noticing that the fiery blonde didn't have his own. "No, nerd, you know I'm not crazy about all that sweet stuff. Besides, I have you for that sugar," he said with a smirk, leaning over to catch Izuku's lips softly as they walked. Izuku gasped when Katsuki pulled back from the sweet kiss. "The carousel we gotta go on it like we always did," he beamed when the ride came into view. Katsuki laughed, knowing Izuku would have that reaction as soon as he saw the brightly colored painted horses. It had always been Izuku's favorite ride, often making Katsuki ride it several times in a row when they were kids. "Well, come on then, what are you waiting for?" Katsuki grinned, pulling the green-haired boy toward the ride, making Izuku laugh as they broke into a run together, hand in hand. Izuku climbed onto a white carousel horse, painted brightly with blue, yellow, and red colors. As he got himself situated, Katsuki jumped up onto the same horse and sat behind him, locking his arms around Izuku's waist just like when they were kids. The action made Izuku giggle as Katsuki, seated behind him, kissed his cheek and nuzzled into his neck, peppering it with soft kisses that made Izuku giggle more from the tickle on his skin. As the ride started, Katsuki leaned slightly to the side to see Izuku's jade eyes light up as they went in circles. The ride's music played while the breeze caught Izuku's wavy locks, the carnival lights dancing across his cheeks and illuminating his freckles. Katsuki couldn't help but reach up and run the back of his hand over Izuku's cheek. "You really are beautiful, Deku. Did you know that?" Katsuki whispered, leaning into Izuku's ear to share the words that had been on his mind. Izuku's heart fluttered at the compliment. His face tinted pink as he turned his head to the side and kissed his blonde bombshell gently. "I love you, Kat," he whispered into the kiss, unsure if Katsuki would ever fully understand how he felt or how much he truly loved him. As the night wore on, nostalgia bounced between the two of them as they laughed and joked, playing every game and riding every ride at least twice. When they were on the Ferris wheel, Izuku looked over at Katsuki, who was calmly taking in the lights of the carnival. His jawline was sharp, and his crimson eyes were intense, reflecting the soft lights swirling in them. The warm summer breeze gently moved Katsuki's ash-blonde spikes. Izuku was helplessly caught up in everything Katsuki, drowning in his presence. Almost in a trance, he reached up and gently ran his index finger across Katsuki's sharp jawline, making him turn to face him just as Izuku whispered, "God, you're handsome, Kat. You've always been so handsome." The words and the look on Izuku's face made Katsuki's heart skip a beat. The purity and depth of love and admiration in Izuku's jade eyes made the blonde's breath catch in his throat. Now it was Katsuki who felt like he was drowning, pulled under by the deep jade oceans of Izuku's gaze. While Katsuki had always known he was handsome, hearing it from Izuku set fire through his veins, swelling pride in his heart. Anyone else who had ever said those words didn't matter. All that mattered was that his nerd, his Deku, his jade-eyed beauty thought he was handsome, and that was everything. Without saying a word, Katsuki reached over and pulled Izuku to him, crashing their lips together in a heated kiss. When they finally broke for air, He rested his forehead against Izuku's, breathless. As long as you're the one who thinks so, Izuku, that's all I need, he smirked. As the ride ended, the two made their way to the exit, hand in hand, fingers interlocked when they heard a voice from behind them. I see you still wear that jersey with the hothead's name proudly, huh, Aizu? Turning around, they were met with a tired-looking friend wearing a playful smirk. Shinso! Izuku beamed, running to hug his old high school friend. Katsuki scoffed without real annoyance as he walked up and fist-bumped the insomniac. Of course he still wears it proudly, freak, Katsuki smirked, putting his arm around Izuku's shoulder while Shinso grinned at him. As Izuku excitedly babbled to Shinso, a game not far away caught Katsuki's crimson eyes. I'll be right back, he said, kissing Izuku's cheek quickly before walking away. After about 15 minutes of catching up and saying goodbye, Izuku scanned the area for Katsuki when he suddenly came into view, holding something behind his back. Jade met Crimson, and Izuku beamed at his boyfriend. There you are. Where did you run off to? Izuku asked, standing in front of Katsuki. I thought you might need an upgrade, the blonde smirked, pulling from behind his back a green and black bunny almost exactly like the one he had won for Izuku at the Carnival when he was 8. Tears immediately sprang up in the greenette's eyes as he took the bunny from Katsuki's hands and hugged it to his chest. Kaken, he softly whimpered, and Katsuki chuckled, pulling him to his chest and ruffling his wavy green locks. You're not supposed to cry over that, nerd. I first gave it to you years ago to stop you from crying, the blonde said, speaking against the greenette's temple. That's why I'm crying, Kat. It means so much. Thank you, Kaken. Teary Jade Eyes said, looking up into crimson fire as he hugged Katsuki and kissed him gently. Anything for you, nerd, Katsuki mumbled against the kiss. Come on, there's one more spot I want to take you before we head home, the blonde said, taking Izuku's hand and leading him from the carnival. About a 20-minute ride later, the two pulled up to a familiar beach where they had played as children and often hung out as teens. Kat, I almost forgot about this place, the greenette beamed, gripping Katsuki's hand as they walked toward the water. Izuku stopped momentarily to steady himself on Katsuki's shoulder as he removed his shoes and cuffed his jeans up to walk along the waterline. The blonde smiled and copied his action before taking his hand again. As they walked up and down the waterline, the greenette bent down to pick up a seashell, and Crimson Eyes landed on his last name across Izuku's back on his old jersey. Suddenly, his mother's words echoed in his mind, Izuku Bakugo. His heart thundered in his chest as he thought of the name. He was so lost in thought that he didn't hear the greenette calling out to him. Kaken, hello? Izuku said, waving a hand in front of the blonde's face while smiling. Yeah, I'm here, Sorry, he replied with a slight smile. What were you thinking about? The greenette questioned, taking Katsuki's hand again as they walked through the water. Katsuki's fingers absent-mindedly fiddled with the black band around Izuku's ring finger. The feel of the ring only added to his swirling thoughts. He could feel Jade Eyes on him, intensely curious, so he took a nervous breath and decided to speak the thoughts playing in his mind. You, remember what the hag was talking about in the kitchen the other night? The blonde asked, not looking directly at Izuku. The greenette's mind searched for the answer. They had talked about a lot of things that night. Furrowing his brow, he thought hard about what Katsuki could be referring to when it suddenly struck him, making his heart skip several beats and those butterflies flutter against his stomach. The fact that Katsuki was a bit nervous and fiddling with the ring on his finger told him exactly what the fiery blonde was referring to when his mother had brought up the topic of marriage. Yes, Kaken, I remember. Why? He nervously asked. Crimson Eyes slowly looked into Jade Oceans as Katsuki answered. Well, I mean, what's your thoughts on it, nerd? Ever, think about that stuff? With me? He finished, nervousness lacing his voice. It was so rare to hear nervousness in Katsuki's usually overconfident voice that it almost made the greenette smile. And yes, he had most definitely thought about the question his blonde just asked, several times. Of course I've thought about it, and Kaken, it couldn't be with anyone else but you, the greenette said sheepishly. Katsuki stopped now, his heart thundering in his ears. Crimson locked onto Jade as he asked another question. So does that mean you would want to one day? Izuku smiled playfully up at him. Want to what, Kaken? He softly asked, wanting to hear the blonde actually say the words. Katsuki bit the inside of his cheek, his hands feeling unusually sweaty. This shouldn't be a big deal. He wasn't actually proposing yet, merely discussing the topic, but he couldn't deny the thought of marrying Izuku one day made his whole body come alive and react. Want to be Izuku Bakugo one day? The blonde finally asked. You want to adopt me one day, Kat? Izuku teased through a grin. Katsuki shook his head in disbelief with a laugh. Freaking nerd, no, I don't want to adopt you. I want to marry your nerdy self one day if you'll have me, Katsuki said truthfully. That's all I wanted to hear. The greenette beamed up at him, kissing him softly. And Kaken, of course I would want to, Izuku said once he pulled back, resting his head on his boyfriend's shoulder. Katsuki let out a breath he had been holding, but he couldn't help the huge smile that took hold of him because now he knew that one day this nerd would be his in every way. You should smile more often, Kat. It looks so good on you, the greenette whispered, jade on crimson. You look good on me, Deku, so good, the blonde said, a smile still tugging at him. Now let's go home because as much as I love that jersey on your body, I'd much rather see it on the bedroom floor with everything else you have on, Katsuki smirked, mischief clearly in his deep crimson eyes, making Izuku shiver. Kaken, the greenette cried out through laughter, his cheeks tinted pink. He would definitely never get tired of this blonde devil in front of him. Another week had gone by with the couple happily enjoying being reunited. Days were spent together in various ways, and nights were mostly spent wrapped around each other between the hot-headed blonde sheets. There were also days spent with the Baku squad, always managing to have fun when they were together. But in between all the happy blissfulness, there was a looming tension, a darkness that was starting to quickly encroach upon the happy pair. Izuku only had one more week home before he had to return to America for 2 weeks to fulfill his riding contract. One more last endurance ride, and then he would be done, finished, free. He could come back home for good to be with Katsuki and their friends. The fiery blonde had refused to talk about the subject, avoiding it at all costs whenever Izuku tried to bring it up. Even though Katsuki hadn't said a word about it, Izuku could feel a storm brewing within him. His emotions twisted and swirled inside, bringing up a feeling he absolutely hated. Katsuki Bakugo was scared. The Baku squad was currently at Katsuki's apartment, deciding on a movie and dinner night. The group sat around, talking and laughing, while Katsuki was in the kitchen cooking for the evening. Izuku perched on the counter, watching the blonde cook while having a conversation with Kirishima and Denki, who were sitting on stools across the kitchen counter. All was going great until it suddenly wasn't. So, Mito, you only have a week left before you leave us again, right? Denki asked, obliviously scrolling through his phone without looking up. Katsuki immediately tensed at the stove, so much so that it was visible. His grip on the spoon tightened, and his brows furrowed deeply. His sharp crimson eyes seemed even sharper. Izuku and Kirishima exchanged nervous looks, knowing the topic was a sensitive one for Bakugo. Kirishima recalled how Katsuki had once stormed into his office when he mentioned Izuku having to leave soon. Kirishima was about to quietly scold Denki for his obliviousness when Denki spoke again. I mean, you are actually coming back this time, right, Mito? We aren't going to have to form a search party for you or anything, right? Denki chuckled, still focused on his phone, unaware of the brewing storm across the room. Kirishima's eyes widened at the comment, and he elbowed Denki in the ribcage, trying to signal him to read the room. But the damage was already done. Katsuki slammed the spoon into the sink, spun around, and closed the gap between him and Denki in seconds, pulling Denki across the counter by the collar. Crimson eyes seethed with anger, and Denki felt like he was staring into the face of a furious volcano as Katsuki growled, "What are you bringing this up for now? Are you looking forward to Deku leaving me again?" Izuku quickly jumped off the counter and rushed over to the seething blonde. He raised shaky fingers to Katsuki's hand, trying to get him to let go of the oblivious Denki, who was shocked into silence. "Kaken, please let him go, it's okay. Just please let him go," Izuku pleaded. "Yeah bro, it's alright man." Denki was just playing around. Kirishima tried to calm the escalating situation. Katsuki glanced sideways, noticing the upset Greenette beside him. He let his eyes fall back to Denki before clicking his tongue and releasing him. He stormed back to the stove, standing there with his hands on either side of the counter, staring down into the pot, his mind elsewhere. Kirishima and Izuku exchanged worried glances before Izuku turned his attention back to Denki. Reaching over the counter, he moved a stray bang from Denki's eye, putting on a smile for his sensitive friend, who still didn't fully realize what he had done. "It's okay, Dinks. I know you were joking, but yeah, another week before I have to go back just for my ride, but then I will absolutely be back," Izuku said, desperate to soothe both his friend and the fiery blonde behind him. That attempt failed as Katsuki's voice cut through the air. "Will you, Deku?" His tone sounded lifeless. Izuku's heart dropped as he turned to face Katsuki, who had his back to him at the stove. "Will I what? Will I be back? Of course I will. Why wouldn't I be back? Why would you even think I wouldn't?" Izuku asked, his breath shaky, shocked by the blonde's question. Katsuki spun around, his crimson eyes burning into Izuku's green ones. "I don't know, Deku. I didn't think you'd leave me for good 3 years ago either." "I'm not sure what to think," Katsuki spat, his words dripping with pain. His abandonment issues from 3 years ago surged to the surface, and because Katsuki struggled with his emotions, they manifested as anger. He could see the hurt in Izuku's jade eyes, but he couldn't stop himself. "Kaken, after everything these 2 weeks and everything I told you, do you really think I'm not coming back?" Tears streamed down Izuku's face as his heart ached, knowing how Katsuki felt. The room fell silent. Shiro and Mina turned on the couch, having been caught up in a video game. Kirishima and Denki froze on their stools, the redhead nervously biting the inside of his cheek, hating the sight before him. "Like I said, I don't know what to think because, to be honest, Deku, I'm not sure why you're so determined to go back in the first place if you're so happy to be back with me," Katsuki said, his voice laced with something Izuku couldn't decipher. Izuku stood shocked, completely taken aback. He had no idea Katsuki had been feeling this way, and he knew there was no one to blame but the hothead himself. "Kaken, I can't believe this, and that's not fair. But I have to go back because of my contract, Kat. I'm obligated, locked in. There's nothing I can do. If I don't go, they could strip my titles, all my winnings, everything I worked for. On top of that, I can't walk out on Aizawa. It would fall back on him since he's my trainer. It would ruin his reputation. I can't do that to him, and it's just 1 ride, 2 weeks, and then I'm back." The Greenette didn't get to finish before he was cut off. Katsuki had closed the distance, looming over him, looking down into scared, confused jade eyes. "So all that is more important, huh? Those horses and all that other stuff is above me." Katsuki sneered down at Izuku, making the Greenette feel small under his fierce gaze. Kirishima could taste copper in his mouth from biting his cheeks so hard to stop himself from saying anything. He desperately wanted to intervene, to step between the two once again, to stop his hot-headed friend before he said something he couldn't take back. He could see the shock and hurt in Midoriya's eyes. He almost looked betrayed by what Katsuki was currently saying, and it made Kirishima's heart ache. He kept his mouth shut for fear the blonde might kick him out, wanting to be sure to stay in case he absolutely had to step in. Izuku was shaking now, tears streaming down his cheeks. How could he have missed all this? How could he have missed all the signs that somewhere underneath, Katsuki felt like this? "Kaken, you can't seriously believe that. You know that's not it. It's a contract, Kat. I have no choice. There could even be legal consequences if I don't follow through. It's only 2 weeks, Kaken, and then I'll be back. Where is all this coming from? I'm so confused. Please, can we just calmly talk about this?" The Greenette was almost frantic and pleading as he spoke. "None of it is above you, and if it was just about me, I'd probably risk it all not to leave again, but I can't. I just can't risk Aizawa getting caught up in that after everything he's done for me," Izuku desperately tried to explain through a cracked voice. He reached up with shaking hands, touching the hem of the fiery blonde's shirt, his jade eyes locking onto crimson, trying to calm his boyfriend. There was currently a war going on in Katsuki's mind as he stared into tear-filled jade pools. He knew he was hurting Izuku, He knew he was causing the tears he had always hated to see fall, and he absolutely loathed himself for it. But once again his emotions were twisted in a knot, and that fear of Izuku abandoning him again was the only thing shooting through his veins. As bad as Katsuki, Bakugo just wanted to shut up for once, his mouth had other ideas. Forget Aizawa. Who cares what happens to him? What exactly did he do for you anyway, Deku, besides drag you away from me? Kirishima's face visibly cringed. There it was, the words he feared his hot-headed friend wouldn't be able to take back. Aizawa was the only father Izuku had left, and Katsuki just stomped all over that. Izuku let go of Katsuki's shirt and took 2 steps back, unable to speak at the moment. Pain was all over his face. There was a sob wanting to break through so badly that he had to put his hand over his mouth. He knew Katsuki was upset, but Aizawa was, in fact, like a dad to him, and to hear the man he loved saying something about him so full of hate set the greenette back on his heels. As soon as the words left Katsuki's mouth, he wished he could snatch them out of the air and shove them back down his own throat. The pain in Izuku's jade eyes tore right through him. As soon as Izuku stumbled back away from him, it was like a spell was broken, and Katsuki could finally see just what he had done. "Sheet, Izuku, I didn't mean that," the blonde said, taking a step toward the crying greenette, reaching a hand out for him. Every step forward Katsuki took, Izuku took one back. "Deku, please don't. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking." Katsuki was now the one desperate to soothe the greenette. He was mentally screaming at himself for being such a short-fused idiot. "Don't, Katsuki, don't touch me right now," Izuku said in a broken voice. Hearing Izuku say his first name like that struck him hard. No Kaken, no cat, just Katsuki. A broken Katsuki meant to send the message that he was dead serious when he told the fiery blonde not to touch him. Now, suddenly, Katsuki hated the sound of his own name. Izuku felt like he was going to vomit. All that had happened tonight, all that Katsuki had thrown at him, left him blindsided and confused. Now he just wanted to get out of there because he felt the walls closing in. He stumbled toward the door, reaching for the handle. The action shot panic through the blonde, and he lunged for the door, putting his hand on it to hold it closed. "Deku, please don't. Leave," Katsuki pleaded in a hushed tone. The greenette wouldn't look at him. He kept his eyes locked on the door. "I need some air. I'm going for a walk." "Let the door go, Katsuki," Izuku whispered. The blonde cringed. There was his name again, not belonging in his nerd's mouth, at least not this way, not sounding like this. Katsuki sighed, letting go of the door as he watched the greenette throw it open and storm out. The blonde stood there with the door open, his hand on the side of it, looking straight ahead, eyes not focused on anything. He cleared his voice after a minute and spoke. "Kirishima," was all he said, and the redhead knew he wanted him to go after the greenette. He had already been on his feet before Katsuki even said anything, fully intent on going after Izuku. "Yeah, I'm going," Kirishima said softly, stopping in front of the blonde to put a hand on his shoulder before he jogged out into the night to find Izuku. Katsuki shut the door and turned around, walking without a word to the others who were still shocked into silence until he heard Mina. "Baku babe," she said softly, wanting to do something to ease the tension. "Not now, Pinky," was all the blonde said before he stopped one more time, still not looking at them. "I'm sorry or whatever," Katsuki said in a voice that didn't even sound like him. Yeah dude, it's okay," the surprised blonde could only manage. He wasn't sure he'd ever heard Katsuki apologize, or as close to an apology as the fiery blonde could give. Katsuki continued down the hall, slamming his bedroom door closed behind him. The three left in the room exchanged worried glances. "What should we do?" Mina asked, a tear rolling down her cheek. Seeing what had played out tonight was heartbreaking, and she was worried for both her friends. "Yeah, Bakugo said some rough things tonight to Midoriya," Denki said, looking down at his hands with concern. Zero sighed deeply, resting his head back on the couch as he thought for a moment before speaking. "Yeah, things got heavy tonight, but no one knows Bakugo like Midoriya. Seriously, their whole lives have been pretty much spent together. Midoriya knows that what Katsuki says and what he means are two different things when it comes to stuff like this. I'm pretty sure they'll work it out. You know how close they are, especially over the past 2 weeks. I think for tonight, we should just give them space. He finished quietly, not wanting the hothead in the next room to hear. The three reluctantly agreed and cleaned up quickly, leaving for the night so Katsuki could have some space. Izuku was sitting on Kirishima's couch, his eyes red and swollen. Every time the tears stopped, they would just start again. Tonight had been such a mess, and he was still stunned by it all. Kirishima stood in his kitchen, making some tea for his distressed friend. The two had walked to Kirishima's place after he had caught up to Midoriya on the sidewalk. Luckily, he didn't live far from Katsuki at all. He nervously chewed at his nails as he looked out over the familiar scene of his green-eyed best friend crying on his couch over the hothead 2 blocks away. Katsuki had said things to Izuku tonight that Kirishima worried would be nearly impossible to take back. Handing the cup to Midoriya, he plopped down beside him and, as always, put his arm around his friend, letting Izuku's head fall on his shoulder as he cried once again. I just don't understand, Kiri. How long had he felt that way? I had no idea how bad it was, the greenette whispered, his throat aching from tears. Kirishima sighed heavily. Well, I mean, I knew he'd have a rough time when you had to go back, but I didn't think he'd blow up like tonight. You know how he is, Midoriya? He holds everything in because he doesn't know how to deal with it, and then it just erupts before he can stop it. Honestly, dude, he's just scared, really scared that even though you say you'll be back, you won't. Part of him is a bit bitter at Aizawa for taking you away. I think that's where that part came from, man. Not that it was right for him to say that, because it definitely wasn't, Kirishima tried to explain as best as he could. The greenette listened to his friend talk, knowing Kirishima was right. Most of the venom that Katsuki spat tonight was nothing but fear. Unfortunately, that didn't change the fact that it hurt a lot. Midoriya sighed, nodding his head slowly in agreement. Did you want to stay here tonight, Midoriya? Maybe try and talk to him tomorrow? The redhead asked, thinking it was the best option for the night. Yeah, that would be good. Thanks, Kiri, for everything as always, he said, trying to smile at his best friend. Kirishima returned the sad smile, knowing Izuku was hurting and that Katsuki was too. Anytime, man. You know that. I got your back. I'm going to walk back to the hothead's place and grab my bike. You'll be good until I get back, right? He asked. Yup, I'll be okay. You go ahead, the greenette reassured him as Kirishima nodded and made his way out the door. Sighing once he was outside, he shot Katsuki a text to let him know he had Midoriya as he walked the few blocks back to the blonde's house. Katsuki was lying on his bed, staring up at the ceiling, wishing there was a way to turn back time so he could stop himself from being a raging lunatic toward the one person he loved more than life. He knew he had taken things too far, that he had cut too deep with what he had said, especially about Aizawa. That was a line he never should have crossed. His phone suddenly dinged, and he quickly reached for it, hoping it would be Izuku. But when he read the message across the screen, his heart sank. Hair for brains, I found him, bro. He's going to stay at mine for tonight so you can cool off. I'm walking back to grab my bike. Katsuki threw his phone across the room and fell back on the bed. Of course, Deku wouldn't want to be home tonight. Why would he? The blonde had ripped his heart out and stomped all over it. When Kirishima arrived at Katsuki's, he didn't expect to see the fiery blonde standing outside, leaning against the wall near where the redhead's bike was parked. Kirishima took a deep breath and walked over to him. Hey man, you alright? He softly asked, already knowing the answer. Katsuki scoffed. No, I'm not alright. I blew everything wide open as usual because I can't get my emotions in check. I was a monster to him tonight, throwing around the things I said. No wonder he doesn't want to be anywhere near me, Katsuki said, his voice gruff, probably from crying, Kirishima assumed. The redhead sighed deeply before leaning back against the wall next to his distraught friend. There was a lot he was getting ready to say, and he just hoped the hard-headed blonde would understand. You shouldn't have said those things about Aizawa, bro. Think about it for a minute. That's the only real father Midoriya has left. He lost both his parents, man. None of us knows how that feels except him. Izuku was completely destroyed when Inko passed, and Aizawa did the only thing he thought was right. He stepped in. He did what we couldn't. I know you wanted to be the one to fix Midoriya after all that, But dude, we were teenagers. We weren't equipped to give him what he needed, we had no idea what to do. And even though Aizawa had to take Midoriya away from us for a while, I'm grateful he did because who knows what might have happened? Izuku might not even be alive. Katsuki snapped at Kirishima, his crimson eyes burning with intensity. The thought of Izuku possibly harming himself was making him feel sick. Kirishima, however, pressed on, reminding Katsuki of how dark things had been for Izuku in the past. He emphasized that Aizawa had helped Izuku find his footing again, giving him a purpose to strive for rather than wallowing in despair. Katsuki listened, even though he hated to admit that his best friend was right. Kirishima pointed out that Izuku couldn't just abandon everything he had worked for in his writing career. It would render all the pain of their separation meaningless. Kirishima insisted that Izuku had only one ride left, a 2-day event in 2 weeks, after which he could return to them and start anew. He urged Katsuki not to be selfish and make Izuku feel guilty for pursuing his goals. Katsuki reluctantly met Kirishima's gaze as he spoke with serious conviction. Kirishima reassured him that Izuku would come back, that nothing could keep him away. He reminded Katsuki that Izuku was just as eager to return and that he needed to stop doubting him. Katsuki sometimes marveled at how insightful Kirishima could be, always knowing how to make sense of things when he needed it most. He muttered his frustration about Kirishima's ability to make sense, which earned him a grin from the redhead. Kirishima took it as a compliment and was ready to embrace it. Katsuki handed Kirishima a backpack, explaining that Izuku hadn't brought anything with him and would need supplies. Kirishima's expression softened, recognizing Katsuki's care for Izuku despite their current situation. He told Katsuki to get some rest, advising him to calm down and think about their conversation. As Kirishima climbed onto his bike, Katsuki sighed heavily, nodding in agreement before heading back up to his apartment. Katsuki stood in front of his bathroom mirror after his shower, wiping the steam off the glass. He realized Kirishima was right, he looked terrible. His eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles marred his face. He felt the weight of worry etched into his brow and clenched his jaw tightly. As he stared into his reflection, he couldn't shake the images of Izuku's confused and hurt expression from his mind. Guilt gnawed at him relentlessly, and he replayed their recent conversations, filled with confusion and frustration. The words echoed in his head, each one a reminder of his failure to communicate. Katsuki hated the look of his own reflection. Why couldn't he just talk to Izuku like a normal person? Why did everything have to feel so intense? He questioned whether he deserved Izuku, especially after the way he had acted. Instead of expressing his feelings, he had lashed out, and now he was left alone, filled with regret. In a moment of frustration, he slammed his fist into the mirror, shattering it completely. He didn't even register the pain in his hand. The emotional turmoil inside him overshadowed any physical discomfort. Tears streamed down his face as he leaned against the wall, feeling utterly defeated. He had promised Izuku he wouldn't drown his sorrows in alcohol, and he didn't want to break that promise. After bandaging his hand and cleaning up the mess he had made, he trudged into his bedroom. The emptiness of the bed was suffocating, and it reminded him too much of Izuku. He muttered to himself in frustration, grabbing his pillow and heading to the couch in the living room. He flopped down on it, arms crossed over his chest, hoping to find some semblance of comfort in the familiar surroundings. In all honesty, he doubted he would get any sleep tonight. Sighing, the blonde slipped in his earbuds, hoping to drown out the noise screaming in his mind. A song suddenly swirled through his ears, making him think about how perfect the lyrics were for the way he was currently feeling. Taking out his phone, he went to his contacts, found who he was looking for, and shared the song link, hitting send.